Someday in the future, when the world's top tech giants and armed forces look upon those super mechs that truly achieve the perfect fusion of man and machine. Look upon those revolutionary sci-fi weapons that defy the laws of physics. And look upon that super weapons factory that descended like a miracle. They will rack their brains and never understand how these black technologies, capable of reshuffling the entire global order, actually originated from nothing more than a piece of junk computer built to win a single video game. And what breaks them even more is that the man who single-handedly built this god-tier military empire insistently claims he is just a ruthless profiteer flipping items for a quick buck. Nobody knows just how many more terrifying trump cards, capable of wiping out this world with a dimensional strike, are still hidden in the strongest manufacturing system in the multiverse within his mind. And the origin of all this incredible madness goes back to that shabby shop of less than 100 square meters in the suburbs of Magic City. Brain storage area, Demon City, in a manufacturing shop of less than 100 square meters located in the near suburbs. Shenfei, who had just opened a live streaming room on the Tiger Shark platform, let out a light breath. He looked as if he was betting everything on this path. A few days ago, Shenfei had just crossed over into this world, while inheriting a manufacturing shop on the verge of bankruptcy from his predecessor. He also, like the countless armies of transmigrators, awakened a system. But Shenfei always felt there was something not quite right about this system of his. It was touted as the strongest manufacturing system in the myriad worlds. Yet it required earning points through making money from customers to upgrade the system's functions. For instance, if a customer placed an order with Shenfei for $1,000, then Shenfei, while fulfilling all the customer's requirements, must also save as much money as possible. If the cost of the $1,000 only used up $200, then Shenfei would be able to gain 800 points. He felt the system should not be called the strongest manufacturing system in the myriad worlds at all. It should be more appropriately called the strongest profiteer system. Moreover, the manufacturing shop Shenfei inherited barely had any customers to begin with, and was almost out of business. Following the system's instructions like this, how long would it take him to earn enough points to upgrade the system's functions? Driven to his wits' end, Shenfei could only open a live streaming room and leave an advertisement for his shop on it, hoping this would attract some customers to place orders. At that time, in a certain live streaming room on Tiger Shark, roars were echoing back and forth. What are you shouting about? What are you all shouting about? Did I ask you to come watch my stream? If you do not want to watch, click the cross in the top right corner and get out. If my crappy computer had not lagged just now, would let me have been able to solo kill me. Former League of Legends professional player ZZTai pounded his desk, his voice sounding like it could bring down the roof. This matter had to start from 20 minutes ago. ZZTai had a whim today to play a solo match with Let Me, to let the viewers know who was really RNG's strongest top laner. But who would have thought that in 3 matches, ZZTai gave up first blood to Let Me every single time, making ZZTai completely lose his mind. However, the viewers in the stream loved the drama. At this moment, the comments were flying across the screen. Red Sun's eyes getting red in the face from getting beat. I told you the highest point of ZZTai's career was giving Brother Shy confidence. What skill does he have? Whenever I am sad, I come to watch Sunzai and instantly I feel happy. Kingwa ZZTai, do not mind these little haters. I believe your computer really lagged. Remember to hit me up if you want to change it. I will give you a 20% discount. Hahaha, find Kingwa to change computers. For 30,000 he only makes 28,000. Kingwa, oh no, they are coming for me. The viewers were chatting extremely enthusiastically. Simply could not stop at all. And ZZTai, slumped in his gaming chair, pointed at the stream and instantly got angry. Where are the mods? Kick that damn Kingwa out of my stream. This time, I am definitely going to find a tech god to build me a computer. I will let you all see my true skill. As he spoke, ZZTai opened Tiger Shark's live streaming hall and started searching. Recently, Tiger Shark introduced an ad streaming feature. Many computer and gaming chair manufacturers had come to Tiger Shark to open streams. But this time, ZZTai wanted to find a true computer tech god, to build himself an unbelievably awesome computer. Therefore, ZZTai skipped all the top ad manufacturers, until he swiped to the 3rd page. The title of a streaming room instantly lit up ZZTai's eyes. Super God Manufacturing Shop, satisfying all your fantasies. Damn it, this is the one. I'm going Super God. ZZTai sat up straight from his chair, as if he had suddenly come alive. Following that, he entered the shop's ordering backend and started placing an order right away. In the customer requirements section, ZZTai quickly typed a message. I want a computer with features and quality that completely crushes all computers on the market. It needs to allow me to reach a state of oneness with the machine when playing LOL, punching Let Me and kicking Li Yuanhao. I have a professional team of lawyers backing me. Do not take my order if you cannot do it. Please be very, very careful. Seeing ZZ Tai's order message. The audience in the stream collectively lost it again. Good grief, is Sun Zai writing a novel here, oneness with the machine? Why does not he add shattering the gates of heaven with one machine? What Sun Zai wants is not a computer, it is a magical artifact, right? He might be able to fight Let Me if he tries hard, but does he think he can mess with my great Emperor Tiger of Spring? I bet the boss will say this customer's Chunibyo is acting up, and directly refuse the order. Haha, the guy upstairs speaks the truth, who would dare take this order? Wait, no, hold on, oh my god, this idiot boss actually took it, and he accepted the order instantly. It did not even take a second for Zai Tai to place the order. The order was snatched up instantly. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Good grief, is this shop owner crazy? He actually dared to accept such an outrageous request. Zai Tai was not lying about one thing. With his family background, he might actually have a legal team. The shop owner is doomed. If the computer does not meet Zai Tai's requirements, Zai Tai might just go crazy and sue him. Look at the order amount Zai Tai placed, damn, 100,000 yuan. If Zai Tai sues him for fraud later, is that amount enough for a prison sentence? He is in for a real sentence. This owner is definitely going to jail. The viewers in the live stream were buzzing with discussion. They all felt sorry for the shop owner who had accepted the order so quickly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Fei had no idea that so many people were mentally calling him an idiot. After the notification sounded in the streaming backend, Shen Fei quickly shook off his half-paralyzed state. He sat down at the computer to check the order he had received. Shen Fei. The instant accept feature was, of course, set up by Shen Fei himself. He did not have a single order right now. He was so idle that his limbs were practically atrophying. Naturally, he was in no position to be picky about orders. And after seeing the requirements of Zai Tai's order, Shen Fei felt quite calm, even though the system was only at the first stage. Shen Fei only possessed top-tier manufacturing skills for civilian products of the second category. But civilian products of the second category already included computer manufacturing technology. And the computer manufacturing technology awarded by the system was completely epic-making. The livestream viewers thought the man-machine integration was outrageous or even weird. But Shen Fei knew this state actually exists. However, it requires very high frame rates and fast CPU instruction processing speeds. It also relates to the compatibility between the computer and the user, because everyone's adaptation to frame rates and processing speed is different. Thinking of this, Shen Fei sent an order inquiry back to Zai Tai on the computer. On the other side, after placing the order, Zai Tai was about to close his stream. He had decided that until the new computer arrived, he would not stream again. However, after seeing the notification in the backend, Zai Tai clicked on it out of habit, like someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder. He originally thought it was just some spam from the platform, but when he saw it was an order inquiry from Shen Fei, the expression on his face instantly froze. And the viewers in the livestream, upon seeing the content of the inquiry, started to get confused one after another. Medical report. Why does this owner want a medical report? Blood sugar, blood lipids, blood pressure, transaminase, thrombin. My god, is this owner running a manufacturing shop or a pharmacy? I do not get it. Do you need a medical report to build a computer? The live chat was flooding with messages. Zai Tai suddenly sat up straight. Do you people know anything at all? This is what we call professional. I happened to have a physical exam 2 days ago, so I will just send the report to the owner now. Damn, I'm looking forward to my new computer more and more. Zai Tai gave the viewers a look of disdain. Then he ended the stream and sent his medical report to Shen Fei. Inside his shop in the suburbs, after receiving the medical report from Zai Tai, Shen Fei immediately began the assessment with the first stage testing function of the system. This work was not too complicated. After Shen Fei input Zai Tai's physical data into the system gave feedback very quickly. The frame rate most suitable for Zai Tai is around 218. The CPU processing speed should be 0.00058 milliseconds. In other words, from the moment Zai Tai makes an input to the moment the character on screen performs the action. The optimal rate for the entire process is 0.00098 milliseconds. It is a bit challenging but not too difficult. After familiarizing himself with the configuration for Zai Tai's computer, Shen Fei nodded to himself. If you were to try to build a computer with this configuration on the market, Forget about 100,000, even 200,000 would not be enough. Because even the best graphics cards, motherboards, and CPUs currently on the market cannot achieve a stable frame rate of 218. As for the processing speed of 0.00058 milliseconds, with current computer technology, it is simply impossible to achieve. Those are numbers only supercomputers could reach. Therefore, this computer Shenfei is building for Zaitai is absolutely an epoch-making creation. With that in mind, Shenfei called out in his heart, "System, activate the super laboratory." Ding, host command received. The first stage super laboratory is activating. After hearing the system's feedback in his mind, Shenfei felt settled. If he relied only on the tools he had on hand, trying to build such a computer would be a pipe dream. Even though he already possessed the technology awarded by the system, it would be useless without the tools. But by relying on the system's super laboratory, everything became possible. While the system was activating the super laboratory, Shenfei cast his gaze toward the corner of the room. There was a discarded second-hand computer sitting there. Meanwhile, the valuation of this second-hand computer provided by the system appeared in his sight. The total cost of the case material and all hardware combined was only 126 yuan. 100,000 yuan for the order, and subtracting the cost of 126 yuan, I can earn over 99,000 yuan, which means I can get the same amount of points. The points required to activate the second stage of the system are 80,000. So this single order is enough to unlock the second stage of the system. Shenfei muttered to himself. Without a doubt, Shenfei decided to earn the 90-odd thousand yuan from Zidai, which inadvertently increased the challenge for himself significantly. If he had spent tens of thousands as capital to buy some ready-made high-end computer hardware, and then used the system's super laboratory to configure a computer for Zidai, it would definitely be countless times easier. But now he was going to use some long obsolete hardware to put together an incredibly badass computer. This was no longer just a matter of whether it was strenuous or not, but rather that there was a possibility of failure. If he failed, the system would not reimburse him for the scrapped costs. Then Shenfei would have to spend even more of his own money to build the computer. Ding, the super laboratory has been successfully activated. Currently, the time ratio for the Stage 1 super laboratory is 5:1. That is, 5 days for the host inside the super laboratory equals 1 day in the real world. Currently, there are 2 options for the host to enter the super laboratory. First, full physical entry. The host's body will not age while inside the super laboratory. Second, only the consciousness enters the super laboratory. The external body will be subconsciously controlled by the system, but the body will age over time. At this moment, the system's voice rang out in Shenfei's mind. Shenfei immediately became even more determined to use this scrapped computer to assemble a custom-made computer for Zidai. Originally, Shenfei only knew that the super laboratory rewarded by the system had all sorts of era-transcending equipment and tools. He did not know the system had such an overpowered function. It could actually allow him to be practically immortal inside the super laboratory. This way, no matter how difficult or time-consuming something was to make, Shenfei was confident he could pull it off. And this was only the first stage of the system. The time ratio was not too crazy, just a mere 5:1. If the system's second or even third and fourth stages were unlocked, what would the time ratio be then? Even if it only reached 100:1. Shenfei could spend a year in the super laboratory, and less than 4 days would have passed in the real world. When that time came, he would not even need to physically enter the super laboratory. He would only need his consciousness to go inside. Because even if his consciousness stayed inside the super laboratory for a year, Shenfei's physical body in the real world would only age by 4 days. Thinking of how many old scientists dedicated their entire lives just to research a single technology, Shenfei suddenly felt that he was simply unbelievably lucky. Taking a deep breath and forcing down the excitement in his heart, Shenfei closed the shop doors and carried that scrapped computer into the super laboratory. The so-called super laboratory was actually a super space that Shenfei could shape with his imagination. As he just entered, it looked like a white enclosed circular space. However, the air temperature and humidity were perfectly suited to human requirements. But Shenfei was not willing to work in such a vast white world. After a while, he would definitely feel depressed. So with a mere thought, the surrounding scenery began to change rapidly. Countless towering trees suddenly rose up, and the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers filled Shenfei's senses. At this moment, Shenfei felt as if he were standing in a primeval forest. Occasionally, a few Sika deer could be seen leaping past. He took a deep breath, and feeling that the air had seemingly become much fresher, he finally nodded in satisfaction. Next, with another thought from Shenfei, several pieces of equipment appeared before him. These were the tools Shenfei needed to make integrated circuits, as well as wiring and computer motherboards. Now that everything was ready, Shenfei focused all his attention and threw himself entirely into the process of building the computer. And so 3 days flashed by in the blink of an eye. Although inside the super laboratory, Shenfei did not need to eat or rest, and his energy levels remained perfectly full. Even so, after 3 days, Shenfei still felt a hint of exhaustion creeping in, and a fine layer of sweat even broke out on his forehead. However, hard work pays off. From the graphics card to the motherboard and then to the CPU and hard drive, Shenfei successfully created all of them. It is worth mentioning that, at the end, the super laboratory even scored Shenfei's manufacturing experiment. Out of a perfect score of 10, the system gave Shenfei a whopping 9.9. This meant that even with the computer manufacturing technology rewarded by the system, Shenfei's comprehension and practical skills were enough to surpass 99% of people. But what the system did not know was that the missing 0.1 was actually intentional on Shenfei's part. The issue lay in the production of the memory. Computer memory of this type belongs to dynamic random access memory, or DRAM. It consists of an N-type field effect transistor and a capacitor. This logic certainly could not stump Shenfei. However, Shenfei thought it was a waste of time, and it did not conflict with the functions ZI required for the computer. Therefore, he made it a bit rougher. Perhaps the memory's lifespan could originally have been 20 years. But with Shenfei doing a rough job, it would probably last 10 years at most. On this point, if someone were to say Shenfei was unscrupulous, he would refuse to admit it even to his dying day. After all, computers are inherently products that undergo rapid generational updates. A computer lasting 5 or 6 years is considered a long life. No matter how suitable this computer he assembled for ZI was, ZI using it for 10 years would still be considered far too long. Phew, it is time to head out. Staying inside for 3 days on my first visit to the lab, I am really not used to it. Letting out a soft breath, Shenfei left the super laboratory with the newly completed computer. When he entered the super laboratory, it was around 9 in the evening. Now over 10 hours had passed. It was exactly 11:40 in the morning. Without even bothering to grab a bite to eat first, Shenfei called for a Shunfeng Express courier and shipped the computer to the address ZI had left. Given Shunfeng's speed, it should be delivered to ZI very soon. 6 o'clock in the evening. Husha Live's streaming platform. Many fans who received the notification that the stream had started flocked into Zeta's live channel, and upon seeing the stream title, the 5 big characters saying "My new computer is here," the chat in the stream exploded instantly. My god, so fast, is this new computer legit? I thought it would take at least a week, and it is built in less than a day. I feel empty if I do not watch Zeta's stream for a day. I did not expect him to give us a surprise. Let us keep expectations low. After all, Zeta spent a whole 100,000 on it. That is almost my daily salary. Good grief, are we just pretending everyone online makes 100 million a year now? The audience in the stream was chatting away heatedly. Meanwhile, Zeta had already impatiently started unpacking the boxes. When he got to the end, Zeta could not help but rub his hands in excitement. Brothers, let us witness the debut of my new computer together. Let me see how insanely awesome it is. As he spoke, Zeta cut open the last layer of cardboard. The case and the monitor were all revealed before his eyes. The next second, the expression on Zeta's face froze completely. He had imagined all sorts of looks for his new computer. Dazzling colorful lights, paired with a cool-looking case, and at least a 28-inch curved screen. The kind that makes you realize it is extraordinary at a single glance. But he never in a million years expected that his new computer would look like this. A pitch-black casing with nothing eye-catching about it. The screen, although LCD, was the kind that had been phased out 10 years ago. Zeta subconsciously reached out and wiped the case. A layer of dust immediately stained his fingertips. His eyelids twitched violently. Zeta took out his phone, trying to suppress his urge to go berserk. Hello, is this Uncle Wang? Yes, it is little Hao. It is like this. I have been scammed building a computer, and it is a huge amount, like 100,000. Refund? No, Uncle Wang, you misunderstood. The money is not the point. I just want to know, how many years can I send that asshole shop owner to jail for? Watching the stream, with Zeta looking like he was on the verge of overheating. The audience in the chat lost it completely. Hahaha, I cannot do it, let me laugh for 3 minutes first. I love watching Zeta lose his cool. Honestly, no one could take this. You cannot even find this stuff in a junkyard anymore, right? This is just a standard office set from 5 years ago, maybe worth a few hundred at most. Looks like you should have gone to Kingwa. He makes 28,000 out of 30, but this black-hearted shop owner dares to make 99,000 out of Zeta's 100,000. Now I know why the shop owner asked for a health report. He wanted to see if Zeta had heart problems, afraid he would drop dead on the spot. Hahaha, looks like a planned and premeditated massive scam. Zeta is really unlucky. Can only say I feel a little sorry for Zeta, but not much. The audience in the chat were discussing it non-stop. They could not stop even if they wanted to. Many viewers even called this peak live streaming content. They witnessed the whole process of Zeta getting scammed. And on Zeta's end, after hanging up the phone, he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Shenfei, is it? If I do not send you to jail, I am not a Liu. Zeta muttered through gritted teeth. While tearfully moving out the computer he spent 100,000 on. The fact that he was scammed for 100,000 had already drawn the serious attention of the Husha platform management. The platform had not only sent him Shenfei's personal registration details, but also dispatched staff to his channel to collect evidence. And what Zeta had to do now was to test the performance of the computer he received, to let the staff judge exactly how much of his 100,000 was scammed. Disgusting, it is absolutely disgusting. Why do you have to make me test the performance of this piece of junk? Could it get any worse? I am going to puke. Mods permanently ban anyone laughing in the chat. You are making fun of me, screw you all. Zeta's whole face turned red. He looked like he was about to blow a fuse. But as the furious Zeta turned his head to look at the computer that had just turned on, his expression suddenly froze. Then he could not help but mutter, "Something's wrong, something's not right. How many seconds did this junk take to boot? Why does it feel like it turned on instantly?" Staring with a frown for a few seconds, Zeta in disbelief shut it down and pressed the power button again. The audience in the stream did not know what Zeta was up to. They stared at the screen in a daze. And what happened next left the whole audience dumbfounded. My god, what kind of boot speed is that? How did it boot up in just a few blinks of an eye? Most computers take 10 to 15 seconds to boot. They say the fastest in the country is 5 seconds. Did this take 7 or 6 seconds? How is this boot speed faster than most high-end computers? While the audience was chattering away, Zeta in front of the screen swallowed hard and said, "It was not 7 seconds, nor was it 6. I timed it. This thing only took 4.68 seconds to boot." Zeta's shocked voice echoed in the room. After a moment of silence, the barrage in the live broadcast room erupted like a tide. Oh my god, did I hear that right? 4.68 seconds. Does not the boot speed of this broken computer kill all computers instantly? They say you cannot judge a book by its cover. Maybe you cannot judge this broken computer by its cover either. A fast boot time does not mean the computer's performance is good. On the contrary, I think this computer is probably missing a lot of important components, which is why it boots up so fast. In other words, this is probably just an empty shell computer. An empty shell computer, hahaha, so that is what it is. Feeling sorry for Zeta for a second. After the viewers in front of the screen reacted, they cast sympathetic glances at Zeta on the screen. And after Zeta finished reading the barrage, he could not help but directly smash his fist on the table. This old fart named Shenfei, I want to see how much money he scammed out of me. The lawyer already said it earlier. 30,000 for 3 years, 100,000 for 10 years. For every extra 10,000 he scammed out of me, I will send him in for an extra year. While speaking, Zeta downloaded a copy of Master Lu in a fit of anger. He wanted to do a comprehensive test on the hardware performance of this computer. And the viewers in the live broadcast room watched the computer that downloaded Master Lu in just a few seconds, and could not help but become suspicious again. Something is not right. If you say this computer boots up fast because it is missing components, then why is the download speed of this software so fast? Anyway, my computer that costs tens of thousands took more than 10 seconds to download Master Lu, and this computer just now took less than 10 seconds to download Master Lu. Could it be that we guessed wrong again? This computer really cannot be judged by its cover. At this time, Zidai, who was slumped in front of the computer, glanced at the barrage. Suddenly, he pouted and cursed. Cannot judge your mom by her cover. It is FC King downloading fast because my internet speed is fast. What does it have to do with this broken computer? I installed a gigabit dedicated line. Can downloading things not be fast? After speaking with spit flying, Zidai opened the hardware evaluation function of Master Lu and began to systematically evaluate the performance of the computer. The whole process would probably take about tens of seconds. Zidai picked up his phone and started swiping through short videos. But he did not know if it was a coincidence or what. The first video Zidai opened on Douyin was a case of someone being scammed out of tens of thousands of yuan. Netizens below left comments one after another. There are cute little idiots every year, but there are especially many this year. Even this can be scammed. People who can be scammed out of money by scammers are all somewhat missing a screw. If everyone in the world were as smart as me, Zhao Rishan, scammers would have lost their jobs long ago. As Zidai swiped through the comments, he almost broke his defense again. He threw his phone aside in annoyance. Zidai's hatred for Shen Fei in his heart increased by a little bit. And at this time, Master Lu's evaluation was also finished. Zidai looked up, but it was okay if he did not look. Upon looking, Zidai was stunned again. It was not just Zidai. Countless viewers in the live broadcast room who were paying attention to the evaluation results also collectively had their jaws dropped. No, is this Master Lu? Why is it different from my Master Lu evaluation? Damn, processor unknown, graphics card unknown, memory unknown, hard drive unknown. How come there are 4 unknowns? Unknown means it cannot detect any connection with any brand on the market. It cannot even be considered a no-name brand. Good heavens, how much money did this Shen Fei scam out of Zidai? Wait, that is not right. Look at the score data below quickly. On the screen, after Zidai was stunned for a while, he also turned his gaze to the scores below each piece of hardware. Although the hardware brand could not be detected, its performance seemed to be evaluated by Master Lu. Under the processor, the score was 5,067,854. Under the graphics card, the score was 3,098,541. Under the memory, the score was 255,412. Under the main hard drive, the score was 701,576. The total score was a whopping 9,123,383. Looking at this long string of numbers at the end, the millions of viewers in front of the screen who came to watch Zidai get scammed, all sucked in a breath of cold air. Holy crap, are my eyes blurred or am I dreaming? It scored almost 10 million points. I remember the computer with the highest Master Lu score in the country only scored a few million points right. Except for the memory score being a bit low, the scores of the other hardware can be described in one word: terrifying. I feel like there is an error with the Master Lu software, right? With all the hardware being unknown, why would it score so high? While the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. On the other side, Zidai had already opened Master Lu's national score ranking. Because Master Lu only refreshes at noon every day. This computer of his had not made it onto the ranking yet. And the computer ranked first on the list right now only scored over 4 million points. The computer Shen Fei put together for him scored twice as many points as this first place. You have to know that this is the first place in scores of all computers in the country combined. Among them, there is no shortage of computers worth over 100,000. And now these computers in front of the computer Shen Fei put together are simply like short mules, being rubbed against the ground. Not a single one can put up a fight. P.S. This book has nothing to do with the game League of Legends. It is just a bit of content I am writing, so those who do not play the game can rest assured and read on. Guys, I think that damn Master Lu benchmarking tool must be glitching. These scores look like a total joke. I spent 100,000 yuan on this PC. How could it possibly score twice as high as the #1 spot in the country? Unknown hardware, how could it ever beat top-tier brand name components? Zidai took a deep breath. He acted as if he had not been fooled by the score at all and said. Countless viewers in the stream heard Zidai's words. And they had an instant realization. Honestly, Zidai's brain actually worked for once. It is definitely a Master Lu error. The #1 ranked CPU is the W3495X, and that one chip alone costs over 40,000. How can this unknown brand CPU compete with that? I still stand by what I said. The guy who built this PC might have some tricks up his sleeve, but not many. The under 5-second boot time and that insane Master Lu score are probably just tricks he cooked up to fool people. The actual performance of this computer must be absolute garbage. Buddy, you hit the nail on the head. Why are we even guessing here? Let us just put it to the test and see if it is a mule or a horse. After some discussion, the viewers in the stream focused their attention back on Zidai on the screen. By this time, Zidai had already closed Master Lu and opened up League of Legends, which he likes to play during his daily streams. Clearly, Zidai had realized it too. Good or bad, the computer's performance. Why not just try it and find out? After logging into his account with over 300 master points on the Ionia server, Zidai joined the matchmaking queue. Because there were a lot of people playing at night, he found a match before long. Just over a dozen seconds later, the viewers in Zidai's stream started spamming the chat. My god, do you guys know who the opposing top laner is? It is Bin, Chen Zebin from the BLG Pro team. Wait, what? Zidai is going to get absolutely crushed. In the recently concluded World Championship, Bin's performance can definitely be called the best domestic top laner, bar none. Except for Shaiji, who can suppress Bin, even 369 would not stand a chance. Bin's playstyle is known for its brutality. Even when Zidai was playing professionally, he might not have held up, let alone with his old, stiff arms and legs now. Hahaha, cannot wait to see Zidai get crushed. Hopefully, he gets killed dozens of times until he has a full-blown meltdown. The viewers were loving the drama. Unbeknownst to them, Zidai's palms were already starting to sweat. Bin just came back from a disappointing World Championship. He is probably still seething. If he bumps into Bin, he is going to get completely schooled. Thinking of this, Zidai silently moved his mouse, wanting to dodge the lobby immediately. He had just been crushed like that by Let Me yesterday. Now he just wanted to find some easy targets to pick on to vent his frustration. But the next second, a flash of inspiration hit Zidai. He stopped his hand. Then he looked at the camera. He pursed his lips and said, "It is just Bin, is not it? It is only because my computer is not good enough. Otherwise, never mind Chen Zebin. Even if Jiang Qinglu came himself, he would not stand a chance. It is not like I was not a child prodigy back in the day." By the end, Zidai had assumed the posture of being the best in the world. And the millions of viewers in the stream were instantly trembling with laughter. Someone wake this guy up. Diabetes patients, stay back. Do not let him get a taste of any sweetness. I will do it. I have uremia. Just watch me spray him. 3 pounds of duck, 2.5 pounds of beak. The autopsy report is out. Zidai is soft all over, only his mouth is hard. Hahaha, you guys are going to kill me with laughter. This stream is pure talent. Working is impossible. Slacking off is the only way to get by. Wait, do not you guys see it? The harder Zidai gets beaten by Bin, the more he can blame it on this new computer. And when the time comes, that Shen Fei guy is going to get even more flack. Tusk, so that is the play. I have to say Zidai is actually using his head for once. I can only say Chen Zebin might win, but my boy Zidai never loses. The biggest loser in this whole thing is Shen Fei. Once they realized Zidai's true intention, countless viewers became intrigued and started guessing how many times Zidai would get solo killed by Bin. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the BLG Esports League of Legends team base in Yuhang, Zunan and other BLG pro players were hanging around, gathering behind Bin, chatting and laughing. Bin, I heard the opposing top laner is Zidai. How many times are you planning to kill him? I think you should go easy on him. He is streaming right now. Show him some respect. Zun and the others knew how terrifying Bin's landing was, so they felt that going against Zidai was just a fun game with zero pressure. Hearing their teasing, Bin, who was busy on his phone, raised his eyelids and shrugged, saying, "Depends on my mood." Seeing that the game had finished loading and the minions were about to spawn, Bin started controlling Fiora to head to the lane. The hero he was using was Fiora. Zidai's hero was K-Sant. As everyone knows, Fiora counters K-Sant. Earlier during the pick phase, after Bin had first locked Fiora, Zidai had actually picked K-Sant as his counter. This really ticked Bin off. Is Zidai looking down on me? Or is he already looking for an excuse for his defeat? Trying to make people think it is not because Zidai is weaker, but because of a champion counter. Thinking of this, Bin narrowed his eyes. A cold killing intent surfaced. Zun and the others behind him also clearly felt that Bin was getting serious. So they each pulled up a chair and became loyal spectators. When Bin's Fiora saw K-Sant in the top lane, it was like seeing a sworn enemy. He lunged forward with his sword. But 10 seconds later, when the first blood notification sounded, Zun and everyone sitting behind Bin were stunned. He got soloed. Zidai's K-Sant actually soloed the Fiora that was supposed to counter him. During those 10 seconds, they saw it perfectly clear. Bin did not make a single mistake the entire time. But Zidai on the other side seemed like a different person. Like a god of war. His execution was flawless from start to finish. And he finished off Bin's Fiora with a sliver of health left. My god, was that K-Sant really played by Zidai. This level of finesse, it is the first time I have ever seen it. Watching Bin's blank expression, Zun frowned. He immediately picked up his phone, opened the Huya streaming platform and searched for Zidai's channel. On the other side, Zidai in front of the screen was also in a daze. He went for an all-in at level 1 with K-Sant against Fiora. He did not think he would survive at all. He was going to get crushed by Bin anyway. He would rather die standing then run back to the tower. But once he started the level 1 brawl with Bin, he realized that while using this computer Shen Fei provided for him, His performance was more than a grade higher than usual. Every auto attack woven into his skills was incredibly smooth. The reason he killed Bin's Fiora in the end was simply because he landed 2 more auto attacks than Bin. If it were the usual him, forget outplaying Bin on details. Just not getting chased down and killed by him would be a blessing. He looked down at the mouse in his hand. Zidai murmured to himself in a daze. Have I gotten stronger, or is it because of this computer? ZZ-Tai looked a bit bewildered here. Little did he know that the countless viewers in front of their screens were even more dumbfounded. My god, are my eyes playing tricks on me, or am I dreaming? ZZ-Tai actually solo killed Bin at level 1. Can any pro explain what exactly happened in that play? Does not Fiora counter K-Sant? As a challenger in Ionia, all I can say is that while there are champion counters, ZZ-Tai played that absolutely perfectly. Especially that last limit Q-flash, you could not pull that off without extreme confidence in your own mechanics. By the way, did you guys notice? This computer seems to run League of Legends super smoothly, even smoother than the one ZZ-Tai used before. Tusk, could ZZ-Tai solo killing Bin be thanks to this computer? No way bro, are you kidding me? Can a smooth computer really make a person a better player? You do not actually believe ZZ-Tai's whole man and machine is one thing, do you? I think this solo kill was just pure luck. Brother Bin is definitely going to stomp ZZ-Tai next. The viewers in the livestream were buzzing with discussion. In the end, they all chose to keep watching. Inside the BLG base, after Bin snapped back to his senses, he did not really take it to heart. He shrugged and casually said to Zun and the others behind him, I was a bit careless. After saying his piece like a true man of few words, Bin turned his head back to the screen in front of him. His eyelids twitched slightly a couple of times. Then he took on a posture of going all out. Seeing this, Zun and the others glanced at each other and did not discuss it any further. And then, when they put all their attention on the landing between Bin and ZZ-Tai, Zun On and the rest were stunned once again. 5 minutes, several minion waves. ZZ-Tai had actually only missed 2. Looking at Bin on the other hand, he was sweating profusely under the pressure from ZZ-Tai's K-Sant. In just 5 minutes, he was already down more than 10 CS to ZZ-Tai. Then ZZ-Tai hit level 6 first, and solo killed Bin's Fiora once again. Seeing this, Zun On and the others started to feel something was not right. If Zun had not checked just now, and confirmed that the enemy K-Sant was indeed being played by ZZ-Tai, he almost would have thought it was the shy landing against Bin. ZZ-Tai's mechanics did not look like those of a retired player at all. He was simply fiercer than most active pro top laners. Next, ZZ-Tai solo killed Bin a full 9 times throughout the entire game. At first, ZZ-Tai's solo kills were always at the absolute limit. Later on, with a massive item lead, ZZ-Tai would just catch Bin's Fiora and start chasing him down to hack away. Bin's Fiora was completely unable to parry. The other lanes had not even finished their landing phases, only to find that the top lane was almost completely pushed through. ZZ-Tai's teammates all started typing in all chat. My god, Lord ZZ-Tai is mighty, actually smashing Bin. Awesome, this is a free win. Lord ZZ-Tai, make a comeback. With your form, winning a world championship would be child's play, right? Doge emoji. Amidst the crazy flattery of his teammates, ZZ-Tai fought with even more courage. In the end, he single-handedly carried his 4 teammates to win the game. Inside the BLG base, after watching his Nexus explode, Bin sat completely stunned in front of his screen. His hands, which had left the keyboard and mouse, were uncontrollably trembling at this moment. Pressure? In this match against ZZ-Tai, he only felt intense pressure. ZZ-Tai's playstyle, which left him completely breathless, made Bin even start to doubt his life. Was it really ZZ-Tai on the other side? A pro top laner who had retired long ago. Why did he feel like today's ZZ-Tai was even fiercer than the Shy? Even against the Shy, Bin had never been beaten into going legendary death mode. My god, Bin, do not get down on yourself yet. I get it, this all seems to be related to ZZ-Tai's newly built computer. Just then Zun, standing behind Bin, suddenly exclaimed. Hearing these words, Bin's brows instantly furrowed even tighter. Zun, you do not need to console me. Losing to ZZ-Tai today, I accept it. I could not beat him, plain and simple. What does that have to do with a computer? Mouse and keyboard can sometimes affect how you feel, but my loss to ZZ-Tai just now was not a matter of feeling at all. It was his reaction speed and mechanics. It is just a computer. Can it really make someone's reaction speed and mechanics stronger? Hearing this, Zun looked up at Bin. Then he could not help but say, Bin, I do not know how to explain it to you. Anyway, this whole thing is not that simple. Just go check out ZZTai's livestream and you will see. Saying that, Zun walked over to Bin's computer and directly searched for ZZTai's livestream for him. Seeing this, Bin frowned and could only patiently look over. Anyway, he absolutely would not believe a computer could make a person stronger even if it killed him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the news of ZZTai crushing Bin in a ranked match had completely blown up in the League of Legends streamer and pro circles. Uzi, Ziohu, and others all flocked to ZZTai's livestream to watch him. At that time, ZZTai, sitting in front of his computer, had not snapped back to reality for a long time. This game, he could only describe it in one word: exhilarating. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. Holding the mouse, he felt as if he could perfectly execute the mechanics he could not pull off before. Staring blankly at the computer in front of him, ZZTai knew all of this definitely had something to do with this computer. The man and machine as one effect he had randomly made up. This computer actually made it a reality for him. Ring, ring. And right at this moment, ZZTai's phone on the desk suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, ZZTai hurriedly answered it. Uncle Wang. What? You have already drafted the legal documents and are ready to sue Shenfei for me. No, Uncle Wang, absolutely do not do that. Shenfei is not some scammer, he is like my own blood brother reborn. I will explain this to you later. Anyway, this computer is absolutely worth far more than the 100,000. After hastily hanging up the phone, ZZTai looked at the livestream camera with an arrogant face. Where are the haters? Haters, speak up, talk to me. I told you a long time ago it was all the computer's fault. Now that the computer problem is solved, never mind that small fry let me. What about Bin? He is a world championship runner-up top laner, the strongest domestic top laner. Did not he still get strung up and beaten by me? ZZTai's excited roar echoed throughout the entire live stream room. Countless fans were instantly unable to sit still. Damn it, he is really showing off now. I cannot accept this, I absolutely cannot accept this. ZZTai, it is not like you are actually good, it is this computer, alright. I feel like this PC actually speeds up your reaction time. I have been watching ZZTai for 3 years, and his reaction time in this game is even more absurd than during his prime. No, you are wrong, buddy, I am a programmer myself. It is not that ZZTai's reactions got faster, it is that this computer's CPU transmission efficiency is just terrifying. Maybe those benchmark scores were not wrong at all. This PC is just trashing every other computer on the market. Well, what was the owner's name again? Shen Fei, right, I'm willing to call him Brother Fei. Damn, this computer is nothing short of miraculous. The viewers in the live stream were buzzing with discussion. The mysterious image of Shen Fei in their minds instantly became incredibly lofty. Meanwhile, ZZTai could not care less what the viewers were saying. After all, he was the one who just crushed Bin. If he says he is invincible now, who dares to argue with him? Thinking of this, ZZTai started grinning cheekily. Brothers, now I am going to settle the score with that noob let me. I am going to take back the dignity I lost yesterday double. While saying this, ZZTai picked up his phone. He sent a WeChat message to Let Me, challenging him to a solo. A few seconds later, Let Me replied to ZZTai. And as ZZTai looked at his phone, he could not help but burst out laughing. Let me, you punk, you are watching my stream or not you? Haha, you are blaming your grandmother's passing and saying you have to go home for the funeral. Why do not you say your mom is pregnant with a second child instead? Just say you are scared to solo me, it is not shameful, even Bin could not beat me. You little noob, you little trash. ZZTai faced the camera and started gloating blatantly. Let Me, who was sitting in front of his computer in a residential building, had a complexion as ugly as if he had just eaten excrement. He could not fathom how a single computer could make ZZTai this powerful. Either way, he had zero interest in soloing ZZTai right now. Even Bin in his absolute prime got beaten like that by ZZTai. He would have to be out of his mind to agree to a solo with ZZTai. Meanwhile, ZZTai sent several more messages to Let Me, but they were like stones sinking into the sea. He did not get any response from Let Me at all. Putting down his phone, ZZTai leaned back in his gaming chair with a look of utter existential despair inside. Syed is lonely, so lonely. So this is what it feels like to be invincible. Can anyone come and give me a real challenge? I feel like I could take on 10 people at once. Seeing ZZTai being this arrogant on screen, many professional and retired players who came to check out the commotion could not help but twitch their eyelids. However, they were also extremely curious. Just what kind of computer is it that allowed ZZTai to beat Bin into the dirt? So Uzi, Ale, Jakulov, and others started flooding the chat. Uzi, ZZTai, let me see the performance of this computer. If it is really that broken, I am getting one too. Ale, Boss Tai, do me a favor, let us see your new computer. Jakulov, hurry up, even Ale is calling you, boss Tai, stop stalling. Seeing the chat completely exploding, Zaitai finally sat up straight in his gaming chair. He cleared his throat. With an attitude that could kill a person with frustration, he said, "Since you all want to see how amazing my new computer is, I will let you broaden your horizons." As he said this, Zaitai proceeded to download several large-scale PC games. As everyone knows, League of Legends does not actually have high requirements for computer hardware. Many massive single-player games are the real resource hogs. Therefore, when the numerous viewers in front of the screen saw this, they immediately craned their necks in anticipation. They all wanted to see just how high the configuration of Zaitai's new computer really was, and whether it could run these big games perfectly. About 10 minutes later, thanks to a gigabit fiber connection, Zaitai quickly finished downloading the first massive single-player game, Assassin's Creed. Then Zaitai opened Assassin's Creed directly and entered the game screen. The next second, Zaitai and countless viewers in front of the screens could not help but widen their eyes. Assassin's Creed. Is this really Assassin's Creed? Why does it look so different from the version I play? The lighting, the clothing textures, and the combat physics, this computer is rendering it all so vividly. I was trash-talking Assassin's Creed for being garbage for the longest time. Turns out my computer was the garbage. I owe the designers an apology. I am completely convinced, the 100,000 for this PC that Zaitai got is absolutely worth it. After seeing the effect of the PC Shenfei built for him running a large-scale game, countless people were left stunned. Whether it was the game's visuals or the physical combat effects, Shenfei's PC pushed them all to the absolute limit. And once Zaitai regained his composure, he did not feel like showing off anymore. He went ahead and opened the game known as the most hardware-demanding, Elden Ring. As a game that is a full 60 gigabytes in size, the hardware requirements can be imagined. You could say that in this game, the visuals are not just game graphics. They should be called cinematic shots, because every single frame, if screenshotted, has the quality of a Hollywood blockbuster. Under these conditions, you could say the graphics card is literally burning every single second. There have been quite a few players who, in the process of trying this game, had their graphics cards blow up. Even many high-spec computers playing this game would experience massive frame drops, causing the game's beauty to be severely compromised. Seeing Zaitai about to play this game on the PC Shenfei built for him, countless viewers in the stream became even more expectant. 1 second, 2 seconds. A few seconds later, Zaitai maneuvered the PC into the game screen. In an instant, the expressions on the faces of countless viewers went completely blank. A chill ran straight from their heels to the tops of their heads. Elden Ring is a dark fantasy open-world game. It is famous for its vast landscapes and underground dungeons. It is not like many viewers have not played this game before. But today, the computer built by Shenfei showed countless viewers what the real Elden Ring is all about. Elden Ring, the visual quality where even the fog is crystal clear, inevitably gave people goosebumps. And the platform's newly launched uncapped framerate streaming feature made many viewers exclaim, "Oh my god, I cannot take it. I feel like my phone is overheating, it is about to give out." Brother Faye's computer can run Elden Ring perfectly, but our devices for watching the stream do not seem to be powerful enough. Just 2 frames in and my 8,000 yuan PC is struggling to display the stream. Zizitai's side still seems very smooth. Zizitai, stop playing. If you play any longer, my phone is going to explode. I never thought there would be a day when my precious iPhone 14 Pro Max would struggle just to watch a stream. At this moment, the phones and computers of many viewers in the stream all started lagging, but everyone knew very well it was not the stream that was lagging, but rather their devices simply could not handle this level of graphics. However, even if you paused randomly on any frame, Elden Ring's graphics were so deep and immersive that it was shocking. Some viewers even suspected that even the designers at the very beginning of the design process never imagined there would be a computer capable of perfectly rendering these visuals. But the computer Shenfei built for Zizitai did it effortlessly. The viewers in the stream were utterly shocked, and Zizitai, sitting right in front of the computer, was so stunned his jaw almost dropped. What he was enjoying was a purely smooth version of Elden Ring. That kind of visual impact, Zizitai did not even know what words to use to describe it. Anyway, his mind was completely blown right now. And when Zizitai turned his head to look at the PC tower next to him, he suddenly could not help but let out a soft gasp of surprise. Logically speaking, playing a demanding, large-scale game like Elden Ring, the computer would be constantly running at high power. Under these circumstances, the PC tower would inevitably produce some noise. But inside the case of the computer Shenfei built for ZZTai, there was not a single trace of noise. It was dead silent. Sensing that something was not right, ZZTai shifted the camera and aimed it at the PC case. Then he started taking off the side panel of the case. Seeing this, countless viewers in the stream immediately fixed their eyes on it, not yet knowing why ZZTai was taking off the case panel. About 2 minutes later, ZZTai managed to open the case panel. All the hardware inside the case came into view for ZZTai and the countless viewers. Like most computers, the computer Shenfei built for ZZTai also had various hardware components packed tightly together. There was no visible difference. But when ZZTai's gaze moved to the cooler, his expression instantly froze. He looked at Elden Ring still running on the screen in front of him, then looked down at the cooler inside the case. His throat bobbed as he could not help but gulp, looking as if he had just seen a ghost. And a moment later, the countless viewers in the stream also finally noticed what was so strange. In an instant, the chat in the stream completely exploded. No way am I freaking seeing things. Elden Ring is a game that demands so much from specs and power. It is one thing that Brother Fei's PC can run it perfectly, but what do you mean the cooler is not working at all? The fan on the cooler is not even spinning at all, damn it. The fan not spinning proves that the CPU is nowhere near its load limit, which means running Elden Ring puts absolutely zero stress on this computer. Good heavens, I thought this was its limit, but it has not even reached the baseline. I can only say, Brother Fei, stop flexing. You built such an absurd PC, are not you going to leave any face for those big-name brands? Half an hour ago, Brother Fei was a criminal suspect. Half an hour later, he has completely become a god in my heart. This is truly the greatest tech god in our dragon country, bar none. The ordinary viewers in the stream were shocked to the extreme. And Uzi, along with other pro players, were not faring much better. Ashuri, now I finally get it. It is not ZZTai who is amazing, it is this freaking computer. The one who defeated Abin was not ZZTai, it was Shenfei, the boss of the god-tier manufacturing shop. Ale, when I heard that a computer could make a pro player return to their peak, or even surpass it, I thought it was a joke. Now I believe it, this computer is invincible. Uzi, damn, this makes me want to make a comeback. I will ask the league later if I can bring my own PC. If I can, I am coming out of retirement immediately. While Uzi was still thinking, little did he know the smart ones had already taken action. In just a few seconds, ZZTai's stream lost more than half of its viewers. And in Shenfei's stream, the viewer count in less than a minute directly skyrocketed from 0 to 1.2 million. Since the founding of the Tiger Shark streaming platform, there had never been a single stream that, without even broadcasting anything, could have so many concurrent viewers online. This was practically making history that had never been seen before and would be hard to replicate in the future. Of course, apart from coming to the stream to express their endless admiration for Shenfei like an ever-flowing river, the most important reason was, naturally, to place an order. To own such an insanely overpowered computer, let alone 100,000 yuan, there were plenty of viewers in the stream willing to spend even 200,000. And the promotional ad placement on the Tiger Shark streaming platform was ranked entirely based on the number of orders. Originally, Shenfei's promotional stream was ranked somewhere outside the top 100. But at this moment, Shenfei's stream ranking shot up like a rocket. With lightning speed, it directly soared to first place. All those big-name brands like Autoful gaming chairs, Asus keyboards, Razer mice, and the like were all trampled behind by Shenfei alone. According to incomplete statistics, in less than 10 minutes, out of the over 1 million people, about 300,000 had placed an order with Shenfei. This kind of exaggerated number was truly unmatched by any manufacturer's stream. To describe Shenfei as achieving fame in a single battle would not be an exaggeration at all. 2 in the afternoon, Shenfei, who just finished his meal and had a nap. He still has no idea that he has already become a viral sensation across the entire Husha Live platform. He was woken up entirely by the notification sounds from the Husha Live app on his phone. He opened his phone with sleepy, hazy eyes, looking at the flooded dashboard full of orders. Shenfei was instantly wide awake. He had anticipated that the computer he built for Zeta would attract a huge wave of traffic. But he never expected it to be this insane. It seems I will not have to worry about the points needed for the system upgrade anymore, Shenfei muttered to himself. Then he began to browse through the orders on the backend. With this single order from Zeta, Shenfei had already earned enough points to unlock the second stage of the system. The second stage consists of top-tier encyclopedia-level technology for civilian goods. The system has already uploaded all this knowledge directly into Shenfei's mind. compared to the second-tier civilian manufacturing technology. The first tier includes, but is not limited to, precision manufacturing for air conditioners, cars, and mobile phones. You could say that Shen Fei's manufacturing skills regarding civilian products are now comprehensive enough. But what interests Shen Fei the most is the system's third stage, top-tier military industrial manufacturing. It is fair to say that once the third stage is unlocked, Shen Fei's manufacturing capabilities will undergo a qualitative transformation. That is the kind of ability Shen Fei is truly looking forward to. However, wanting to unlock the third stage is not easy. You could even say it is a bit difficult. The points required for the system to upgrade from the first to the second stage were only 80,000. But for the upgrade from the second to the third stage, it requires a full 10 million points. Shen Fei is not lacking orders now, but the road to the third stage is still long and arduous. Even if he earns 100,000 points every day, it would still take a full 100 days. 100 days. Shen Fei got a headache just thinking about it. And that is assuming he maintains a high-intensity workload every single day. If he decides to be lazy and take a few days off in between, it will probably take a year to reach the third stage. Letting out a slight sigh, Shen Fei turned his attention back to the new orders on the backend. Hundreds of thousands of orders. Shen Fei certainly cannot go through them all. However, the Hush Alive platform is quite user-friendly. The orders are not arranged by time, but by the value of the order. The most expensive order right now is for 150,000. The client wants Shen Fei to build a computer even more insane than Zeta's, just to suppress Zeta's arrogance. The dozen or so orders following this one do not have much of a price gap. They are mostly between 100,000 and 150,000. Prices only start to drop below 100,000 after the 20th spot. As he looked through them, Shen Fei could not help but frown slightly. It is not that the order prices are too low. He does not need high material costs to begin with. He relies entirely on his own skills to manufacture the computers. The profit margin is huge. What worries Shen Fei is that without exception, everyone is coming to him to build computers. To be honest, the price of a single computer is capped. Around 100,000 or so is the limit. Even if Shen Fei were a complete scam artist, he could only gouge 100,000 or so. There is only so much water a bucket can hold. It cannot hold any more than its capacity. If he wants to accumulate 10 million points quickly, the best way is to take high-value orders, which means he needs people to place different types of orders. Thinking of this, Shen Fei really wanted to shout out loud, "I do not just build computers, can you guys use your imagination a bit more? As long as you can think of it, I can build it." Sighing with some frustration, Shen Fei decided to just pick an order at random. After all, he cannot just sit idle today. But right at this moment, he noticed a new order that suddenly appeared on the backend, and it had surged directly to the first place. Shen Fei's eyes could not help but light up. 500,000. The price of this new order is actually a full 500,000. At the same time, in the stream of the famous Hush Alive streamer Dai Xiaoma, after a few seconds of silence among the viewers, the chat exploded. "Oh my god, the old lady placed an order with Brother Fei. I thought she wanted a PC too. Who would have guessed it was to build a motorcycle? Old lady, did your head get stuck in a door? Everyone is asking Brother Fei for a PC and you want him to build a motorcycle." The old lady's order is in first place now, but Brother Fei definitely will not take it. Exactly, although Brother Fei's god-tier manufacturing shop does not specify the product type, I feel like they mainly do computers. Brother Fei is peerless at building computers, but motorcycles and computers are two completely different things. I doubt he even knows how to build one. No need to doubt, he definitely cannot. One's life's work is barely enough to master insane PC building. How could he possibly dabble in anything else? Haha, feels like the old lady is just trying to leech off Brother Fei's traffic. The guy above, you are right on the money. Keep leeching, old lady, sooner or later it is going to end badly. Excuse me, is that leeching in the proper sense of the word? I'm just eating instant noodles. How did a motorcycle tire end up on my face? The viewers in the chat were having a heated discussion. Dai Xiaoma in front of the screen looked like she wanted to murder someone. First, stop calling me an old lady. I'm only 27 this year, damn it. Second, I really do like motorcycles, but I do not like those generic ones on the market. Third, leeching this, leeching that, your sister. Can you guys stop making dirty jokes for one day or you will die? Dai Xiaoma put her hands on her hips, cursing and swearing. But this appearance of hers did not scare anyone. Instead, the bunch of perverts in her chat laughed even more lewdly. But not long after, the smiles on their faces froze. Then, after a brief moment of silence in the chat, It erupted like a tidal wave. Oh my God, are my eyes deceiving me? The old lady's order was accepted by Brother Fei. The store status says not accepting orders, but the order shows as accepted. Did Brother Fei really take an order to build a motorcycle? Do you think Brother Fei might have clicked it by mistake? Does he actually know how to build a motorcycle? Either way, I do not think it was a mistake. It is probably his merchant nature acting up again. Hahaha, you are right. The hardware Brother Fei uses is insane, but the aesthetics are really trash. Definitely a greedy merchant. The computer case is the cheapest part, something you can get for $1,000, and Brother Fei will not even spend that. If that is the case, then it is confirmed. Brother Fei is totally doing it for that $500,000. While netizens were all discussing Shen Fei accepting Dai Xiaomai's 500,000 yuan order. On the other side, inside the suburban manufacturing shop, Shen Fei had already begun to carefully examine Dai Xiaomai's order requirements. With an order price of 500,000, Shen Fei would certainly pocket as much money as he possibly could. After all, that was not just money, but also the points the system needed for upgrading. But under this premise, Shen Fei would still do his absolute best to satisfy the customer's order requirements. On the order placed by Dai Xiaomai it read, "Brother Shen Fei, I want you to custom build a motorcycle for me. Fellow bikers all say that being fast in the corners is true speed, but I do not know how to corner. So I want a motorcycle that is fast on the straights, the faster the better. Also, since I am a girl, can Brother Shen Fei make the motorcycle look super pretty? Love you." After reading Dai Xiaomai's incredibly cutesy order message, even Shen Fei could barely handle it. He had goosebumps all over. Then, while muttering Dai Xiaomai's requirements to himself, he entered the super laboratory. Compared to the order previously placed by Zidai, Dai Xiaomai's order had a few more requests. Not only did she demand speed, but she also had requirements for the motorcycle's appearance. Of course, in Shen Fei's view, the most important aspect of the motorcycle he was going to build for Dai Xiaomai was still stability. Recently, there had been quite a few news reports on the internet about motorcycle accidents. Among them were many teenagers in the prime of their youth. They lost their lives at such a young age because of motorcycles. In the past, when Shen Fei saw such news, he would at most just sigh about young kids being reckless. But now, equipped with top-tier motorcycle manufacturing technology, Shen Fei understood that the cause of those accidents could not be entirely blamed on those teenagers. Nowadays, in order to market their products, many motorcycle merchants would make highly exaggerated claims in their advertisements. They would say things like a top speed of over 300, or a full refund with no questions asked if it could not reach 400. True, the top speed of those motorcycles could indeed reach that level. But at such speeds, motorcycles could very easily lose control. Even a tiny pebble on the road could cost someone their life. But those young teenagers had no idea about this. By the time they found out, the grass on their graves would already be 10 feet high. So, to prevent the motorcycle he built from causing such a tragedy, Shen Fei planned to start with stability, to build an epic-making motorcycle for Dai Xiaomai. "Sai, it seems I will have to sacrifice a bit of my profit this time. But if this motorcycle can make a name for itself, future customers should be bold enough to let their imaginations run wild and place truly unique orders," Shen Fei murmured to himself. Then he directly opened the system's raw material database inside the super laboratory. After the system unlocked its second stage, the raw material database function was also unlocked at the same time. Although Shen Fei still needed to spend the money from the orders to purchase raw materials, it at least provided him with a great deal of convenience. Among the tens of thousands of civilian materials in the raw material database, Shen Fei spent over 10 minutes selecting and basically gathered all the materials needed to build the motorcycle. When the system finally calculated the total, it showed that his material selection this time cost a total of 12,000 yuan. Looking at this number, Shen Fei felt a pang of heartache. After all, this was not just 12,000 yuan. It was also 12,000 points. If the netizens were to know what he was thinking, they would definitely curse him as a profiteer. "Damn it, bro, it is a 500,000 yuan order, and you are complaining that 12,000 for raw materials is too expensive. Out of 500,000, you're making a pure profit of 488,000. Even the people selling health supplements back in the day were not as greedy as you, Shen Fei." After the raw materials were selected, Shen Fei began manufacturing the motorcycle. With the system's free equipment at his disposal, Shen Fei quickly built the frame of the motorcycle. Next came the engine, transmission system, running gear, steering and braking systems, as well as the electrical and instrument components in that order. Among these, the engine and transmission system definitely consumed the most of Shen Fei's time and required his most meticulous craftsmanship. After all, these two components determine the speed of the motorcycle. However, as for the exterior, it would also cost Shenfei a great deal of energy this time. Besides the fact that Dai Xiaomai had specific requirements for its appearance, it was also because the exterior was the core component through which Shenfei would endow this motorcycle with its stability. After going over the complete manufacturing process in his mind once more, Shenfei buried himself in his work with intense concentration. Inside the entire super laboratory, apart from the noise generated by Shenfei's welding, there was only the crisp sound of birds chirping. There was no concept of day and night inside the super laboratory. Time flowed like water, slipping away quickly. After about 15 days like this, Shenfei finally stopped his work. Although the entire process was quite exhausting, looking at the motorcycle he had built with his own hands in front of him, Shenfei felt that it was all worth it. Just then, the system's voice happened to ring out. Ding, the system will now grade the host's current experiment. Following the system's inspection, the host's motorcycle experimental product manufacturing has received a perfect score of 100. In terms of the motorcycle's exterior shell, the host's comprehension and manufacturing abilities have broken through the limit. You are now rewarded with 100,000 system upgrade points. The soft mechanical voice echoed in Shenfei's mind. Shenfei immediately could not help but look slightly stunned. Soon after, a flash of excitement inevitably crossed the depths of his eyes. He truly had not expected that he could actually receive a points reward from the system. Although 100,000 points was not a lot, every little bit counts. It seems this is not some profiteering system after all. At least it is not too stingy with its own people. Shenfei let out a soft breath and could not help but joke to himself. Then he composed himself a bit and left the super laboratory with the newly built motorcycle. After the system upgraded to its second stage, the super laboratory had naturally undergone an upgrade as well. Especially the time ratio, a function that Shenfei found to be insanely overpowered, had received a massive enhancement. Originally, the time ratio between the super laboratory and the outside world was 5:1. Now, after upgrading to the second stage, the time ratio had reached an exaggerated 30:1. Shenfei spent 15 days inside the super laboratory this time. Yet only a short half-day had passed in the real world. Looking up at the clock on the wall, and feeling that he still had enough time, Shenfei first packed up the motorcycle, planning to ship it to Dai Xiaomai first thing tomorrow morning. It is 10 o'clock in the morning. After a night of buzz, the news of Shenfei accepting Dai Xiaomai's motorcycle order had already stirred up quite a wave online. Those netizens who tried to get Shenfei to build them a PC but were rejected all sighed about how lucky that girl Dai Xiaomai was. Some emotionally stirred netizens even went directly to the comment section of Dai Xiaomai's live stream to leave messages. "Old woman, hurry up and start the stream, I want to duel you. Everyone is asking Brother Fei to build a PC. What are you doing butting in by asking him to build a motorcycle? I was second on the waiting list. Brother Fei did not have time for me today, but he definitely would have tomorrow. Now that you have done this, who knows when my turn will come. Yeah, building a motorcycle is not like putting together a PC. I bet Brother Fei will not have time to take any other orders for at least a week. Wait, my God, look at the title of that old woman's live stream. Am I seeing things? For the past 2 days, Dai Xiaomai has been starting her streams in the morning and streaming until 4 in the afternoon. That is why hundreds of thousands of people were waiting for her to go live. At this moment, seeing that it was already time for her stream, she had not gone live as scheduled. Instead, she had secretly changed the title of her live stream. Brothers, I am taking the day off. The new motorcycle Brother Fei built for me has arrived. The many viewers watching the screen stared at this title, completely stunned for a good 10 seconds. Immediately after, the chat comments below the live room exploded. My God, it has not even been a full day, right? Brother Fei actually finished the old woman's motorcycle. Are there any motorcycle experts in the chat? Is this kind of speed even normal? I have been a motorcycle enthusiast for 10 years, and I can tell you that anything built in just one day definitely cannot be high quality. I have seen the order requirements the old woman sent to Brother Fei. They were full of empty talk. She asked for it to look good without saying how good, and said it needed fast acceleration without saying how fast. Haha, I said yesterday the old woman would get scammed by Brother Fei, and now it is becoming a reality. It seems Brother Fei's unscrupulous merchant nature is as strong as ever. I wonder how much of that 500,000 he pocketed this time. I calculated the PC he built for Urzi before. Aside from the hardware Brother Fei custom made himself, which is insane, the other materials probably did not even cost 200. I will make a bold prediction. Brother Fei probably made at least 400,000 off this 500,000. To the guy above, you are underestimating him. If it is less than 450,000, Brother Fei does not deserve the title of King of Scammers. Wave after wave of messages poured in. They just would not stop. Inside a standalone villa, Dai Xiaomai, sitting in front of her computer, read these comments. Her face turned red with anger. How the motorcycle turns out has nothing to do with you guys, honestly. As long as I like it is not that enough. It seems like not starting the stream was the right choice. These haters are so annoying. Dai Xiaomai put her hands on her hips and grumbled with frustration. When the motorcycle first arrived, her best friend Tuntun even urged her, saying she absolutely had to go live and not waste such good traffic. At this point, what audience on the Husha platform has not heard the name Shen Fei? If Dai Xiaomai could do like Zidao and do an unboxing on stream, not to mention the quality of the motorcycle Shen Fei built for her, the exposure alone would be worth way more than 500,000. But after thinking it over, Dai Xiaomai still decided not to stream. She felt that the motorcycle was purely her own hobby. She did not want to get money and traffic involved. That would just spoil the fun. Seeing the messages from the fans now, Dai Xiaomai felt even more certain about that decision. Is not it nicer to just enjoy unboxing it by myself? Why should I listen to other people's gossip? HMPH, I will do the unboxing myself. I will not even show you guys my new motorcycle. Dai Xiaomai huffed a couple of times, then walked out the door into the villa's courtyard. Grabbing her tools to open the package, Dai Xiaomai worked quite skillfully. With a few quick movements, she tore open the large carton containing the motorcycle. After the carton was opened, there was a layer of anti-collision foam inside. And after she removed the foam layer, the motorcycle Shen Fei built for her was fully exposed to the air. But looking at the bike in front of her, Dai Xiaomai's eyelid could not help but twitch violently. Shen Fei, did you really scam my money? You are annoying, so annoying. How can you be exactly like those haters said? Scammer, boohoo scammer. Before she opened the box, Dai Xiaomai imagined that even if the bike was not as cool as a Kimco X sighting, it should at least compare to a Yamaha. But the motorcycle Shen Fei built for her in front of her had a very aerodynamic shape, but the appearance did not have anything to do with being good-looking. Especially under the sunlight, the outer shell looked like rusted iron that had been forcibly polished clean. It was as ugly as it could possibly be. Dai Xiaomai felt like crying. Huh, what is this? But just then, the teary-eyed Dai Xiaomai suddenly froze. She quickly stepped forward. After getting closer to the motorcycle, Dai Xiaomai leaned in. She saw on the gas tank cover, a dash of pink stood out quite abruptly. Dai Xiaomai looked closely and realized it was a Peppa Pig pattern. After a moment of surprise, Dai Xiaomai could not help but burst into laughter. Brother Fei, are you seriously just a typical oblivious guy? I knew it, I am such a pretty and cute girl, how could you bear to scam me? Dai Xiaomai pouted. In her view, Shen Fei probably did not know what kind of aesthetics a girl really wanted. But because she asked for the appearance to look good, Shen Fei decided to paint this Peppa Pig for her. Forget it, I will be generous and forgive you, Dai Xiaomai said with a smile. She looked down at the Peppa Pig pattern again, and her smile grew even wider. But all of this came to an abrupt end when Dai Xiaomai got on the bike and turned the key. Gas, where is the gas? Shen Fei, you big jerk, the biggest scammer in the world. I spent 500,000 and you could not even bother to fill it up with a tank of gas. Hey, is this the police? There's a fraudster here, yes, the kind involving a huge amount of money. Investigate, what is there to investigate? No need. Please just go ahead and shoot him. In the courtyard of the detached villa, Dai Xiaomai's roar pierced the sky. She was gritting her teeth so hard her back molars were about to shatter. Shen Fei, do not think I would not actually call the police. Wait until I test the speed of this motorcycle. If I am not satisfied, I will go straight to the police officers to seek justice for me, Dai Xiaomai said with a flushed little face. However, before she could go to the police to seek justice, obviously she had to go to the gas station to buy a bucket of gasoline first. In Dai Xiaomai's livestream room on the Tiger Shark platform, more and more viewers, having heard the news, were already flooding in. The popularity was almost catching up to what it was when she first started her broadcast. And what everyone was interested in was definitely the new motorcycle Shen Fei had built for Dai Xiaomai. Although people were saying all sorts of things in the livestream room, it would be a lie to say everyone was not curious about a product made by Shen Fei, even if it were just a pile of scrap metal right now. as long as it was associated with Shen Fei. Everyone would be curious enough to take a second look. Old Wam, no, the prettiest, most beautiful, and most stunningly figured Dai in the world. I'm begging you, just let me take a look at the motorcycle Brother Fei built for you. Sister Dai, just one look, I just need one look. I am dying here, please sis. I feel like there are ants crawling all over me, my whole body is shaking. I can hardly breathe, I am begging you, Sister Dai. Ha ha ha, I am dying of laughter. Bro, upstairs, you should publish a book, I will pay to read it. To be honest, what is everyone so curious about? Are you curious about exactly how much money Brother Fei scammed out of the old woman? Duh, what else would we be curious about? We could look forward to a computer built by Brother Fei, but what is there to expect from a motorcycle? Oh my god, brothers, guess what I just saw? Just now I saw the old woman. What, bro, you saw the old woman? Take a picture quickly. What does her new motorcycle look like? The comments in the live stream room instantly exploded following a message from a viewer named Seeking Defeat in Solitude. And under everyone's anxious anticipation, after a few seconds had passed, the viewer named Seeking Defeat in Solitude finally sent another comment saying, I took a careful look, and I only saw the old woman coming to the gas station alone to buy gas. I did not see the motorcycle Brother Fei built for her at all. She drove a car here. I do not get it. Does the old woman have a habit of hoarding 98-octane gasoline? Seeking Defeat in Solitude's comment was full of utter confusion. However, some of the quicker-witted viewers in the live stream room instantly reacted and figured it out. The old woman running to the gas station to buy gas. Could it be that Brother Fei did not fill up the motorcycle's gas tank? Ha, that must be it. Brother Fei truly deserves his title as the ultimate shady merchant. He is too stingy to even give the old woman $100 worth of gas. You can always trust Brother Fei, he never disappoints. Looks like our previous guess that Brother Fei pocketed 450,000 out of the 500,000 was an underestimation. It is probably closer to 470 or 80,000. I just want to know, is the old woman hiding in some corner wiping away her tears right now? The countless viewers in the live stream room were almost trembling with laughter. Shen Fei's image as a shady merchant was now completely deeply rooted in everyone's minds. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dai Xiaomai naturally was not as dramatic as everyone made her out to be, literally wiping away tears. But on this 2-kilometer round trip to buy gas, she had cursed Shen Fei in her heart who knows how many times. After returning to the courtyard of her villa, Dai Xiaomai could not wait to take the 98-octane gasoline she just bought and pour it all into the motorcycle's gas tank. Now that it had gas, Dai Xiaomai turned the motorcycle key again, and the motorcycle Shen Fei built for her instantly started up. After putting on her helmet, Dai Xiaomai rode the motorcycle and left the villa. Although Dai Xiaomai had ridden motorcycles before, she was obviously an amateur, so she did not really understand much about motorcycle performance and the like. Twisting the throttle all the way, after riding for about 2 kilometers, Dai Xiaomai came to a stop. Phew, this motorcycle is actually quite comfortable to ride. But I do not know if a speed of 70 is considered fast or not. Dai Xiaomai let out a soft breath. Then she took out her phone, deciding to ask the vast number of netizens. Leaning against the motorcycle, Dai Xiaomai anonymously posted a thread on the largest motorcycle forum. Fellow riders, is a motorcycle with a speed of 70 considered to have good performance? Is it worth 300,000? Dai Xiaomai did not dare to directly ask if it was worth 500,000, afraid that someone might recognize her burner account. But as long as this motorcycle was worth 300,000, she could actually accept it. And just a few seconds after she posted the thread, quite a few people started replying to her post. A speed of 70 and the original poster is asking if it is worth 300,000. You must be joking. Are you a newbie original poster? Then let me tell you, even my 30,000 yuan motorcycle can hit 100. Are you a snail or is your motorcycle a snail? I advise you to stay out of the motorcycle community, it is just too embarrassing. Looking at the comment replies one by one, Dai Xiaomai looked at the motorcycle behind her and could not help but sigh immediately. Looks like I really cannot figure out exactly how much this motorcycle is worth. 70 probably has not reached the limit of this motorcycle, but I would not dare ride it any faster anyway. Forget it, let it be. Riding it around to catch the breeze when I have free time is nice too. I will just treat it as being scammed by that big shady merchant Shen Fei. Dai Xiaomai forcefully comforted herself. Then she sat down on the side of the road, hugging her knees. In front of her was a high-speed railway station. Because it was quite remote, very few people came here to take the high-speed train. However, because the scenery here was not bad, Dai Xiaomai usually liked to come here to sit alone and enjoy some peace and quiet whenever she had something troubling her mind. She was able to heal herself every time. Shenfei, you big jerk. Good thing this place can make me feel better. Otherwise, I would really die of grievance. Dai Xiaomai muttered, pouting her lips. 10 or so minutes later, feeling that her mood had calmed down a lot, Dai Xiaomai stood up, planning to ride her motorcycle home. But right at that moment, a young man around 27 or 28 years old, with somewhat ordinary looks, suddenly walked up to Dai Xiaomai with an anxious expression. Beautiful, I have something very urgent right now. Could I please borrow your motorcycle for a ride? Hearing the young man's abrupt words, a trace of wariness immediately appeared on Dai Xiaomai's face. Why do you need to borrow my motorcycle? Hearing this, the young man turned his head to look at the high-speed railway station behind him. Immediately after, a look of sorrow uncontrollably flashed across his face. My girlfriend of 7 years just broke up with me, but she said as long as I can catch up to the high-speed train she is on, we still have a chance. So beautiful, I am begging you, can you lend me your motorcycle to let me try? Do not worry, if I break it, I will sell everything I own to pay you back. The man looked up, staring straight at Dai Xiaomai. Besides deep pleading in his eyes, there was also a hint of unwillingness to give up. When Dai Xiaomai heard his words, she was immediately a bit dumbfounded. Bro, I did not mishear you right. You want to ride a motorcycle to chase a high-speed train. Do you know how fast a high-speed train is? It is not that I will not lend it to you. It is just that how could you possibly catch up? Dai Xiaomai often travels by high-speed rail, so she knows full well how terrifying the speed of a high-speed train is. It hits over 300 kilometers per hour at the drop of a hat. How could a motorcycle possibly reach that kind of speed? And even if it somehow did, the way a high-speed train runs is completely different from a motorcycle. Just now, when Dai Xiaomai rode at 70 miles an hour, she felt like her body was flying ahead while her soul was struggling to catch up. If you rode a motorcycle at 300 kilometers per hour, it really would be a case of ride it well and you are covered in dust, ride it poorly and you are inside an urn of ashes. Miss, do you know a certain saying? Even if I know it is impossible, I still want to try. I'm afraid that if I miss this chance, it will be for a lifetime. Let this 7-year relationship burn in the wind one last time. Right at this moment, the young man said, his eyes welling up with tears. And upon hearing this, Dai Xiaomai froze on the spot. She had no experience with relationships and did not understand what a 7-year-long relationship was like. But at this moment, she was truly moved by the young man before her. She reached out and handed the motorcycle keys to him. A smile bloomed on her face as she said, "Good luck, man." Yeah? The young man took the keys and nodded heavily. Just then, a breeze created by the starting high-speed train blew over. The young man turned to look at the Harmony high-speed train that had already traveled hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. He hurriedly said to Dai Xiaomai, "Miss, words cannot express my gratitude. She is on that train, I have to go after her." After saying that, he walked quickly to the motorcycle. After putting on his helmet, the young man started the bike. The next second, whoosh, a sonic boom echoed. Even Dai Xiaomai's hair was blown into a mess. She looked at her motorcycle and was momentarily stunned. Why does it feel different from when I ride it? Dai Xiaomai stared blankly at the motorcycle rapidly disappearing from her view. Then she turned to look at the high-speed train next to it, which was already at full speed. Her pupils shrank in shock. According to her estimation, the high-speed train must be doing at least 260 or 70 kilometers per hour, if not 300. But the young man riding her motorcycle was closing the distance to the Harmony train, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inside the Harmony high-speed train, passengers were reading newspapers or playing on their phones, casually passing the time on their long journey. But all of this was broken by a sudden cry of alarm. "My God, everyone look, what on earth is that?" A young man wearing glasses pointed out the window, his voice filled with absolute horror. The other passengers, curious, stood up and craned their necks to see what had shocked the man in glasses so much. And it was no small matter. Once they saw it, the expressions on everyone's faces froze. In an instant, the entire carriage fell into a dead silence. Through the train window, they clearly saw a motorcycle on the road a few dozen meters away from the tracks, speeding along at a jaw-dropping pace. They silently glanced at the sign above the carriage, showing 293 kilometers per hour. Then turned back to look at the motorcycle that was almost ahead of the train, all of them wearing expressions that questioned reality. In the train's cockpit, watching the motorcycle that had completely overtaken the front of the train and was rapidly pulling away, even the experienced middle-aged driver could not help but let out a curse. Good heavens, man, am I driving the high-speed train or are you? Is motorcycle technology really this advanced now, chasing down a bullet train like it is a toy? On the Harmony high-speed train, everyone who witnessed this scene felt a chill run straight from their feet to the top of their heads. Then the sound of phones being pulled out echoed throughout the carriage. Some opened their cameras to record this incredible scene. Others started sending WeChat messages to their loved ones, telling them what had happened. But at the same time, everyone was baffled. Why would someone ride a motorcycle so fast? Are they tired of living? Although there were few vehicles on that road, at such high speeds, a single loss of control would mean a fatal crash. Wait, everyone look, everyone look. Hey. Right at this moment, a shout rang out again. Everyone followed the sound. They saw that the motorcycle, which had pulled away from the train and vanished, had appeared again. But this time the motorcycle was stationary. And beside the bike, a young man was kneeling on one knee, gazing lovingly toward the train. He was clearly holding something up in his hand. Although it was a bit far, everyone could not quite see what it was. But many guessed it must be a ring. Inside the train carriage, after a moment of silence, a wave of uproar erupted. That boy was going so fast, all just to catch up with our train. Risking his own life, driving a motorcycle at nearly 400 miles an hour just to catch up with someone. There must be a girl on this Harmony train who is loved so deeply by that boy. Oh, stop it, I am crying my eyes out, this is all so moving. The many passengers in the carriage were deeply touched. No one expected to witness such a tear-jerking event while taking the train. In by one window, a girl with a gentle appearance was watching the boy kneeling on one knee, and finally burst into tears. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face as if they were free. When the passengers near her saw the girl's state, after a brief moment of surprise, they immediately gathered around out of curiosity. "Miss, is that boy your lover?" One of them could not help but ask, although a few other girls in the carriage had been moved to tears. Most just sniffled a little, but this girl looked like she was sobbing her heart out. The commotion here drew even more passengers to look. Everyone turned their curious gazes toward the girl. It was not until the fast-moving high-speed train completely pulled away, leaving the figure of the kneeling young man out of sight, that the girl finally withdrew her gaze. Then, meeting everyone's gaze, she wiped away her tears and spoke with a choking voice. "Yes, he is my boyfriend, Zhang Ping. We have been in love for 7 years, but because of housing issues, we never got married. Now, for the sake of our jobs, we have to endure a long-distance relationship again. Before boarding this train to part ways, I broke up with him. I thought it would be best for both of us. After all, a house in a big city is just too expensive. How long would the two of us have to struggle just to afford a house and have a home?" Before leaving, I saw the reluctance in his eyes. So I told him that as long as he could catch up with this high-speed train, we still had a chance. Originally, this was just an excuse to make both of us give up, but I never thought he would actually. As she finished speaking, the tears in the girl's eyes were like a kite with a broken string, falling continuously. After hearing the story of the two told by the girl, the people in the carriage also started wiping away their tears one after another. Soon after, voices of persuasion rang out one by one. "Girls, say yes to that young man. As long as two people truly love each other, nothing is impossible." It is really rare for young people nowadays to have such pure feelings. Little girl, do not miss out on this young man. To be willing to risk his life to win back your relationship, girl, he is a man you can entrust your life to. Listening to everyone's persuasion, the girl nodded heavily. Then with a trembling voice, she sent a voice message to Zhang Ping. "I am not leaving, I am not leaving. I will wait for you at the next stop." After the girl's voice faded, smiles bloomed on the faces of the onlooking passengers. Then everyone started clapping, giving their most sincere blessings to the girl. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dai Xiaomai, who was still waiting at the high-speed rail station, had absolutely no idea about any of this. After the young man named Zhang Ping rode the motorcycle away, Dai Xiaomai's eyes were filled with worry. She was not worried that Zhang Ping would damage the motorcycle and be unable to pay for it. Instead, she was afraid that Zhang Ping might get into an accident. After all, the speed at which Zhang Ping left was just too incredibly fast. Now both the high-speed train and the figure of Zhang Ping riding the motorcycle had completely disappeared from sight. It would be strange if Dai Xiaomai was not worried. "Brother, please do not let anything happen to you. Otherwise, I will definitely regret lending you the motorcycle," Dai Xiaomai muttered, pouting her lips. However, right at this moment, a faint roar of a motorcycle suddenly reached Dai Xiaomai's ears. Hearing the sound, Dai Xiaomai immediately looked up towards the road. when she saw that it was Zhang Ping safely returning on the motorcycle. Dai Xiaomai finally could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Once Zhang Ping approached and stopped the motorcycle, Dai Xiaomai quickly comforted him. "Brother, it is okay if you did not catch up. At least you have tried, so there are no regrets." Although when Zhang Ping rode off on the motorcycle, he was going very fast and was indeed closing the distance with the high-speed train. But even a motorcycle newbie like Dai Xiaomai had heard that. Even if a motorcycle can reach a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, it is impossible to maintain it continuously, because the motorcycle's engine simply would not be able to handle it. When Zhang Ping rode the motorcycle out of her sight, he was still a long distance away from the high-speed train, so Dai Xiaomai did not think Zhang Ping had actually caught up with the train. However, hearing this, Zhang Ping, who had just parked the motorcycle, could not help but freeze. "Miss, are you looking down on my skills? Well, the performance of your motorcycle is truly incredible, so only with my poor skills would it be possible not to catch up with the high-speed train. But I used to be a motorcycle enthusiast too," Zhang Ping said with a chuckle. Upon hearing Zhang Ping's words, this time it was Dai Xiaomai's turn to be a little dumbfounded. The motorcycle's performance is incredible. Impossible not to catch up with the high-speed train. "Brother, you mean you actually caught up?" Dai Xiaomai asked with an exaggerated expression. Hearing this, Zhang Ping nodded happily. Then he turned his head to look at the motorcycle behind him. With a strong sense of shock still lingering in his eyes, he said, "At first, I also thought it was almost impossible to catch up with the high-speed train. But in order not to leave any regrets in my heart, after getting on your motorcycle, I slammed the throttle and shifted gears aggressively. Then I was shocked to find that at the speed of your motorcycle, the high-speed train, known for its speed, seemed as slow as a snail in my eyes. I thought the high-speed train was just moving too slowly, but after I looked down at the dashboard on the motorcycle, I saw a number. 400 miles per hour. Converted to kilometers, that is a full speed of over 600 kilometers per hour. And I know this is not even the top speed of your motorcycle, miss, because I did not even twist the throttle all the way. So miss, please stop joking around with me. With your motorcycle, how could it be impossible to catch up with a high-speed train? Even catching up with an airplane would not be a problem. Ajing already sent me a message just now, saying she will wait for me at the next stop. Miss, thank you so much. If it were not for you and your motorcycle, we might have really missed each other." Zhang Ping looked at Dai Xiaomai and said with a face full of gratitude. Then he looked down at the time and said somewhat apologetically, "Miss, I am sorry. I have to hurry up and buy a ticket for the next high-speed train to go find Ajing." After saying that, he once again expressed his deep gratitude to Dai Xiaomai. Only then did Zhang Ping run hurriedly towards the entrance of the high-speed rail station. But what he did not know was that Dai Xiaomai did not hear a single word of his later thanks. After he finished talking about the motorcycle built by Shen Fei, Dai Xiaomai was already completely dumbfounded. Looking blankly at the motorcycle beside her, Dai Xiaomai could not help but gulp and swallow her saliva, saying, "Not to mention catching up with a high-speed train, even catching an airplane would not be a problem. Shen Fei, my brother Fei, what kind of motorcycle did you actually build for me? I am sorry I was too loud before. Brother Fei, how are you a profiteer? You are simply the most amazing and incredible manufacturer in the world. You did not put gas in it, it must have exceeded the budget. $500,000 just was not enough to spend, right? You are simply too good to me. You did not scam me at all." At this moment, Shen Fei's image in Dai Xiaomai's heart instantly became tall and majestic. And as for the motorcycle parked in front of her, Dai Xiaomai found it more and more pleasing to the eye, no longer despising its appearance like before. Being able to reconcile a couple and save a relationship. This is truly the most beautiful motorcycle. A positive review, Brother Fei, I'm giving you a perfect 10 out of 10 review. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it never gets stuck in traffic. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, I will be home in a jiffy tilde. On the way back, Dai Xiaomai could not be in a better mood. It was completely different from how she felt on the way there. What she did not know, however, was this. Because of her motorcycle, a massive uproar had already broken out on the internet. All of this was because the passengers on that Harmony high-speed train had uploaded the videos they filmed onto Douyin. In a short period of time, every netizen scrolling through Douyin was bombarded by this news. Out of every 10 videos, at least 8 were of that shocking scene where Zhang Ping chased the high-speed train on his motorcycle. The topic charging for love, chasing a high-speed train on a motorcycle, had even surged straight to the #1 spot on the Douyin trending list. Countless netizens were deeply moved by this love story. And as the topic gained more and more momentum, many influencers with millions of followers started live streaming about it. First was the famous life coach, the legendary Brother Jayo, or Mr. Jan Yapin. With the familiar woods and his trademark background of a Prado car, Jayo looked at the camera with a serious expression and said, "Homies, I love telling the truth. Charging for love, chasing a high-speed train on a bike. Do not you feel your blood boiling and burning when you watch that video, homies? Well, today I, little Jayo, am going to show you the essence of this matter. What you see is a moving love story, but what I see is that without money, you cannot even take a step. I love telling the truth. If they had money, if that couple owned a house, this story would never have happened in the first place. Homies, I love telling the truth. Chasing the train, it was not the man doing the chasing, it was the motorcycle. What was the motorcycle bought with? Money. It is all about that cold hard cash. So homies, go make some real money. Everything else is fake, only money is real. If you have enough money, not only will girls chase you, even royalty will chase you. And without money, you cannot even afford a bike, and in the end, you can only watch her fade away. Homies, I love telling the truth." Before the camera, Jayo spoke with spit flying, forceful and resonant. The tens of thousands of viewers in the stream were silent for a moment, and then the comment section exploded. "Damn, Brother Jayo actually left me stunned. How come it sounds so reasonable?" Ooh, the old Jayo just spat around, but today teacher Jan Yaping is speaking pearls of wisdom. When he quoted, "A gentleman hides his weapon and waits for the right time to strike," I knew I had found a new life mentor. Brother Jayo, I do not envy you driving a Prado, but if you start reading books, I am truly defeated. While Jayo was dissecting the hot topic over here, on the other side, the famous law professor Luo Xiang also started a live stream. Of course, for a man of his genuine learning, ethics, and cultivation. He disdained chasing after such fleeting trends. He only started the stream because over 100,000 netizens had tagged him within a short time. Facing the camera, Luo Xiang adjusted his glasses. Then he pursed his lips and began. "Everyone is asking me if chasing a high-speed train on a motorcycle counts as illegal speeding, and if it carries criminal liability. To answer that, we first need to understand what constitutes speeding and what is considered severe speeding. On a road with an 80 km/h limit, exceeding it by 10% is speeding, and by 50% is severe speeding. I specifically checked, and the road where the young man chased the train is Changhua Avenue, which has a speed limit of 80. Severe speeding results in fines and points deducted from your driver's license. However, beyond that, if the speeding is excessive even without causing a major accident, one may still face criminal liability. But here we have a reference point, which is the high-speed train. A high-speed train travels at 300 km per hour under normal conditions. The young man's speed while chasing the train on his bike was practically criminal. But all of this must be based on the speed reported by the railway authorities at the time. I do not know if you all understand what I mean. At the end, Luo Xiang gave a very meaningful look. And the audience in the stream, after a moment of stunned silence, suddenly realized. Hahaha, teacher Luo, we get it. As long as the railway department does not disclose the speed at the time, the young man does not have to face criminal charges. I am crying, is this the unique romance of a law scholar? Tagging the Shanghai Railway Department, we have understood teacher Luo's hint, it is up to your own wisdom now. For once, I really do not want love to lose just this once. Just as the viewers in Luo Xiang's stream were busy tagging the Shanghai Railway Department. Little did they know that some professionals in the motorcycle industry had their own insights on the top speed of that motorcycle at the time. In a small courtyard in Beijing, the well-known female motorcycle influencer Pai Yu was facing the camera. She played the video of the bike chasing the train for her viewers to see. I do not know if you have all looked closely. The whole video is 9 seconds long. And in those short 9 seconds, the motorcycle passed 26 utility poles. According to the municipal planning in recent years, the poles on Changhua Avenue are spaced exactly 55 meters apart. 26 poles 55 meters apart 9 seconds. Combining this data, we can conclude that the bike in the video reached a terrifying speed of over 600 kilometers per hour. It is exaggerated, simply too exaggerated. I have been into bikes for so many years, but I have never seen such an insane motorcycle. Pai Yu could not help but click her tongue in disbelief. Looking at the bike in the video, her eyes were filled with yearning. Even though the bike looked blurry in the video, you could not really see what it looked like. But in Pai Yu's opinion, with performance like that, the looks do not even matter anymore. Never mind owning one like this. Even if she could just take it for a single spin, Pai Yu would feel her life was complete. Over here, Pai Yu was filled with longing. The over 100,000 viewers in her livestream were completely shocked by her words. Although the footage of the motorcycle chasing the high-speed train in the video had already given the viewers a massive shock. But everyone did not really have a concept of the motorcycle's top speed at the time. Now hearing Piyu's analysis, the hundreds of thousands of netizens could not help but feel their scalps tingle. My God, did I hear that right? Over 600 kilometers per hour. Usually when I drive at 120, I feel like my soul is trying to catch up with me. This motorcycle actually reached a terrifying top speed of over 600. Is the guy riding it really not afraid of death? The Grim Reaper, I want to take him away too, but I simply cannot catch him. I feel like the helmet that guy is wearing on his head is more or less redundant. All I can say is that his short 9 seconds were more exciting than my whole life. That red-hot motorcycle exhaust pipe looks exactly like my lost youth. No way is it really as exaggerated as you guys are making it out to be. Is not it just a motorcycle? I have not been exposed to motorcycles myself, but I heard that many of them can run at several hundred kilometers per hour, right? Bro, is the several hundred you're talking about 200 or 300? Even Piyu thinks this motorcycle is incredibly fierce. How can you think it is just a motorcycle? The numerous viewers in the live stream were discussing animatedly. Many netizens who do not ride motorcycles still seemed unable to understand Piyu's evaluation of this bike. After glancing at the comments, Piyu patiently began to explain. It seems that most of the viewers here do not know much about motorcycles. Then let me explain it to everyone in detail. Nowadays, many motorcycle manufacturers often say in their promotions that the top speed of their bikes breaks through 500 or even 600 kilometers per hour. The new generation Dodge Tomahawk, which has not even been produced yet, even claims its top speed reaches 687 kilometers per hour. But these are basically all just conceptual. In other words, conceptually, the motorcycles from those top brands can reach this speed and have the ability to catch up to a high-speed train, just like the motorcycle in the video. But in reality, take the Kawasaki HR, the dream bike of all riders, for example. It has a displacement of 998 cc and 310 horsepower. It can accelerate to 400 kilometers per hour in 26 seconds and is known as a ground aircraft. 400 kilometers per hour has already exceeded the normal operating speed of a high-speed train. But these figures are tested on dedicated tracks. Those roads are not only smooth and flat, but also have the hardness structure most suitable for motorcycle riding. Under such conditions, the Kawasaki HR can achieve a top speed of 400 kilometers per hour. But as for Changhua Avenue, not to mention having the above conditions, there are probably still many small stones on the road surface. Under such circumstances, that motorcycle was able to reach a speed of over 600. Do you know what that means? It means that the engine, transmission, and stability of that motorcycle are absolutely more than just a tier above all the motorcycles from any brand currently on the market. Otherwise, a stone the size of a thumb could cause a motorcycle traveling at 600 per hour to crash and its rider to perish. And there is another point that I think cannot be ignored. That is, the video footage only lasts for 9 seconds, but the time the motorcycle spent chasing the high-speed train is definitely more than 9 seconds. The entire process likely exceeded 2 minutes. If a Kawasaki HR is driven at its top speed of 400 kilometers per hour for 1 minute, its engine will blow right up. But that motorcycle ran at a speed of 600 for 2 whole minutes and was completely fine. I do not even know what words to use to describe it anymore. This has completely broken through my understanding of motorcycles. I do not think it is an exaggeration at all to say that it is the absolute, unrivaled king in the motorcycle world today. By the time Piyu finished speaking, the excitement in her pretty eyes could no longer be hidden. And the numerous viewers in the livestream, after hearing Piyu's words, were also completely stunned. The motorcycle they saw in the video could actually be called the most insane motorcycle in the world right now. The price of a Kawasaki HR already reached 720,000. Then for this motorcycle, which is who knows how many tiers more awesome than the Kawasaki HR, would not its value easily exceed 1 million? At this moment, it was not just Piyu explaining the terrifying aspects of this motorcycle. People in the entire motorcycle community were almost all raving about this motorcycle. If professionals had not already verified that the online videos of the motorcycle chasing the high-speed train were not doctored, they would really doubt if they were watching some big-budget sci-fi movie. Under such circumstances, the protagonist of the video quickly shifted from the young man to this motorcycle with terrifying performance. New trending topics sprang up one after another like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The speed of the Dragon Country's high-speed rail, known as one of the representatives of Dragon Country's speed, was actually crushed by a motorcycle. Behind a deeply moving love story, what I saw was a motorcycle with terrifying performance. On the upper limit of motorcycle speed, a top speed reaching over 600 kilometers per hour. As the popularity of the motorcycle incident grew higher and higher, many bloggers started taking action. Right now, whoever could find the motorcycle in the video would absolutely secure the first-hand trending traffic. And some of the sharper bloggers chose to analyze this matter more deeply. Not analyzing it was one thing, but once they did, some bloggers actually figured out some things. In the Make a Friend e-commerce livestream, the famous Mr. Luo Yanghao was not selling goods today. He leaned on the table with his hands and talked confidently to the camera. Do you all think that the motorcycle chasing the high-speed train incident is a raging fire bursting out of our mundane lives, making everyone curious about it, drawn to it, and looking forward to it? But today, old Luo will tell you truly that this is not an accidental event, but an inevitable one. I will not talk much about the performance and value of that motorcycle. Among many motorcycle bloggers, this bike has already been crowned as a legend. What I want to discuss with everyone is the story between that couple. The boy risked his life riding a motorcycle to chase the high-speed train because the girl wanted to break up with him since they could not afford a house. But this is obviously a paradox. Someone has currently bid up to $2 million to buy that motorcycle. Based on this value, it is a complete joke to say that the boy cannot afford a house. At the very least, he could easily buy a house in some cities by selling the motorcycle. So do you all understand? This is a very typical commercial marketing tactic from beginning to end. Although I do not know which motorcycle brand came up with it. But I have to say their marketing this time was extremely successful. And you all have already proven this point. After hearing every word of wisdom from old Luo, countless viewers in front of their screens were instantly stunned. Immediately after, the comments in the live stream erupted like a tidal wave. Wait a second, let me process this. Does old Luo mean this is all just a damn advertisement? There was never any moving love story. Everything was fabricated just to market this motorcycle. Come to think of it, I feel like 9 times out of 10 what old Luo said is true. That motorcycle has insane performance that blows every other bike on the market out of the water. It never existed before and just suddenly appeared. It is clearly carefully orchestrated. And looking at the insane hype around that bike right now, I bet the capital behind it is not simple at all. It must be one of the major global motorcycle brands. Just do not know if it is Yamaha or Honda or something. Damn it, so that is what it was. Give me back my tears. I was crying my eyes out before and it turns out to be just a marketing stunt. So after all this, the clown turned out to be me. You can kill me, but could you at least not use a love story to do it? Actually, I am kind of looking forward to it. Which brand is it? I will buy it, okay. My God, are you a rich kid? With marketing like this, a starting price of $2 million would not even be surprising. You are really going to buy it. How should I put it? It has something to do with being rich, but not much. For any motorcycle enthusiast, they would give everything for this bike. And it was not just Luo Yanghao. Many other bloggers were also analyzing how this was a marketing scheme from start to finish. But what the many netizens did not know was this. Ever since the news of the motorcycle racing, the high-speed train started to spread. Many motorcycle brands were already unable to sit still. Because at the same time, the sales of all motorcycles currently on sale in the Dragon Kingdom had hit rock bottom. Major motorcycle manufacturers must have lost a fortune. And that was not even the most important thing. The most important thing was the stock market. If this trend continued, the stock of every listed motorcycle company in the Dragon Kingdom would plummet. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Beijing time. Renowned automaker BMW finally could not hold back and was the first to issue an official statement. As one of the big 3 in BBA, BMW does not just focus on cars, motorcycles are also a huge part of their business. The announcement posted on the BMW official website read as follows. We are honored to witness the birth of such a miraculous motorcycle in this era. BMW Group will continue to forge ahead and create even greater glory. Once this announcement came out, it was like adding fuel to the fire on TikTok, which was already going crazy. In less than a few minutes, this statement from the BMW Group had been reposted over 70,000 times. But just when everyone thought BMW Group was tacitly admitting that the motorcycle was created by them, the Kawasaki Group official website also released an announcement shortly after BMW's. Dreams never fade and Kawasaki never stops. Looking at this announcement, many netizens were suddenly all confused. Can you two please make yourselves clear? Which one of you two is this motorcycle actually from? Kanku Road Avenue. All the major motorcycle brands were releasing statements and netizens were lost in speculation. Daxiame, as the owner of the bike, was still unaware of all this. She was riding the motorcycle, leisurely cruising down the road. And because she was in a great mood, she went ahead and started a live stream. The many followers who had been waiting for her to go live rushed into her channel as soon as they received the notification. My God, you old woman, did you eavesdrop on my inner thoughts? I said I would eat poop if you went live today, and you went live immediately. Quick, confess, were you scammed hard by Brother Faye? We even saw you going to buy gas. Hey, the old woman seems to be riding a motorcycle. Is that the bike Brother Fei gave her? She really got scammed by Brother Fei. Look at the bike, it is ugly as hell. Is that iron casing rusted? Honestly, even if you gave this bike to my grandma, she would hate it. Brother Fei is as showy as ever. Not only did he not add a drop of gas for her, but he even made the shell out of scrap iron. By comparison, Erzi was much luckier. At least the computer case he got just was not wiped clean. Upon entering the stream, the viewers were discussing among themselves, looking at the vaguely visible bike in the frame. And Daxiame naturally had no time to look at the comments. She was fully focused on riding the bike, while casually saying hello to the fans in the chat. I am in a good mood today, so I will be live for half an hour. Listening to Daxiame's light and happy voice, the comments in the stream were silent for a second before erupting like a tidal wave. Wait, did I hear that right? In a good mood? Did the old woman get her head slammed in a door? She got scammed of all her money by that crook Brother Fei and she's still happy. Damn it, I cannot accept this, I totally cannot. Should not she be heartbroken and crying? I came here to see her cry. Guys, is there a possibility that the old woman has fallen for Brother Fei? Maybe she thinks being scammed by her loved one is a kind of happiness. However, that is not impossible. The avatar in Brother Fei's channel is probably a picture of his back. Just looking at that back is pretty handsome. It is not impossible for her to be fawning over him. The viewers in the stream were talking more and more exaggeratedly. Daxiame glanced at the comments while writing. As luck would have it, she happened to see those few messages. The corner of her eye could not help but twitch. Love my foot, am I that desperate for a man? Ah. Before Daxiame could finish her sentence, she suddenly let out a scream. The many viewers in front of the screen were all startled by her scream. And when everyone caught their breath and looked back at the live screen, they were immediately stunned. A crash, she crashed. It turned out that Daxiame and the bike were already toppled on the side of the road. And to her front left, a cool Ferrari F sports car was also slowly coming to a stop. After the Ferrari F came to a steady stop, a stylishly dressed, but at first glance somewhat effeminate man stepped out of it. After he got out, he did not even spare a glance at Daxiame, who was still on the ground not far away. Instead, he walked around his multi-million-dollar sports car. Then with a rather ugly expression, he glared at Daxiame. You would better sell your house. The man's sudden words made Daxiame slightly taken aback. Then she forced herself up from the ground despite the pain, and said, feeling extremely wronged. You were the one who suddenly rushed out to make a turn. Hearing this, the man sneered, and a hint of absurdity appeared on his pale face. Are you kidding me? It is obvious that you were not watching the road while driving. I am really speechless at you biker girls. Do you know how much the part you scratched with your broken motorcycle is worth? The man crossed his arms, looking down his nose at Daxiame. Not far away, although Daxiame's motorcycle was still lying on the ground. The phone fixed on the front of the bike had live-streamed everything. Seeing the confrontation between Daxiame and the man, the numerous viewers in the live stream paused for a moment before bullet comments started flying everywhere. Oh my god, I feel so bad for Dai, her knees are all scraped. I say this guy is so ungentlemanly. Does driving a multi-million-dollar sports car make him that great? Dai is also a little rich lady, okay. Feeling sorry for the old woman for a second, it looks like she is about to cry. Wait, oh my god, this guy looks familiar. Is not this Lee Jaeki, the beauty influencer on TikTok? Hiss, so it is, blame me for not working hard, bro. Haha, Dai is really unlucky to have crashed into him. Damn, how much money has this kid made from women? He's even driving a sports car worth over 10 million. To be fair, that crash probably was not Dai's fault. Turning vehicles yield to straight-moving ones, does not he know that? Sai, that is true, but do not forget Dai is live streaming. When the traffic police arrive, they will probably rule that both parties are at fault. It depends on how they negotiate. I have encountered this situation before. The traffic police ordered us to compensate each other. Then we are doomed. How much money will Dai have to pay Lee Jaeki? Although the viewers in the live stream usually love watching drama and do not mind things getting out of hand. But when Daxiame really encountered trouble, the audience was still very much on her side. And Daxiame seemed to have realized that she was still live streaming while riding the motorcycle just now. When the traffic police came, she would probably have to compensate Lee Jaeki. Since that was the case, Daxiame gritted her teeth and said, I can compensate you for the damage to your sports car. But you also have to compensate me for the damage to my motorcycle. As Daxiame spoke, she turned her head to look at the motorcycle Shen Fei had equipped her with. In the collision between the two vehicles just now, not only was Lee Jaeki's Ferrari scratched, the outer shell of Daxiame's motorcycle was also severely damaged. And if it were not for the outer shell absorbing most of the impact, Daxiame's leg probably would not have just gotten a simple cut. Fine, let us do as you say. My time is very precious, and I do not have the patience to keep wasting it with you. Give me 5 million. As for your motorcycle, compensating you 3,000 is more than enough. Lee Jaeki waved his hand impatiently. And when Dai Xiaomai heard his words, she was truly dumbfounded on the spot. F5 million. Bro, are you a robber? Although Dai Xiaomai had heard of Lee Jaeki, she had no idea what he looked like. Seeing the exorbitant price the man in front of her was demanding right off the bat, her jaw almost dropped. Hahaha, the old woman is actually right. Lee Jaeki is a robber robbing women's money. Now I finally understand why the first thing Lee Jaeki said when he got out of the car was to ask the old woman to sell her house. She might actually have to. No, his sports car is not cheap, but 5 million, he is really bold to ask for that. Anyway, I did not have a good impression of Lee Jaeki to begin with, and now he is losing even more public favor. On the road, Lee Jaeki looked at Dai Xiaomai's exaggerated expression and could not help but curl his lips again. Is 5 million a lot? If you cannot afford it, reflect on yourself. Have you worked hard these years? Has your salary increased? Do not wait until you really need money to realize you are a loser. Whatever, I will not waste my breath on you. Let us call the police and let them handle it. As Lee Jaeki spoke, he was about to take out his phone to make a call. Seeing this, Dai Xiaomai gritted her teeth and said, "You are really demanding 5 million just like that? It is not like I have not seen sports cars before. Even if you repaint your car completely and fix it up, it is 200,000 at most. I can pay you 200,000, but you have to fix my bike too. Let us get this straight, I do not want money, I just want you to restore my bike to its original state." Speaking to the end, a hint of heartache inevitably showed in Dai Xiaomai's eyes. She could not express how much she loved the motorcycle Shen Fei had equipped her with. Now the outer shell was deformed from the crash. It would be strange if she was not heartbroken. And the opposite Lee Jaeki, upon hearing Dai Xiaomai's words, immediately got somewhat agitated. 200,000. Joke, that is absolutely laughable. Do you think I am extorting you? Then you would better look closely. My car is not like an ordinary Ferrari F. Do you see this? This is the floral pattern I spent heavily to have Mr. Manzoni, Ferrari's chief designer, personally designed for me. Looking globally, my Ferrari F is a unique existence. Not to mention the added value of Mr. Manzoni personally crafting it. As for this broken motorcycle of yours, you still want me to find someone to fix it for you. I do not have that kind of time. The money I make in an hour can buy who knows how many of your broken motorcycles. Here is 100,000 yuan. It is enough to compensate for your broken motorcycle. This motorcycle is so ugly, it is absolutely hideous. Looking at it for an extra second soils my eyes. Since I have bought it now, it should be up to me to deal with it. Or who smash it for me? Lee Jaeki threw a bank card onto the ground, then turned his head to look at a burly man standing not far away. The viewers in the live stream really had not noticed before that another person had also stepped out of Lee Jaeki's car. At this moment, the bodyguard-looking person named Erhu, upon hearing Lee Jaeki's instructions, immediately shook his shoulders and started walking towards the motorcycle Shen Fei had equipped Dai Xiaomai with. During this, the burly man casually picked up a brick from the ground. It looked like he was really going to listen to Lee Jaeki and smash that motorcycle to pieces. Looking at the big man holding a brick, it would be a lie to say that Dai Xiaomai was not scared. But she could not just stand by and watch her beloved motorcycle get smashed to pieces. Stop, you have to stop. Do not you dare touch my bike. Summoning all her courage, Dai Xiaomai stepped in front of the big man. But the man did not even spare her a glance. He simply pushed her aside. Seeing the man raise the brick in his hand, ready to smash it down hard onto the motorcycle, she was terrified. Dai Xiaomai was so anxious that tears welled up and streamed down her face instantly. Well, I do not want your money, just please do not smash my bike. At this moment, Dai Xiaomai felt utterly helpless. However, just as the brick was about to hit the bike, a muffled thud suddenly rang out. Then Dai Xiaomai looked up. The expression on her tear-stained face froze in surprise. Several foreigners in suits had appeared out of nowhere. They shoved Lee Jaeki's bodyguard a good 7 or 8 meters away. Dai Xiaomai had not even reacted yet. An old foreigner with a full head of silver hair rushed out. He threw himself beside Dai Xiaomai's motorcycle and cried out in distress. "Oh my God, who did this? Who did this? I shall curse him in the name of Jesus, curse him." As the old man spoke, he actually began to wipe away his tears. This left not just Dai Xiaomai stunned, but Lee Jaeki standing nearby could not help but frown. However, looking at the old man and the well-dressed foreigners, Lee Jaeki did not dare to be too arrogant and asked, "Who are you? Lee Jaeki's voice echoed slowly across the scene. The old foreigner did not even look his way. Instead, he muttered to himself while turning to look at Dai Xiaomai with excitement. "Oh, my honorable young lady. I am Mude, the head of the Chrysler Group's Dragon Kingdom division. 20 minutes ago, our information department located a Mr. Zhang Ping. Through consulting with Mr. Zhang Ping, we learned that the miraculous motorcycle capable of exceeding 600 kilometers per hour belongs to you. Now I represent the Chrysler Group in extending my greetings to you, and we hope you might be willing to sell this magnificent machine to us. Of course, rest assured, we will definitely offer you a satisfying price." The gleam in the old man's eyes made Dai Xiaomai feel a bit uneasy. And the fact that he said all this in fluent Chinese left her expression completely blank. As for the countless viewers in the live stream room, after a moment of silence, they completely exploded. "My God, ice, did I hear that right? The old foreigner means that the bike that chased the high-speed train is this one belonging to the old lady. The legendary bike praised by countless bloggers and worshipped in the motorcycle community was actually built by Brother Fei. I thought it was just corporate marketing. Honey, quick slap me, I think I am hallucinating while watching the stream. Wait, is what this old guy says reliable? Chrysler Group, why have I never heard of it? Buddy, you have never heard of the Chrysler Group. They are the most powerful motorcycle company in the States, bar none. You know the famous Dodge Tomahawk, that was built by this company. My God, I am impressed truly. Brother Fei, stop showing off. Are you trying to elevate the class of domestic motorcycles single-handedly? Whoever said Brother Fei only knows how to build PCs and not motorcycles, come out and explain yourself." "Us, Brother Fei, there are a lot of people around, I will kneel to you later." The audience in the live stream room kept discussing, unable to stop. No one expected that the bike that set the whole internet on fire was created by Shen Fei. And Lee Jaeki, not far away, was stunned after hearing what Mude said. He could not help but be taken aback. As a top-tier blogger, he had, of course, heard about the motorcycle chasing the high-speed train. But he never dreamed it was the very one right in front of him. However, the surprise only flashed across Lee Jaeki's face for a second. Then he turned to the old man Mude and said, "No matter how good this bike is, it is not worth more than one of my car's wheels. So what are you going to pay for her?" Learning that Mude was the head of a legitimate group, Lee Jaeki felt relieved again. But this time, Mude did not ignore him. Seeing that Dai Xiaomai was still in a daze, Mude turned and looked at Lee Jaeki with an expressionless face. Mude gently waved his hand. Several of his burly foreign bodyguards in suits immediately walked toward where Lee Jaeki was. Seeing this, Lee Jaeki swallowed hard. His voice was a bit stuttering as he said, "W, what are you doing? We live in a society ruled by law. Hitting someone is a crime." Bang! Before Lee Jaeki could finish his sentence, a muffled sound rang out. The foreign guards were not going after him at all. Instead, they passed by him and took out anti-riot batons to smash his multi-million-dollar sports car. One strike done, and then another. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. It did not even take a few seconds. Lee Jaeki's Ferrari, which had been so arrogant just a moment ago, was smashed to pieces. Watching this scene, Lee Jaeki's eye could not help but twitch violently. But intimidated by the presence of the foreign guards, he did not dare to say a single word. Dai Xiaomai, not far away, had come out of her daze. Looking at the scene in front of her, she quickly spoke up. "Uncle Mude, I did not say I wanted to sell you my motorcycle." Dai Xiaomai thought Mude was standing up for her. But hearing her words, Mude slowly shook his head and said, "Oh, my honorable young lady, this has nothing to do with whether you sell the bike to me or not. He harmed this gift from God to humanity, so of course I have to retaliate. What a perfect machine, and now because of this foolish fellow it has a blemish." After shaking his head and saying this to Dai Xiaomai, Mude looked coldly at Lee Jaeki. "Your car is now totaled. Our Chrysler Group will compensate you with an identical one later. However, for the damage you caused to this motorcycle, our Chrysler Group is willing to represent this honorable lady in filing a lawsuit against you. It would be best if the motorcycle's frame can be restored to its original state. If not, you will face the strictest sanctions the law can provide. Our entire legal department at Chrysler Group will treat this incident as a top priority. Of course, before that, I need to remind you of something. The frame of this motorcycle is directly related to its incredible stability. This kind of technology has never been seen anywhere else in the world." Mude's profound words continuously echoed throughout the scene. Lee Jaeki was completely dumbfounded. He could not have imagined it even in his wildest dreams. His comment about netizens not working hard enough did not take him down. He even survived the furious scolding of countless netizens. But he was defeated by a motorcycle, just thinking that he was about to face the entire legal department of a multinational corporation. made Lee Jaeki shiver uncontrollably. As for the countless netizens in the livestream, because of Mude's words, they finally understood why Mude, as a regional general manager, would go to such lengths to stand up for Dai Xiaoma. Ultimately, the fundamental reason was the motorcycle built by Shen Fei. Do any of you bros know exactly how old Brother Fei is? I feel like calling him Brother Fei does not do him justice. We should freaking call him Master Fei. Not only is he an expert in computer hardware technology, but the motorcycle he built has top global motorcycle groups scrambling for it. I would not believe it if you told me Brother Fei is under 60. In short, Brother Fei has single-handedly elevated the concept of domestic manufacturing by who knows how many levels. From now on, if anyone says domestic computers and motorcycles cannot compare to foreign ones, I will fight them. All I know is that today's scene will forever be etched in the history of the motorcycle industry. While the countless viewers in the livestream were engaged in a heated discussion, Lee Jaeki had long since slipped away in disgrace from the scene. Seeing how anxious he was probably rushing off to spend a fortune on elite lawyers to fight the lawsuit for him. After all, when old man Mude said he would sue him on behalf of Dai Xiaoma, he did not seem to be joking at all. As for Dai Xiaoma, she looked at Mude and first thanked him profusely. If it were not for Mude, Dai Xiaoma really would not have known what to do today. But as she spoke, Dai Xiaoma suddenly changed the subject. Uncle Mude, thank you so much. However, I still cannot sell you the motorcycle. But you can go place an order with Brother Fei. Do you know Shen Fei? This motorcycle of mine was built by him. At the mention of Shen Fei, Dai Xiaoma now had the look of a total fangirl. Hearing this, Mude suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Since we found you, miss, we naturally figured out the true origin of this motorcycle. We immediately placed an order with Mr. Shen Fei and formally proposed a partnership to him. But Mr. Shen Fei's reply to us was simply, not interested. Mr. Shen Fei only sells products, not patents. Of course, if we can figure out Mr. Shen Fei's motorcycle technology, he also allows us to use it. It just requires paying some patent fees. That is why we are so desperately wanting to. How about this, my esteemed young lady? On behalf of the Chrysler Group, I would like to rent this miraculous motorcycle from you for a short period. Not too long, 3 days will be enough. After 3 days, I will return the motorcycle to your hands completely intact. Mude said, looking at Dai Xiaoma with expectant eyes. Hearing his words, Dai Xiaoma actually did not refuse. Renting it out for just 3 days was something she could accept. As for the millions of viewers in the live stream who heard this, the live chat exploded once again in an instant. Is this my idol Brother Fei? This is way too cool. Only selling products, not patents. Faced with a massive conglomerate like Chrysler, Brother Fei is not tempted in the slightest. I can already imagine that the amount Brother Fei turned down was likely an astronomical figure. Duh, old man Mude said he would smash a $10 million motorcycle without batting an eye. The price offered to Brother Fei must have hit 9 figures. All I can say is that the value of some of the technologies in the motorcycle Brother Fei built is immeasurable. Sigh, Brother Fei is perfect in every way except he has too many orders. When will it be my turn? The countless viewers in the live stream discussed animatedly. They simply could not stop. And the smart ones had long since rushed over to Shen Fei's livestream. Although, just like usual, Shen Fei's livestream was still only used for taking orders. He would not actually go live at all. But at this moment, the number of viewers flooding into Shen Fei's livestream had completely skyrocketed. 2 million, 3 million, 5 million. It was not until the popularity index of the livestream soared to 8 million that the growth started to slow down. Looking across the entire Tiger Shark livestream platform, Shen Fei's livestream popularity sat firmly on the #1 throne. And the live chat comments also exceeded hundreds of thousands in a short period of time. I am a newbie here, may I ask if this is the livestream of the famous Brother Fei? Brother Fei, could you go live just once? I will send you gifts, even treasure maps, okay? Brother Fei, are you taking any apprentices? I have been good with my hands since I was a kid. Does Brother Shen Fei have a girlfriend? I am fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. If you would date me, I would be perfectly willing to drive luxury cars and live in a mansion all day. Wait sis, you are making it sound like a sacrifice when you are the one getting all the perks. Brother Fei, ignore these people. I have a very innocent question I would like to ask you in person. Could you DM me your location? If innocent, really innocent, your ulterior motives are so obvious they are practically smacking me in the face. Besides the non-stop live chat comments, the number of orders in Shen Fei's livestream was also increasing at a terrifying rate. The original 300,000 orders were already scary enough. But now Shen Fei's pending orders had skyrocketed to over 800,000. And this number was still growing at an insanely fast pace. The most crucial thing was that the prices of these orders were ridiculously high. For the top 10 orders currently, even the lowest price had exceeded 1 million. They were all here asking Shen Fei to build motorcycles. The top 5 were all major motorcycle manufacturers, and the prices they offered had already reached as much as 3 million. Even if a motorcycle had the most luxurious configuration, it could not possibly be worth this much. Obviously, they had the same goal as the Chrysler Group, which was to buy a motorcycle built by Shen Fei in order to study the technologies he applied to it. But to their disappointment, as of now, Shen Fei had not accepted a single order. Over at Shen Fei's live stream, countless netizens and motorcycle manufacturers are waiting for Shen Fei to take their orders. But hours have already passed. There is still no movement from Shen Fei. It seems like Shen Fei is not paying any attention to the live stream updates right now. Quite a few motorcycle enthusiasts are getting impatient, so they have flocked to the official website of the Chrysler Group. After all, they are currently the only group that has their hands on a Shen Fei motorcycle. And even if Shen Fei does take another order, he will likely only take one at most. But if the Chrysler Group makes a breakthrough, the result would be completely different. Maybe in the near future, everyone will be able to own a Shen Fei brand motorcycle. Hey Chrysler, have you figured out Brother Fei's motorcycle yet? We are waiting for you to build it. If you can replicate it, we will all buy from you. Yeah, Chrysler, whether our motorcycle dreams come true depends entirely on you. Kawasaki Group, is Chrysler even capable? If not, hand the bike over to us to study. Suzuki Motorcycles, what Kawasaki said makes sense. If you cannot do it, move aside. Stop sitting on the pod if you are not doing your business. The comment section on Chrysler's official website is as lively as it gets right now. It is not just ordinary enthusiasts urging them on. Even the major motorcycle manufacturers have come to put pressure on the Chrysler Group. And under such high pressure, Chrysler's official website gave a reply in a very short time. After conducting a comprehensive test on the motorcycle built by Mr. Shen Fei, the Chrysler Group regrets to inform our fans and friends who follow us. First, there are certain technical aspects of this motorcycle built by Mr. Shen Fei that we are currently unable to replicate, and we estimate it will take at least 3 years. Second, after testing, we found that the top speed of this motorcycle is not 600 kilometers per hour, but can reach 798 kilometers per hour, nearly 800. And this is even because the materials Mr. Shen Fei used were not the best. Mr. Shen Fei seems to have intentionally saved on certain materials. If he had not, we believe the speed could easily exceed 800. Finally, our board of directors has collectively decided to issue an indefinite cooperation invitation to Mr. Shen Fei. He is the future and hope of the motorcycle industry, and the industry will shine indefinitely because of him. This announcement from the Chrysler Group is absolutely packed with information. Once released, it was like throwing a massive rock into a calm lake, causing quite a stir. Not only were countless netizens stunned, even the major motorcycle manufacturers fell silent. I am stunned, truly stunned. 600 was not even the limit, it can easily reach 800. What Brother Fei built is not a motorcycle, it is clearly a ground-flying machine. The motorcycle industry will shine indefinitely because of Brother Fei. Please remember, this is a public company's assessment of him. No wonder Brother Fei dared to let them study it, and even offered a discount on patent fees. It turns out he knew all along that Chrysler would not be able to figure anything out. Am I the only one who noticed the words saving on materials? Brother Fei really scammed that old lady out of her money. Hahaha, to put it nicely, it is saving materials. To put it bluntly, it is cutting corners. Brother Fei is truly worthy of his title as the king of profiteers. Like I said before, you can trust Brother Fei's technology, but his character is never worth looking into too closely. Hahaha, I am dying of laughter. I just want to know how much money Brother Fei made from these 2 orders. I am dying of curiosity. Good heavens, I wonder who would have to place an order for Brother Fei to not dare cut corners. I really want to see how terrifying it would be at full power. I reckon only the government placing an order would make him behave himself. Hahaha, for sure, who would dare make money off the government's back? Comments are pouring in one after another, they simply will not stop. But there is no doubt, this announcement from the Chrysler Group has completely elevated Shen Fei and his Super God manufacturing shop to an unparalleled level. Everyone finally understands that the slogan Super God Manufacturing Shop, fulfilling all your fantasies, was not just Shen Fei being pretentious and edgy, but that it was actually true. Therefore, in a short period of time, orders at Shen Fei's shop have seen a new round of explosive growth. Many netizens who were not interested in motorcycles have finally unleashed their bold imaginations and started placing all sorts of unusual orders with Shen Fei. At the suburban manufacturing shop, Shen Fei really has not been paying attention to the online buzz. After knowing that Dai Xiaomai caused a massive sensation across the internet with the motorcycle he built, Shen Fei immediately used the system to purchase a lot of equipment and set it up in the workshop behind his shop. Shen Fei is not naive enough to not understand the logic that fame brings trouble. The attention on him online is so high now. Someday his small shop will definitely be exposed. If people find out his shop is just an empty shell by then, that would be very troublesome. Luckily, there is a very large workshop behind his shop. Shen Fei purchased plenty of equipment from the system mall and moved them directly into the workshop. At a quick glance, his manufacturing shop now looks like the real deal. However, this equipment has spent almost all the money Shen Fei earned from those 2 orders. Shen Fei's account balance is now less than 2,000 yuan. He clapped his hands to dust off the dirt from setting up the workshop. Then Shen Fei sat back down in front of his computer, planning to start taking the 3rd order. He's still a long way from completing the task of 10 million system points for the upgrade. But just as he opened the live stream, he looked at the tags in his shop's impressions section. Shen Fei's eyelid could not help but twitch a few times. Technical genius 1.08 million likes. Snail-like efficiency 960,000 likes. Negligent streamer who never goes live 740,000 likes. If these were all that Shen Fei could accept, then king of profiteers 5.78 million likes. What on earth is this? Syed is just saving a tiny little bit on costs. You guys cannot just stare at the materials and ignore everything else. Shen Fei muttered to himself. Forget it, I do not care anymore. If I am a profiteer, so be it. It is all forced by the system. Besides, they only guessed that I made money, but they definitely cannot guess exactly how much. Shen Fei said with quite a bit of confidence. But right at that moment, notification sound from the system left Shen Fei completely dumbfounded. Ding, the periodic financial report is being generated. Estimated to be completed within a week. At that time, the system will automatically publish the financial report in the host's live broadcast room. The system's soft voice echoed in Shen Fei's mind. But at this moment, Shen Fei felt the system's voice was so cold. After being silent for a full 10 seconds, Shen Fei finally roared with a dark face. System, are you kidding me? I am just a small manufacturing shop, not some listed group. What kind of financial report is there to publish? You are the one who made me scam money, and now you turn around and stab me in the back. Are you even human? Or do you think I have lived too long and want those customers to hack me to death? Shen Fei's chest heaved violently. The killing intent in his eyes seemed almost tangible. If it were not for the fact that the system was invisible and intangible, Shen Fei would really want to personally finish it off. Right now, netizens were only guessing how much money he had scammed. Once the financial report was published, Shen Fei felt it would not even matter whether his title as the chief profiteer was confirmed or not. He was just afraid that one day the address of his manufacturing shop would be leaked. The blades at the door would pile up like a mountain. Shen Fei was fuming with anger. But after emitting the notification sound, the system fell completely silent. There was not the slightest response to Shen Fei's roaring. Taking a deep breath, Shen Fei knew there was no point talking to the system. This system was purely here to mess with him. Sitting up straight in front of the computer again, Shen Fei continued to pick through the orders with a dark face. However, looking at the dazzling array of orders and their high prices, Shen Fei's mood eased quite a bit. Although after Chrysler Group announced that the motorcycle technology created by Shen Fei could not be temporarily broken through, the major motorcycle manufacturers all gave up hope and did not continue to raise prices. But now, the top few prices still range between 3 million and 3.5 million. At this rate, if Shen Fei accepted a few more motorcycle orders, he could quickly scrape together the 10 million system upgrade points to upgrade the system to the 3rd stage. But while upgrading the system was important, fully enjoying self-challenge and breakthroughs in the process, Shen Fei felt was even more important. Otherwise, if the system upgraded to the 3rd or even 4th, 5th, and 6th stages, and its functions were greatly improved, Shen Fei might not be able to keep up with the system's pace. Even if a middle school student scores full marks in every subject, if you show them high school knowledge, they basically would not understand any of it. With this in mind, Shen Fei stopped what he was doing, planning to wait until a suitable order appeared before accepting it. Or if there really were no other orders later, he would just pick the highest priced one to take. But right at that moment, an order suddenly appeared in the background order-taking section and shot straight to the number 1 spot. The previously top-ranked motorcycle order, worth over 3.5 million, was left far behind. Seeing this, Shen Fei was slightly startled and then casually clicked on the details of that order. At first glance, Shen Fei could not help but frown slightly. But after reading it twice more, Shen Fei's eyes grew brighter and brighter. You are the one. At the same time, Shen Fei accepted the new order. An uproar erupted online. In the live broadcast room on the Tiger Shark platform that Shen Fei used to run his shop, the millions of viewers gathered there watched the order Shen Fei had accepted. And were all completely dumbfounded. Xiaomi Tech, oh my god, it is actually Xiaomi Tech. Has Brother Fei's fame already reached Lei Jun? No way, is this really Lei Jun's Xiaomi? They placed an order for a new energy vehicle with Brother Fei. No need to think about it, it definitely is. An order amount of 9.99 million, I could recognize this as President Lei's price blindfolded. President Lei is confused. How much of this 9.99 million is Brother Fei going to scam out of you? Plus, Brother Fei only sells products, not patents. 9.99 million to buy one car is way too expensive. I keep feeling like Brother Fei, this chief profiteer, is fishing, and now it seems he has hooked a big fish like Lei Jun. Ha ha ha, the kind where he stops after making enough 10 million. If that is the case, Brother Fei can retire on this one order. Anyway, I think our dear President Lei is going to be scammed badly by Brother Fei. Motorcycles and cars are completely different things. Especially new energy vehicles, they involve way too much technology. That is simply not something one person can complete. Right. Back when Brother Fei made a motorcycle for Dai Xiaoma, you guys said the same thing, that computers and motorcycles are completely different, but what happened? Alright, stop arguing. You talk forever but say nothing useful. If you want to know what Lei Jun is thinking, just go to Xiaomi Group and ask. After discussing to the end, the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room left Shen Fei's broadcast and ran over to leave messages under Xiaomi's official website. Meanwhile, inside the Xiaomi Group headquarters building in Beijing, many directors of Xiaomi Tech gathered together and it was already chaotic. This was all because of the order Lei Jun had placed with Shen Fei. At that time, countless netizens probably did not know that Lei Jun placing an order with Shen Fei was a decision he made entirely on his own. He did not seek the approval of the board of directors at all. Now that this matter had started to brew online, the directors on the board of Xiaomi Tech could not help but slam the table at Lei Jun. President Lei, you must give us an explanation for this matter. We have all heard of that Shen Fei, he is very capable, but that is only limited to computers and motorcycles. And our Xiaomi car has had no less than tens of billions invested in it since research and development began. Something that could not be developed with tens of billions, and now you hand it over to a small shop owner on a live streaming platform for around 10 million. This is not this nonsense. The vice chairman of the board of Xiaomi Group, Lin Jiancheng, who also serves as the head of the Xiaomi Automotive Division, said with a deep frown. His exclamation of "this is nonsense" was undoubtedly a blatant provocation of Rebus's authority. Yet the members of the board seemed unfazed by it all. There was not a single expression of surprise on their faces. In truth, they all knew it in their hearts. To the outside world, Rebus is the absolute face and representative of the Xiaomi Group. But over the past 2 years, the Lin faction led by Lin Jiancheng has been gradually sidelining Rebus, especially after Lin Jiancheng became the head of Xiaomi's automotive R&D a year ago. This situation has only intensified, and the fact that Rebus placed an order for new energy vehicles with Shen Fei, without board approval, was seen by Lin Jiancheng as nothing less than a knife being wielded at him by Rebus. That is why he was so emotionally agitated. The clear-sighted people present had already seen this coming. The board members in the meeting room exchanged glances, and then all turned in unison to look at Rebus, who was sitting in the chairman's seat. They wanted to see how he would respond to Lin Jiancheng's outburst regarding the internal strife currently unfolding at Xiaomi. They had not yet chosen a side. Logically, given Rebus's achievements over the years and his status within the group, there was no reason for them not to stand with him. However, Lin Jiancheng was no simple character either. Rumor has it that he is backed by influential figures in Beijing, the kind whose ancestors made massive contributions to the nation's progress. Now that things have reached this point, they could all smell the scent of an impending final showdown. They just did not know if Rebus would manage to oust Lin Jiancheng and take back full control of the group, or if Lin Jiancheng would make a comeback and completely take Rebus down. Haha, it is just a budget of 10 million. Do you really expect me to report to you every time I spend 10 million? Facing Lin Jiancheng's words, Rebus smiled with a lighthearted and composed demeanor. The board only needs to hold a meeting and vote when the group has major expenditures, but that would involve amounts in the billions. For a mere 10 million, he really did not see the need to check in with Lin Jiancheng or the board. Lin Jiancheng looked up at Rebus upon hearing this. His face suddenly filled with a mix of grief and indignation. Pursing his lips, he said with an exceptionally grave expression, "Mr. Rebus, 10 million might be a small sum, but the impact it has on the Xiaomi Group is immeasurable. Do you really not understand this? Less than 15 minutes after the news of your order to that Shen Fei spread, Xiaomi Technology's stock price on the Hong Kong exchange started to fluctuate. Now our investors and shareholders are questioning the strength of the Xiaomi group. The most important new energy vehicle segment for a public company is being outsourced to the owner of a tiny little manufacturing shop. If this continues, the entire Xiaomi group could be destroyed. I propose we terminate the order with Shen Fei immediately. And you should personally come forward to announce that this was all just a misunderstanding. At the same time, we must increase investment in Xiaomi Automotive to show our investors our commitment to the new energy vehicle sector. Lin Jiancheng's expression shifted from grave to intensely agitated. He spoke with such fervor and passion, acting as if he were the only one who truly cared for the group. And after hearing his speech, Rebus could not help but laugh heartily, his smile even brighter than before. Everyone look at this. Our director Lin is quite the actor, is not he? If I were you, I would just debut in films. I guarantee you would win the Best Actor award. Rebus wore a cheerful smile, but his words were like slaps landing directly on Lin Jiancheng's face. The meeting room fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Many directors could not help but tremble as they watched Rebus. It was as if they had only now remembered who was standing before them. The legendary Rebus who hit the peak the moment he debuted. Back when he was at his poorest, he only had 4 billion. While the two Ma's of that era were still stuck in some obscure corner. The subtle changes in the director's facial expressions did not escape Lin Jiancheng's notice. Hearing the lingering echo of Rebus's sarcasm, Lin Jiancheng's face turned grim to the extreme. Mr. Rebus, what is this supposed to mean? Are you insulting me? Lin Jiancheng's low voice echoed through the meeting room. Rebus slowly withdrew the smile from his face. You say my decision caused the fluctuation in Xiaomi's stock price. Then let me ask you, does throwing money endlessly into Xiaomi Automotive without seeing a single result prevent the stock price from fluctuating? It has been a year, Lin Jiancheng, and I have no patience left. You say I am insulting you. Are you not bringing it upon yourself? Rebus stared coldly at Lin Jiancheng. He looked nothing like his usual friendly self, and it was terrifyingly unfamiliar. Upon hearing these words, Lin Jiancheng fell silent. A full few seconds passed. Only then did Lin Jiancheng slowly raise his head. Since you have put it this way, Mr. Rebus, then I have nothing else to say. I want to sign a bet with you. 3 days, give me 3 days. If I cannot lead Xiaomi Automotive to produce the first Xiaomi S car, then I will step down as the head of the division. But if I succeed, you must resign as executive director. Mr. Rebus, do you dare to accept? As soon as Lin Jiancheng said this, uproar broke out in the meeting room. The directors had guessed they might play for high stakes today, but they had not expected it to reach this level. Mr. Lin, please think twice, do not be impulsive. Mr. Rebus, he is just speaking in anger, please do not take it to heart. Oh my, you two, let us calm down, have some tea and talk this through slowly. The board members began to speak over one another, pleading with both Lin Jiancheng and Rebus. But as for the voices around him, Lin Jiancheng acted as if he heard nothing. His eyes remained fixed directly on Rebus, ready to fight to the finish. Meeting Lin Jiancheng's sharp, piercing gaze, Rebus suddenly seemed to grow calm. He leaned back slowly into his chair and tossed a document onto the table. If we are making a bet, why not make it big? I will issue an announcement as the executive director of Xiaomi Group. 3 days from now, we will hold the Xiaomi automobile launch ceremony at Beijing Square. You bring Xiaomi's S, and I will bring the car Shen Fei is delivering to me. We will see then who wins and who loses. If you win, not only will I step down as executive director, but I will even reduce my stake in Xiaomi Group. But if you lose, I never want to see you at Xiaomi again, and you must sell off all the Xiaomi Group stocks you hold. Rebus's voice was not loud, but his words were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. No one had expected it. To think that Rebus had drafted the betting agreement in advance. After the dozen or so directors in the conference room came to their senses, they all turned their heads in unison to look at Rebus. They thought he must have gone mad. Judging from this betting agreement of Rebus's, Lin Jiancheng could be said to hold all the advantages of timing and position right now. No matter how you looked at it, Xiaomi Auto had already been under development for a full year, and heaven knows how much funding had been poured into it. But now Rebus actually wanted to bring only his partner Shen Fei, with his mere 9.99 million in funding, to bet against Lin Jiancheng. This was practically no different from Rebus bringing Shen Fei along, to make enemies of the entire Xiaomi group. The many directors looked at each other in dismay. A trace of absurdity and genuine respect flashed involuntarily in their complicated gazes. They had never thought that one day, Labus would act as an outsider, to personally challenge the Xiaomi empire he had built with his own two hands. But what they could understand was that, whether Labus's actions were good or bad for him personally, they were the absolute best for the Xiaomi group. Because regardless of whether Lin Jiancheng or Labus succeeded or failed, the Xiaomi group would be the ultimate winner. The infighting between Lin Jiancheng and Labus would quietly come to an end in this subtle and seamless manner. It would not cause any negative impact, and most people would not even know about it. With this in mind, every director in the conference room could not help but cast a respectful look at Labus. At the very least, in this moment, Labus had completely won them over with his character. However, when it came to their own interests, the directors present would ultimately all choose to stand behind Lin Jiancheng. Because from the moment Labus proposed this betting agreement, not a single director believed he could win. With 10 million in funding and 3 days of time, even if Shen Fei was incredibly capable, and the outside world had already hyped him up to be a godlike figure, they still did not believe Shen Fei could build a new energy vehicle capable of winning everyone over. Boss Lei, why go to such lengths? We do have differences in some areas, and I admit that I want to become the executive director of the Xiaomi group. But I never thought about backing you into a corner. Lin Jiancheng's gaze wandered between Labus and the betting agreement on the table. His eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Labus's actions had indeed shocked him a little. From his very first day at Xiaomi, Lin Jiancheng knew that Labus was a tough nut to crack. Even with his background in Yanjing, which made Labus deeply wary, he had still been severely suppressed by Labus at every turn during his years at Xiaomi. His peers who had joined other large companies at the same time had all long secured their core positions. He was the only one still finding himself marginalized from time to time. But now to Lin Jiancheng, this betting agreement of Labus IZ was undoubtedly like Labus, who was still holding the upper hand, suddenly waving a white flag to announce his surrender. This made it truly difficult for Lin Jiancheng to understand. Society is developing at a rapid pace right now. The next huge trend is faintly visible. Maybe in 5 years or perhaps in just 3 years it will appear. I do not want you or me to hinder Xiaomi's development. I hope that 100 years from now, Xiaomi can still stand at the absolute forefront of the era. So all of this is bound to happen eventually. It is just happening a bit earlier now. Facing Lin Jiancheng's heartfelt words, Labus for his part was no longer aggressive. The smell of gunpowder in the conference room seemed to dissipate completely in an instant. Lin Jiancheng stared blankly at Labus. He remained silent for a full dozen seconds. Then he bowed slightly, his voice full of respect as he said, "Boss Lei, I am not as good as you. But please rest assured, with Xiaomi in my hands, I will definitely take it further." After speaking, Lin Jiancheng stood up and took the betting agreement. He swiftly and cleanly signed his name. Then he stood up straight. His expression returned to its initial coldness. "Boss Lei, I truly respect you. But this time there is no way you can win. Just 2 hours before you placed that order with Shen Fei, our Xiaomi Auto had already made a breakthrough. 3 days from now, the S will reign like a king at the top of the new energy vehicle industry. Please wait and see." After saying that, Lin Jiancheng turned around and started walking out of the conference room. Seeing this, the many directors of the Xiaomi group present hesitated for a moment. They too stood up and began to leave one after another. Not long after, Labus was the only one left in the huge conference room. Creak! The sound of a chair moving rang out. Labus walked around the conference table and slowly went over to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking down from here, he could see the prosperity of the entire city. After Labus stood gazing for a long time, he finally muttered to himself, "Am I really bound to lose? He is the most astonishing young man I have ever seen up to this day. There is a very familiar feeling about him, much like myself from back in the day. But I know he is far more outstanding than I was in my youth." While Labus was betting everything on Shen Fei in his suburban manufacturing shop had already stepped into the system's super laboratory. The netizens knew that Labus had placed an order with Shen Fei. Everyone also knew that the order was for a new energy vehicle. However, the specific details of the order were known only to Shen Fei himself. At this moment, standing in the primeval forest inside the super laboratory, Shen Fei thought of Labus's eloquent, 1,000-word order description and could not help but purse his lips. In the very first sentence of the order, Labus told Shen Fei not to feel any pressure. He knew it was asking a lot of Shen Fei to build an eye-catching new energy vehicle in just 3 days. Even if Shen Fei failed, Labus would not ask for a refund. Nor would he publicly announce Shen Fei's failure. To be honest, Labus truly lived up to his name. Upon reading those sentences, Shen Fei had already felt the urge to accept the order. And after finishing the rest of the order regarding Labus' vision for the new energy vehicle, Shen Fei firmly decided to take it on. Gear performance, balance shafts, composite material production costs, batteries, motors, electronic controls, and most importantly, the intelligent driving system. Boss Lei, you sure are bold with your requests. It is very challenging, but in my opinion it is good but still not good enough. Boss Lei, just wait for the great gift I am going to give you. After a brief murmur, Shen Fei opened the system store. He began selecting the materials needed for building this new energy vehicle. Although he held great respect for Mr. Lei, this outstanding entrepreneur, it was impossible for Shen Fei to break the bank for it, because there was a most important reason for taking the order that he had not mentioned before. That is, as long as he worked hard and saved enough money from the 9.99 million. The third stage of the system could be unlocked directly. This was simply too great a temptation for Shen Fei. After picking and choosing, spending over half an hour, Shen Fei finally finished selecting all the materials required for this new energy vehicle experiment. The total price was 98,000. After Shen Fei made the payment, there were still 9.892 million left out of the 9.99 million Lei had transferred to him. Adding the points he earned from Dai Xiaomai earlier, he had enough points to unlock the third stage. However, to truly unlock the third stage, he had to wait until he finished this order from Mr. Lei. Otherwise, if he awakened the third stage of top-tier military industrial manufacturing, Shen Fei could have added some really hardcore features to this new energy vehicle of Lei's. But for now, Shen Fei could only use his imagination as much as possible. And there is another important point. Although Mr. Lei said he would not reclaim the payment if the experiment failed. If the experiment failed, the system would directly judge Shen Fei's mission as a failure. Even if the money could not be reclaimed, Shen Fei would not get the points needed for the system upgrade. Looks like I will have to put in some real effort now. Good thing there should be enough time. Shen Fei muttered to himself. Immediately, he threw himself into the production of the new energy vehicle. While Shen Fei was burying his head in work day and night inside the super laboratory, he did not know that the outside world had already gone completely wild. This was naturally all because of the announcement released by Xiaomi Group. 3 days later at Beishan Square, Xiaomi Auto will witness the birth of a miracle with you all. Xiaomi born for fever. After the news of Mr. Lei placing an order with Shen Fei spread, countless netizens flocked to Xiaomi's official platform. Everyone originally wanted to find out what Mr. Lei was thinking. But who would have thought Xiaomi would drop such a bombshell? Did I come to the wrong place? Are you sure this is not a scene from a big sci-fi movie? I thought Mr. Lei just wanted to get a car from Brother Fei to play with, but I did not expect him to go this big. 3 days, only 3 days, you do not witness a miracle like this. I think since Xiaomi Group has announced it, we should just wait and see. We will find out if it is a mule or a horse once we take it out in 3 days. Countless netizens were discussing it heatedly. It seemed they had subconsciously assumed that what Xiaomi Group was going to show at Beishan Square in 3 days was the car order Mr. Lei had placed with Shen Fei. As for the internal gambling agreement between Mr. Lei and Lin Jiancheng, nobody knew a thing about it. This situation was likely exactly what Mr. Lei had hoped to see. That is, regardless of whether Shen Fei could successfully build the car in 3 days, Xiaomi Group would be in an invincible position. And because of Shen Fei, everyone was now full of interest in this Xiaomi Group new energy vehicle launch event. At the suburban workshop, Shen Fei was completely unaware of the commotion outside. He was currently dedicating himself heart and soul to the construction of the new energy vehicle before him. With his previous experience in building a motorcycle, completing the frame of a car was not difficult for Shen Fei. After all, the two actually had similarities. And with the help of the system's cutting-edge, fully automated equipment, Shen Fei did not have to exert any effort to get the materials to meet his desired specifications. So inside the super laboratory, Shen Fei spent about 10 days, which was equivalent to less than half a day in the outside world. Shen Fei had initially built the framework of the car and assembled various components. This speed would leave even the most professional global car groups dumbfounded. After all, Shen Fei did this without any templates, designing it based on his own optimal understanding of a vehicle's functionality. And after completing the preliminary construction, the next thing Shen Fei needed to tackle were some of the finer details. For instance, the 3 major parts of a new energy vehicle: battery, motor, and electronic control system. These would determine the level of performance of the vehicle Shen Fei was building. Compared to the first step, this process took longer for Shenfei. It took more than 20 days, but Shenfei finally got everything sorted out. By now, Shenfei had stayed in the super laboratory for a month. And in front of Shenfei, a complete new energy vehicle was standing there. Now, as long as he charged the battery, it could immediately speed down the road. But Shenfei knew, if he ended the experiment now, the system probably would not even give him a passing grade for this experiment. In other words, the system would directly judge this experiment as a failure. Because based on the order Mr. Lei placed, Shenfei had only completed half of the requirements. The car in front of him could at best be considered a decent-feeling ordinary car. It could not be called a top-tier new energy vehicle at all, because it was still missing the most important part and the one that was currently the biggest selling point for new energy vehicles, the smart driving system. Shenfei took a deep breath. He knew that the real difficulty of this experiment was just beginning. He adjusted his mental state. Feeling refreshed and focused, Shenfei plunged headlong into building the smart driving system. Time flowed like sand through fingers. It slipped away without notice. And just like that, 3 days passed by. On the third day after breakfast, at the large square at the foot of Beishan Mountain, crowds were already beginning to surge. Colorful banners with the name Xiaomi Group written in bold characters were hung high, fluttering in the wind, visible from hundreds of meters away. And it was not just ordinary people who were extremely interested in this Xiaomi car launch that had been brewing for 3 days. Even some business titans woke up early, expectant, and sat in front of their televisions, waiting for the live broadcast of Xiaomi's launch event. Inside an antique-style villa in Shenzhen, Ren Jiquan, chairman of Huawei Group, was brewing tea with his own hands, while occasionally looking up at the screen in front of him. Although the Xiaomi Group's press conference had not officially started yet, the live broadcast was already on. The sea of people shown on the screen was much more spectacular than when Huawei held its press conferences. Regarding this phenomenon, Ren Jiquan's little niece, Zhang Kaiqian, who was beside him, could not help but pout and say, "Uncle, this is too outrageous. I know that Shenfei is very popular and amazing. He single-handedly built the fastest and most stable motorcycle in the world right now, making the entire Chrysler Group desperate to recruit him. But Xiaomi is clearly not on the same level as our Huawei right now. People who do not know might think Xiaomi is the #1 tech company in Dragon Country." Zhang Kaiqian had a very displeased look on her face. Deeply doted on by Ren Jiquan, she always spoke her mind in front of him, without any hesitation. And Ren Jiquan, looking at his beloved little niece, could not help but shake his head and laugh. "Kaiqian, just watch this live broadcast carefully today. I believe you can learn a lot. Xiaomi Group might not compare to Huawei, but in terms of ability, 10 of your uncles would not be a match for one Lei bus." Ren Jiquan said seriously. His words might have had a touch of modesty, but it was clear that Ren Jiquan's evaluation of Lei bus was extremely high. Hearing this, Zhang Kaiqian's beautiful big eyes could not help but blink. She shook Ren Jiquan's arm coquettishly, her voice sweet. "Uncle, did you see something? Just tell me, please tell me." Ren Jiquan looked at his little niece with a helpless expression. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then he said, all right, Uncle will tell you. Your Uncle Lei's move is clearly riding on momentum." Riding on momentum. Zhang Kaiqian tilted her little head, her face full of confusion. And after Ren Jiquan paused for a breath, he continued, "Kaiqian, actually you have already seen it. Just like you said, Xiaomi's current size cannot be compared with Huawei's. So why is Xiaomi Group's car launch today causing a bigger stir than the release of our Luxeed S a while ago? It is all because Lei bus is riding on the momentum of that young man named Shenfei." Saying this, Ren Jiquan could not help but look at the screen in front of him with deep meaning in his eyes. At this moment, the screen showed that there were less than 5 minutes left until the official start of the press conference. Hearing this, Zhang Kaiqian's pretty eyes widened immediately. "Uncle, you mean Lei bus placing an order with Shenfei is not counting on Shenfei to build a new energy vehicle in 3 days at all. He just wants to use Shenfei's recent traffic and popularity to promote their own Xiaomi car." Ren Jiquan smiled and nodded. "Kaiqian, you really hit the nail on the head. Actually, after this news broke out, many fellow entrepreneurs communicated with me, asking what Lei bus was thinking. Among them were the bosses from NIO and BYD. In the end, I just asked them one question in return and they understood. That is, how much time and money they invested when they were developing cars. Cars are different from computers and motorcycles. They are much more complex, especially new energy vehicles. That young man Shenfei is very excellent, but building a new energy vehicle in 3 days, how is that possible? However, I really like this kid Shen Fei. There are very few young people with such superb hard technical skills nowadays. I have already asked Huawei's HR department to send an employment contract to Shen Fei. I believe he will be tempted. Mentioning the name Shen Fei, even deep in Ren Jiquan's eyes, a strong sense of appreciation flashed. Hearing this, Zhang Kaiqian's curiosity became uncontainable. After all, she knew her uncle was always known for his generosity. "Uncle, what price did you offer Shen Fei?" Ren Jiquan turned his head to look at Zhang Kaiqian and said, "You want to know?" Yes, uncle, of course I want to know." Seeing Zhang Kaiqian nodding her head like a chick pecking rice, Ren Jiquan did not keep her in suspense. "The conditions I offered Shen Fei, apart from giving him a portion of Huawei shares, I will also give him a minimum annual salary of 300 million. And the following year's salary increase will not be less than 10%. Ren Jiquan's voice slowly echoed in the room. The expression on Zhang Kaiqian's small face immediately went blank. She had thought Ren Jiquan would offer Shen Fei a very high price, but she never imagined it would be such an astronomical figure. Leaving everything else aside for now, just that 300 million annual salary is enough for Huawei to hire a medium-sized team of 30 high-tech professionals. She stood there stunned for a full few seconds, until the screen nearby announced that the Xiaomi press conference had officially started. Only then did Zhang Kaiqian snap out of her state of shock, as she looked up at the live broadcast with Ren Jiquan. Her small mouth could not help but mutter, "Unless that Shen Fei is blind, he simply cannot refuse such an astronomical price." The Xiaomi Group Automobile Launch Conference has officially begun. Over 5 million netizens poured into the live stream all at once. The screen was instantly flooded with a flurry of barrage comments. However, the staff in charge of managing the Xiaomi live stream were taken aback as they looked at the back-end data. There were thousands of barrage comments containing the word Xiaomi. That seemed like quite a lot. But there were 70 or 80,000 comments containing the name Shen Fei. Although the Xiaomi Group staff were already mentally prepared, they never could have imagined that over half of the audience tuning in for their new energy vehicle launch were actually here for Shen Fei. While the netizens in the live stream were filled with excitement, meanwhile Mr. Lei had already taken the stage. After greeting the audience and briefly announcing the start of the event, Mr. Lei handed the stage over to Lin Jiancheng. After Lin Jiancheng walked to the center of the stage with a microphone, he spoke directly. "I know why everyone is here today, so I will not beat around the bush. Now let us welcome the star of our launch event to the stage." As Lin Jiancheng finished speaking, all 5 live streaming cameras on site panned toward the side. A car with a gorgeous exterior and sleek design was seen being driven onto the stage by a Xiaomi Group staff member. Lin Jiancheng looked at the car. His eyes were filled with confidence and pride. After the car reached the center of the stage, Lin Jiancheng began to introduce the features of the car one by one, from the interior to the exterior, and from the battery range performance to the hardware facilities. Every time Lin Jiancheng paused, loud applause would erupt from the audience. Many industry insiders nodded frequently. After hearing Lin Jiancheng's introduction, they felt that the car's features were impressive and deserved to be ranked among the top-tier new energy vehicles. And the millions of viewers in the live stream had already blown up. Wait, did not Brother Fei scam Mr. Lei's money this time? It feels like they really invested heavily in the exterior and interior. End of an era, Brother Fei is no longer the same Brother Fei. So how should I put it? Although this car is decent, it does not amaze me at all. It is pretty much the same as most new energy vehicles. Brother Fei is clearly only good at computers and motorcycles. Come on, it has been only 3 days. It is good enough that Brother Fei could deliver such a car to Mr. Lei. Wait, no, look at the big screen. It seems this car was not built by Brother Fei. Just as the millions of viewers were debating in the live stream, the giant LED screen on stage flickered. Lines of text and imagery suddenly flashed. Lin Jiancheng turned to look at the massive audience and said with a smile, "Everyone, the car we are releasing at Xiaomi Group is called the S. It is the first generation of Xiaomi new energy vehicle, which I led the Xiaomi automotive division to create after 300 days and nights of hard work. I know there might still be many imperfections, and it is not quite at the peak of the current new energy vehicle market. But I hope you can give us some time. Given time, Xiaomi Auto will bring everyone even greater surprises." After Lin Jiancheng finished his remarks, some of Xiaomi's loyal fans at the venue immediately began to applaud. Inside a villa in Shenzhen, Ren Jiquan looked at the live feed with a knowing expression and said, "Kaiqian, did you understand? Xiaomi's S can only be considered average. It is not easy for it to have garnered this much attention already. At this rate, even if Xiaomi Auto does not sell like hotcakes, they have at least managed to open the door to the new energy vehicle market. Is not your Uncle Lei's marketing capability impressive? If he had not thought of leveraging Shen Fei to gain all this attention, Xiaomi Auto probably would not even have made a splash. Alright, keep watching if you want. Your uncle has things to attend to, so I will not keep you company. As Ren Jiquan was saying this, he prepared to stand up and leave. But just at that moment, a question was suddenly heard from the screen. Mr. Lin, the news about Mr. Lei placing an order with Mr. Shen Fei has spread across the internet these past 3 days. Everyone thought that what Xiaomi was going to show us today was the car built by Mr. Shen Fei. But from start to finish, this launch has had nothing to do with Mr. Shen Fei. I would like to ask, has Mr. Shen Fei failed? Was he unable to build a car meeting your requirements within 3 days? A reporter at the venue asked earnestly while holding a microphone. Ren Jiquan, having already started to get up, hesitated for a moment and sat back down in his chair. The countless viewers at the scene and in the live stream who were extremely interested in this question all perked up their ears instantly. Lin Jiancheng smiled calmly upon hearing this. Then he turned to look in the direction of Mr. Lei off stage. I think it would be better for Mr. Lei himself to answer this question for everyone. Lin Jiancheng looked at Mr. Lei off stage, unable to hide a triumphant look on his face. And as his voice faded, everyone collectively looked in Mr. Lei's direction. At this moment, Mr. Lei sighed quietly. Then he relaxed his expression, as if he had been prepared for this situation all along. But just at that moment, a chugging tractor-like sound suddenly broke the silence of the scene. The sudden sound of a tractor made everyone at the scene freeze in confusion. You have to know this was the launch event for a high-tech new energy vehicle. The sound of this tractor was simply too out of place. After the initial shock, everyone collectively turned their heads toward the direction of the sound. They saw a tractor puffing black smoke already parked at the easternmost side of the square. Then the tractor's wobbly door opened from the inside. A dark-skinned old man stepped down from it. Seeing so many people staring at him, the old man was also a bit nervous. But then, as if remembering something, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Which one is Boss Lei? Which one is Boss Lei? A boss surnamed Shen asked me to deliver your car." The old man's rough voice echoed across the scene. Everyone subconsciously looked at the tractor's rear cargo bed. Through the gaps in some firewood stacked on the back of the tractor, the corner of a car could vaguely be seen. At this moment, after Lei Bus snapped out of it, he quickly walked up to the old man. "I am the boss Lei you mentioned. Sir, did Mr. Shen Fei ask you to deliver the car to me? The car is in the back right." At this point, the excitement on Lei Bus's face could hardly be concealed. Although it was a bit late, Shen Fei managed to deliver the car to him at the very last moment. But just as Lei Bus was speaking and about to step toward the tractor's rear bed, the dark-skinned old man stopped Lei Bus. "Boss Lei, you cannot look right now. You have not paid the delivery fee yet. I drove for several hours to get the car here for you. That Mr. Shen said I should ask you for the delivery money," the old man said anxiously. Hearing his words, even Lei Bus's expression froze. The millions of viewers in the live stream immediately shook with laughter. "I'm not kidding, I just took a sip of water and completely spat it out. Haha, I cannot take it, let me laugh for 3 minutes first. Delivering a car to Lei Bus with a tractor is one thing, but cash on delivery for the freight, this is unmatched. The familiar taste, the familiar recipe, Brother Fei is indeed still Brother Fei. Haha, look quickly, Lei Bus is starting to doubt his life. Lei Bus, do I not care about saving face? I paid 10 million and you still want me to pay a few $100 for delivery. Now I realize I got up early to watch the live stream not for the car, but just to see how Brother Fei trolls Lei Bus. Brothers, this is so satisfying, this is exactly the feeling." Countless viewers in the live stream were bursting with joy. The live scene also erupted in laughter. Only the old man looked at Lei Bus warily, with an attitude of no money, no seeing the car. After Lei Bus came to his senses, his eyelids twitched fiercely a couple of times. Then he waved his hand behind him. A woman who looked like a secretary hurried over. After she took out a few hundred yuan in cash from her wallet and gave it to the old man. The old man finally looked satisfied and led Lei Bus toward the back of the cargo bed. A moment later, the old man lowered the tailgate. The crowd could finally get a clearer view of the new energy vehicle Shen Fei had built. However, after getting a clear look at its design, the crowd at the scene was slightly stunned again, because it looked quite different from most new energy vehicles on the market. Looking closely, it seemed just like the old, long-discontinued Tusk is Brother Fei a fan of Takumi Fujiwara, so he made it look like an eye. I can only say that seeing this car brings a rush of retro vibes. I actually quite like it. Come on, I think that profiteer Brother Fei either found it too troublesome or wanted to save money, so he just grabbed a broken old secondhand car and modified it into a new energy vehicle. Hahaha, truth revealed, the bro above really understands Brother Fei. While the viewers were chattering away, on the other side, Lei Bus had impatiently climbed onto the tractor's bed. All 5 camera angles of the live broadcast focused on this car that Shen Fei had built. Not far away, Lin Jiancheng, who had already stepped off the stage, looked over. His face showed an expression of complete indifference. Beside him stood several directors of the Xiaomi group. At this moment, they were already congratulating Lin Jiancheng in advance. Director Lin, congratulations. The Xiaomi SU spearheaded today has achieved a complete success. Indeed, from now on, our Xiaomi has thoroughly knocked on the door of the new energy vehicle industry, and Director Lin's contribution is indispensable. I just checked, and our Xiaomi Group stock price has risen by 0.05% in just a few minutes. I can already see the picture of Xiaomi reaching higher peaks under Director Lin's leadership. Several group directors surrounded Lin Jiancheng, their faces filled with smiles. And hearing these flattering words, the wrinkles at the corners of Lin Jiancheng's eyes squeezed together from smiling. He slightly raised his chin, gestured toward Lei Bus, and said, "Gentlemen, it is a bit too early to say these things now. We have not yet seen the car boss Lei spent 10 million to have that Shen Fei build, have we?" Lin Jiancheng said with a chuckle, but the contempt in his eyes could easily be seen with just a careful look. And just then, something seemed to have happened on Lei Bus's side. Along with the rising noise, Lin Jiancheng narrowed his eyes and looked over. On the other side, Lei Bus had already opened the car door with the keys Shen Fei left. The interior did not look much different from most new energy vehicles. But the problem arose the moment Lei Bus tried to start the car. The car was still on the tractor's bed. The ramps were already set up. He just needed the car to start so he could drive it down. But when Lei Bus pressed the push-to-start button, the car did not respond at all. Seeing this scene, many people at the scene and in the live stream could not help but start discussing. Oh my god, did Brother Fei mess up? Why will not the car start? Looks like 3 days was indeed too short. Brother Fei probably missed a spot. It is over. Brother Fei's lifelong reputation is going to be ruined. The car will not even start. What the hell is this? I'm balanced. My mind is finally balanced. Otherwise, compared to Brother Fei, I always felt like a loser. The scene was filled with continuous chatter. Lei Bus, frowning, was inspecting what went wrong. As a big boss with a tech background, he more or less had some understanding of cars. Although not comparable to some highly precise professionals, he was still much better than ordinary people. And it would have been fine if he had not checked. Upon checking, Lei Bus could not hold it in anymore. Power, this car has no power. Lei Bus slumped against the car seat. Even he could not resist swearing. Several dark lines appeared on his forehead. And after his voice was broadcast through the live equipment, the chatter instantly dissipated. The massive Baishan Square fell into a dead silence. A silence fell over the scene for several seconds. Immediately after, an explosion of laughter erupted. Many people were laughing so hard they doubled over. They could not straighten up, not even for a second. They were laughing until tears streamed down their faces. Many had heard of Shen Fei's reputation as an unscrupulous merchant, but had not had a concrete idea of what that meant. Today, they finally saw it for themselves. And the viewers in the live stream who had come specifically for Shen Fei were having an absolute blast. I cannot take it anymore. Let me catch my breath. I am dying of laughter. The same familiar taste, the same familiar recipe, that is definitely the ultimate profiteer for you. I thought it was the limit when Brother Fei would not even add a tank of gas for Dai Xiaomi, but poor Lei Bus is even worse off. Brother Fei will not even charge him a single charge of electricity. A $10 million order, and he is too stingy to provide 30 yuan worth of electricity. That is truly mind-blowing in the business world. For everyone else, the customer is God, but with Brother Fei, he treats himself as God. I bet Mr. Lei never expected that his name holds absolutely no weight with Brother Fei. He gets fleeced just like anyone else. Haha, definitely. Did not you see Mr. Lei looked completely stunned? Only Brother Fei could make a billionaire lose his composure like that. Lei Bus leaned back in the car seat. At this moment, his mood was complicated to the extreme. Thinking back on the order requirements he had given Shen Fei, Lei Bus had lost all expectations. However, at this very moment, Lei Bus's phone suddenly rang. He instinctively pulled out his phone for a glance. Then the expression on his face froze. Lei Bus had originally thought it was a message from a business partner. He never expected it to be an order receipt sent by Shen Fei via the Husha platform. And after Lei Bus finished reading the message from Shen Fei, his brows instantly knit together tightly. Shen Fei, what exactly are you trying to do? Is there any basis for comparison between these two? Lei Bus murmured in a voice only he could hear. Then he fell into silence. After a full 10 seconds, as the Xiaomi Group staff pulled over the mobile charging piles, Lei Bus finally snapped out of his deep contemplation. Fine, at this point I have no choice but to choose to trust Shen Fei. Lei Bus took a deep breath. Then he got out of the car. He whispered a few words to his secretary and began walking directly off the venue stage. Seeing this, the audience at the scene thought Lei Bus was so angry at Shen Fei that he was leaving in a huff. In an instant, they started buzzing with discussion. The female secretary saw that the scene was getting a bit out of control, so she hurriedly stepped out to explain. Our Xiaomi Group press conference is not over yet. Mr. Lei just told me that after the charging is complete, he will officially begin to showcase the car that Mr. Shen Fei has built for our Xiaomi Group. Please wait patiently. Having said that, the secretary stepped back to the side and took charge of monitoring the car's charging process. The tens of thousands of spectators at the venue and the millions of viewers in the live stream heard the secretary's words and actually chose to wait quietly. If it were any other company's press conference, making everyone wait for over half an hour, there is no telling how many people would have left early. But because of Shen Fei, everyone showed plenty of patience. About 20 minutes later, a series of roaring car engines suddenly echoed. People were already getting a bit bored while waiting. Hearing such a thunderous roar, many of them immediately turned their heads to look. In the open area near the entrance to Beishan Mountain, supercars were suddenly streaming out one after another. They all came to a smooth, steady stop. Taking a quick look, there were at least a dozen of them, including top-tier supercars like Ferrari and Lamborghini. It was truly dazzling. They say sports cars are a man's ultimate romance. Upon seeing this formation, everyone's attention was immediately hooked. Many people even hurriedly took out their phones to take pictures. And just when everyone's focus was on these top supercars, Lei Bus's voice suddenly rang out through the speakers. In the coming time, I would like to invite everyone to enjoy a racing feast. These are all world-class supercars that our Xiaomi Group specifically sourced, and their drivers are all professional racers. Lei Bus's voice resonated across the entire square. Cheers immediately erupted from the scene. Everyone had no idea there would be such an explosive program today. The millions of viewers in the live stream also could not help but go wild. My God, Mr. Lei really is Mr. Lei. Every press conference he hosts is packed with entertainment value. Hearing those supercar roars, I feel like my blood is boiling. But this is Xiaomi's new energy vehicle press conference. Is it really okay to bring in a bunch of gas-guzzling top-tier sports cars for a race? Exactly what is Mr. Lei thinking? Is he afraid his own Xiaomi car might sell too well? Hey, why are we worrying about that? Just enjoy the show. Wait, my God, no, look everyone, am I seeing things? The viewers in the live stream started getting flustered toward the end. And the people at the scene, the expressions on their faces were frozen. On the starting line leading to the Beishan Mountain Road, the dozen or so supercars were revving their engines, like beasts ready to spring. And just then, Lei Bus, driving the car built by Shen Fei, also pulled up right in the middle of those dozen supercars. The visual impact of that scene on everyone was like a little lamb mixed into a pack of steel beasts, and the kind that does not even make a sound. After a second of silence at the scene, the clamor erupted like a tidal wave. My God, honey, slap me, why am I hallucinating in broad daylight? Ouch, that hurts. It is not a hallucination, but has Mr. Lei gone crazy? Let me process this. A race between a dozen supercars and Mr. Lei is going to compete in a new energy vehicle. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Koenigsegg. I will bet anything that Mr. Lei will not even see the tail lights of those cars. I can only say I give full marks to Mr. Lei for the showmanship. This is definitely the most explosive car press conference I have ever seen. It was not just the ordinary viewers who were blown away. Right now, even the board members of Xiaomi Group on the stands, including Lin Jiancheng, were dropping their jaws in shock. It took several full seconds for Lin Jiancheng to be the first to come to his senses. He could not help but wipe the corner of his eye and say, Mr. Lei, are you trying to prove how useless that car is, just to highlight how great RS is? Enough, Mr. Lei, you have done more than enough for me and for Xiaomi Group. Regardless of whether you remain an executive director of Xiaomi Group in the future, in my heart, you are forever worthy of respect. Lin Jiancheng spoke with passion and emotion, with true feelings pouring out. He seemed genuinely moved by Lei Bus. And the other directors nearby heard Lin Jiancheng's words. And they suddenly realized what was going on. So that is how it is. The bigger the splash Mr. Lei makes, the better our Su will sell. I would say Director Lin really sees things clearly, identifying the reason at a glance. With Director Lin leading the way, Xiaomi will surely grow bigger, stronger, and reach even greater heights. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Jiancheng and the others, the countdown to the car race on the other side had begun. Over a dozen supercars were ready to go. The intense roar of engines pierced the sky. In contrast, the Shenfei brand new energy vehicle driven by Rebus was like a little lamb waiting to be slaughtered, quietly waiting to be crushed by the dozen or so supercars. Finally, as the countdown ended, and the starting gun fired, the dozen or so supercars all darted out in a flash. Their catapult-like launch had the live audience cheering in excitement. Then, as everyone shifted their gaze to the car driven by Rebus, laughter began to rise and fall. The starting acceleration of a new energy vehicle is faster than most fuel cars. But that is only compared to ordinary fuel cars. Compared to these real supercars, it was completely overshadowed. Just from the start alone, Rebus was left a full dozen meters behind. A few seconds later, Rebus could not even see the exhaust of those supercars. However, at this moment, Rebus's noble status as the chairman of Xiaomi Group became apparent. The staff operating the camera drones were very sensible. Out of the 5 tracking drones, 2 were constantly tailing Rebus. And so, driving his car, Rebus finally arrived at the first curve of the Beishan winding road. The audience on the scene and in the live stream had long fixed their eyes on the huge LED screen in the square. The footage transmitted by the tracking drones could be clearly seen on it. Of course, everyone was focusing on the footage of the supercars. They had almost no interest in Rebus's situation. They just glanced casually and were about to continue watching the supercars speeding. But just with that one glance, everyone's eyes were glued. Someone at the scene even let out a scream of disbelief. In the video, the speed of the car Rebus was driving had reached 120. Although it could not compare to those supercars, it definitely was not slow. You know, general highways only allow up to this speed. And in such a high-speed state, Rebus actually cornered right on the line. He passed through that curved corner in less than a second. Brothers, am I seeing things? Mr. Lei does not slow down for corners. I am dumbfounded. Why does it feel like Mr. Lei took this corner faster than those professional drivers in supercars? No need to feel it is faster than those supercars, I have been timing it. The fastest of those supercars is the Koenigsegg, taking 1.2 seconds to pass this first curve, and Mr. Lei only took 0.6 seconds, a whole double the speed. Goodness, I thought Mr. Lei was here to show off the car, but it turns out he's showing off his driving skills. I can only say I love it. From now on, I'm Mr. Lei's #1 driving skill fan. The audience in the live stream was buzzing with discussion, and all began to focus their eyes on the footage of the car Rebus was driving. As time went by, everyone grew more and more astonished. Originally, everyone thought Rebus taking a corner smoothly without decelerating was his limit. But they never expected that to be just the beginning. Good lord, heel-and-toe downshifting, trail braking, Scandinavian flick drift. Is Mr. Lei really not a retired professional F-racer? Although these are already ruthless enough, it feels like even more ruthless moves are yet to come. FR weight transfer to keep the front end lifted and create overtaking lines. Maneuvering to countersteer within the smallest range, thereby controlling tire wear. The most terrifying thing is that Mr. Lei can drift using momentum. I feel like Mr. Lei's driving skills are on par with Takumi Fujiwara from Initial D. I would gladly call him Takumi Fujilei. At this moment, the comments in the live stream had completely exploded. No one expected this car race to turn out like this. Among a group of supercars and professional racers, Rebus actually became the undisputed main character. And the winding road of Beishan was inherently full of curves. With various exaggerated techniques, Rebus drove his car, and had already sprinted from last place to first place, pulling nearly a kilometer ahead of second place. The professional drivers who were overtaken by Rebus looked at the new energy vehicle that did not even have exhaust fumes. Their faces were all filled with expressions of doubting their lives. Boss Lei, am I the professional racer or are you? Am I the one driving a supercar or are you? At Beishan Square, there was no longer any sound to be heard. Everyone had faces full of admiration, their eyes fixed upward on the large LED screen showing the car Rebus was driving. And in the crowd, Lin Jiancheng and the board members of Xiaomi Group looked at each other, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. When did Mr. Lei learn such driving skills? Who knows, Mr. Lei has a lot of hobbies, maybe he learned it when he was young. Tusk tusk, I feel like Mr. Lay could go straight into professional car racing after he retires. I will definitely book the whole venue for us to watch. Hahaha, old son, you said it. We will form a group to watch Mr. Lay race when the time comes. Alright, stop it. Mr. Lay's driving skills are impressive, but you do not really think he is better than professional racers, do you? These drivers were hired by Mr. Lay, who knows how much they held back. Hearing Lin Jiancheng's last sentence, everyone nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the foot of Beishan, Rebus driving the car had slowly appeared in everyone's sight. They were calm, but the tens of thousands of spectators at the scene could not calm down at all. Rebus had not even parked the car fully, when cheers rose and fell, echoing above the entire square. However, what everyone did not know was, at this moment Rebus, still sitting in the driver's seat, had eyes already filled with terror. He looked at the steering wheel in front of him, and could not help but swallow hard, looking completely in disbelief. This state lasted for over 2 minutes, until the other professional drivers also completed a lap around Beishan and arrived at the finish line. Only then did Rebus take 2 deep breaths, slowly pushed open the car door and stepped out. Just as Lay Bus stepped out of the car, the professional drivers all crowded around him one by one. Boss Lay, are you pulling our legs? You organized the Beishan racing competition, called us all here, and put up a 5 million prize for the winner. We all put our hearts and souls into the race. But who would have thought that you were the true expert hiding in plain sight? Your driving skills are almost on par with Formula 1 professionals. We could not beat you, we really could not beat you at all. The drivers said with wry, bitter smiles. Their eyes were filled with genuine admiration for Lay Bus's driving skills. As the saying goes, laymen watch the spectacle while experts watch the technique. In the eyes of these professionals, Lay Bus's driving skills were absolutely mind-blowing, especially the smooth, flawless maneuvers when he overtook them earlier. It left them completely stunned, and if even professional drivers held his skills in such high regard, not to mention the ordinary folks in the crowd, thousands of people at the scene swarmed over, calling out, Boss Lay, you were way too fierce. The race just now was even better than a Hollywood blockbuster. Boss Lay, are you taking apprentices? I want to learn driving from you. Boss Lay, please release a driving tutorial. I will study it on my knees. Boss Lay, I want to have your children. The audience was in high spirits, and the things they shouted became increasingly outrageous. Lay Bus took the microphone from his secretary and gave a light cough. The noise on the scene died down by more than half instantly. Then, meeting the expectant gaze of countless people, Lay Bus slowly began to speak. What do you think of it? While speaking, Lay Bus slowly pointed his finger to the side. Everyone turned their heads in unison, following the direction of his finger. When they realized that Lay Bus was referring to the car built by Shen Fei, they were just about to share their thoughts. Suddenly, a series of hissing sounds erupted. 3 of the car's 4 tires suddenly cracked open. The last remaining one also became misaligned. And that was not the end of it. After a series of subtle cracking sounds, much louder noise suddenly came from inside the car. It sounded like the motor had burned out. After a second of dead silence, uproarious laughter broke out. How much money did Shen Fei swindle out of Boss Lay? Not only did he not charge the battery, but the quality is also absolute garbage. First time I have seen a new car end up like this after one race. Boss Lay is quite lucky to still be in one piece. Tell me about it. I bet Boss Lay's legs are shaking now. If the car had failed during the race, the only way to see him would be at his grave. I feel like this car built by Shen Fei limited Boss Lay's skills. If he had driven a supercar instead, I cannot even imagine what kind of visual feast that would have been. Boss Lay, run it one more time. Use that Koenigsegg this time. Yeah, Boss Lay, please, we are begging you. The audience shouted one after another. Not far away, Lin Jiancheng and the other group directors looked at the nearly totaled car and could not help but shake their heads and laugh. Only Lay Bus kept his eyes fixed on the car in front of him, with no expression of surprise on his face at all. It seems everyone does not think much of this car. Well then, let me show you something. Xiao Zhang, play the video from your phone on the big screen. As Lay Bus said this, he took out his phone and handed it to his secretary. Even now, there was a lingering trace of excitement deep in Lay Bus's eyes. The pretty secretary nodded hurriedly upon hearing this, and then walked away with Lay Bus's phone. As for the numerous viewers at the scene and in the live stream, they were collectively stunned. It was clear they had no idea what trick Lay Bus was up to. Holding their curiosity, everyone turned their attention to the giant LED screen. Once the secretary got it working, images instantly appeared on the screen. Wow, this is the recording from inside Boss Lay's car. This is getting interesting. I really want to see how on earth Boss Lay drove the car like that. Boss Lay is the man. I am absolutely going to study this video frame by frame. Man, do not just say you are going to learn it. See those pro drivers. They have all taken out their phones and started recording with such serious faces. Everyone stared at the big screen without even blinking, afraid of missing any incredible footage. On the big screen, the roaring sounds of over a dozen sports cars were already ringing out one after another. It was clearly the moment before the race began. In the shot, Laybus did not have his hands on the steering wheel. He just reached out a finger and tapped the main control screen. The next second, a beautiful female voice prompt suddenly played through the screen, reaching the ears of every spectator at the scene and in the live stream. Ding, you have selected the fully intelligent autonomous driving mode. Please fasten your seatbelt. The pleasant voice prompt was very melodic, but these two sentences hit everyone's ears like a thunderbolt. The expressions on everyone's faces froze completely. Not far away, Lin Jiancheng and the other directors of Xiaomi Group were in total disbelief, doubting if they had heard correctly. Fully intelligent autonomous driving. Could it be that the one who beat all those professional drivers in supercars was not Boss Lay but this car? A middle-aged director could not help but gulp, his voice trembling with shock. Many new energy vehicles nowadays claim to have autonomous driving features. But the executives all know in their hearts that the so-called autonomous driving is still in the testing phase. At most, it can only be called an assisted driving feature, meaning things like automatic obstacle avoidance or emergency braking. Like the Xiaomi S that Lin Jiancheng just launched, which could drive to the center of the stage, that was already considered a very impressive feature. Earlier, when Lin Jiancheng showed it to everyone, the crowd cheered and applauded wildly. You could tell from that. But what kind of supernatural talk were they hearing now? Fully intelligent autonomous driving. It just told Boss Lay to fasten his seatbelt. If the race just now was indeed entirely carried out by this car built by Shenfei, and Lay Bus never touched the steering wheel from start to finish, then they could not even imagine what kind of sensation this car would bring to the entire new energy vehicle industry. Compared to this car, all the new energy vehicles claiming to have autonomous driving will be dragged through the mud and utterly shamed. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. This should be a driving assist function at best. All those operations could not possibly be done by just a car. How could such technology exist right now? Even in another 10 years it would be impossible. After coming back to his senses, Lin Jiancheng exclaimed, losing his composure a bit. Compared to the other directors, he understood much better just how absurd this really was. Director Lin, do not be too anxious just yet. We will know what exactly is going on as we keep watching. Right at that moment, another director spoke up with narrowed eyes. Hearing his words, Lin Jiancheng pursed his lips. Then he looked toward the large screen with a tight frown. After their initial shock, the other ordinary spectators had long since been staring straight at it, only to see that on that huge LED screen, the race footage had already begun. After fastening his seatbelt, Lay Busey leaned back comfortably in the car seat and made no further movements. Soon the straight track ended. The camera moved to the first corner. At this moment, everyone could not help but subconsciously hold their breath. The 0.6 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. And when the footage of these 0.6 seconds surfaced in their minds, everyone suddenly felt their scalps tingle. A chill rose directly from the soles of their feet and shot straight up to the tops of their heads. I am numb, I am totally numb. If I am not mistaken, Boss Lay has not touched the steering wheel with even a single finger from start to finish. Taking a corner without decelerating, totally blinding my eyes, and the car actually did it by itself. Did you guys remember Boss Lay's expression just now? It felt like Boss Lay was startled too. Damn it, who would not be startled by this? I have never heard of a car racing all by itself. The comments in the live stream exploded like a tidal wave. Everyone had their jaws dropped by this scene. And this was not the end. Corner after corner, overtake after overtake. Hilanto downshifting, trail braking, Scandinavian flick drift. FR weight transfer, ensuring the front of the car can hover to create an overtaking line. Maneuvering to countersteer within the smallest range, thereby controlling tire wear. Using inertia drifting. These superb technical moves that even professional racers find difficult to execute. Countless viewers watched helplessly as a car performed them entirely on its own. The further they watched, the more shocked the crowd became, especially at the 10-minute and 8 seconds mark. That beautiful notification sound rang out again. Ding, detected that the tires and motor are overloaded, expecting a malfunction in 8 minutes and 7 seconds. Other components are currently intact. You may drive with peace of mind. Hearing these two notifications coming from the large screen, Everyone could not help but subconsciously swallow hard a couple of times. It turned out the issues with the tires and the motor had already been detected by this car long ago. The timing was even accurate to the second. There was absolutely no possibility of any dangerous issues occurring during the race. I am freaking convinced, completely convinced. I originally thought a motorcycle going over 800 km/h was already Brother Fei's limit. Who would have thought that in just 3 days, Brother Fei would drop my jaw once again? The nth time Brother Fei has become a god in my mind, from computers to motorcycles and now to new energy vehicles. Where exactly is Brother Fei's limit? I never imagined a person could be this awesome. Excuse me, is it too late for me to study now? It is my first time witnessing the charm of knowledge and technology. Previously, some guys guessed that Brother Fei was already 60 years old. If you ask me, it is impossible for Brother Fei to not be 80. You would have to study various technologies for a lifetime to achieve such results. The viewers in the live stream, which was fast approaching 10 million, were in a heated discussion. They simply could not stop looking at that car on the large screen, still in a completely autonomous driving state. To them, it was no less than seeing Ultraman in the real world, seeing the light. And it was not just the ordinary viewers who were shocked to the extreme. Even the group of business tycoons watching the live stream were left with blank expressions. Inside a detached villa in Shenzhen, Ren Jiquan looked at everything before him. His breathing could not help but become a little rapid. Some time ago, their company Huawei had just released a new energy vehicle of their own. The Luxidas. As soon as this car was released, it crushed a slew of other new energy vehicles. Relying on its autonomous driving function, it successfully climbed to the pinnacle of the new energy vehicle ranks. But at this moment, comparing the autonomous driving of the Luxid S to the car Shen Fei had created, Ren Jiquan simply did not know what to say. What kind of autonomous driving could their Luxid S even be considered? It was practically like a child's toy. Remembering that he had asked Huawei's HR department to offer Shen Fei an annual salary of 300 million. Ren Jiquan's face felt even hotter. Huawei had spent over 20 billion in research and development just to barely create the Luxid S. Whereas the car Shen Fei had built single-handedly could easily wipe the floor with their Luxid S. The value of Shen Fei alone was terrifyingly more times than the multitude of masters and PhDs he had hired with high salaries. 300 million. Ren Jiquan felt that he was not just slapping Shen Fei's face. He was slapping his own face even more. Kaienqian, your uncle was wrong this time, too absurdly wrong. From the very beginning, this was never a marketing stunt by Lei Busey, but a solo show by Shen Fei. I underestimated Shen Fei too much. He alone is worth who knows how many of the top scientific research teams. For the Dragon Kingdom to have such a talent is a fortune for the entire country and its people. After a bitter smile, an excited expression beamed on Ren Jiquan's face. At this moment, whether Shen Fei could be utilized by Huawei was no longer important to him. He was glad that Shen Fei was a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. As for Jiang Kaienqian next to him, she had long since been unable to hear any of Ren Jiquan's words. Right now, she was staring blankly at the screen, her eyes full of little stars. She had clearly become a complete fangirl of Shen Fei. On the big screen, after the 10-minute video finished playing, everyone turned their eyes back to the car that Shen Fei had built. The first sound of applause broke the silence. Following that, it was like a chain reaction. Within a single breath, the venue erupted in thunderous applause. Everyone looked at that car. All felt that a glorious new era for new energy vehicles was about to arrive. And just at this moment, inside the car with its tires ruined and motor burnt out, that beautiful alert sound suddenly rang out again. Ding, there is a voice message here for the owner to review. Detection, email access level is too high, it will now be played automatically for the owner. The sudden voice took everyone by surprise. Before they could even react, a magnetic voice drifted out from inside the car. Hello, Mr. Lei, this is Shen Fei. You should have heard by now that I only sell products, not patents. Whoever can figure out the research, just pay me some royalty fees. However, for this first-generation new energy vehicle, which I call the Xiaomi Guang, I am willing to sell you some of the patents. Cannot help it, I am a bit short on money lately. If Mr. Lei has made up your mind, you can communicate with me through the order receipt. After Shen Fei's few sentences slowly echoed throughout the square, the venue suddenly became quiet. And when the millions of viewers in the live stream room came back to their senses, it completely exploded. Oh my god, where is his shame? How can that profiteer Shen have the nerve to say something so infuriating? I'm laughing, I really am. Anyone in this world could be short on money, but you, a master profiteer, saying you're broke. Are you kidding me? Wait, is this really Brother Fei's own voice? Why does it sound so young? SSS, dude, you just woke me up. This voice sounds like he is only about 20 years old. You guys are not joking, are you? About 20. Did Brother Fei start doing research from his mother's womb? I could accept Brother Fei being 80, but if he is 20, how am I supposed to live? Compared to him, am I not just a total waste of space? I think I can already see today's #1 trending topic. The crazy research genius is only 20. Brother Fei becomes a partner with Lei Busi at 20, while at 20 I only know how to mess around. Woo, please stop talking. My mom is watching the live stream too. She looks at the screen and then at me. There seems to be murderous intent in her eyes. After a voice clip unintentionally exposed Shen Fei's age. Everyone could not keep their composure. As for Lei Busi, he was grinning so hard his mouth was almost reaching the back of his head. He of course knew that Shen Fei only sold products and not patents. Initially, Lei Busi had intended to rely on Shen Fei to gain absolute control over the group first. Then he would personally lead the research team to study the car Shen Fei built for him day and night. Who would have thought that Shen Fei would give him such a huge gift directly? With Shen Fei's help, Lei Busi believed that the first-generation Xiaomi Su Guang would soon reach mass production. Right now, he felt that the name Guang, which Shen Fei chose, was simply too fitting. This car is a beam of light breaking into the new energy vehicle industry. And Shen Fei is even more of a light in Lei Busi's life. He completely illuminated both him and the Xiaomi group. Thinking of this, Lei Busi hurriedly wanted to contact Shen Fei. But at this moment, the sound of slightly heavy footsteps suddenly rang out. Lei Busi looked back. He saw that it was Lin Jiancheng walking behind him. Congratulations, Mr. Lei. Lin Jiancheng's face wore a trace of bitterness and lingering disbelief. He really had never imagined that Lei Busi could actually rely on just one person, Shen Fei, to defeat the entire R&D department of Xiaomi Group. And it was an overwhelming, crushing victory. You do not need to be so discouraged. The one who beat you is not me, but that genius boy. Others say that my life has been legendary, but compared to this genius boy, I feel he is the true legend. Lei Busi looked at Lin Jiancheng and said from the bottom of his heart. And when Lin Jiancheng heard these words from Lei Busi, his expression was blank for a moment. Then he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Mr. Lei, you misunderstood. I am not discouraged. My defeat is not unfair. Shen Fei is very talented, so talented that he makes my heart tremble. But your choice was also very impressive. Only now do I understand that you are not only the founder of Xiaomi, you are also the leader most suitable for Xiaomi. Goodbye, Mr. Lei. At the end of these words, Lin Jiancheng bowed slightly to Lei Busi and turned to leave. Lei Busi looked at Lin Jiancheng and hesitated for a moment, but still could not help but ask, What are your plans next? Lei Busi did not try to keep Lin Jiancheng in a grand gesture. Just as if he had failed, Lin Jiancheng would not have tried to keep him either. In business, the two are enemies and competitors. But in some aspects, Lei Busi still admired Lin Jiancheng somewhat. At the very least, in the field of new energy vehicle technology, Lin Jiancheng was far better than him. The S only lost to Shen Fei, but it did not lose to other new energy vehicles. Next, I want to return to the Research Institute. Mr. Lei, you know that our Lin family has some influence in Yanjing. Before, I had been focusing on research in the institute. Later, I felt that research was truly boring, so I had no heart to continue. But today, Shen Fei let me see what true scientific research is. I think I will dedicate the second half of my life to research work. Even if I can achieve just a little, I will have lived this life without regrets. Lin Jiancheng said with a serious expression, as if he had already made up his mind. Lei Busi looked at Lin Jiancheng in a daze. For the first time, a glimmer of respect crossed his eyes. Good luck. Haha, thank you, Mr. Lei. I hope we can sit down and drink tea together again in the future. After saying the last sentence, Lin Jiancheng no longer felt any attachment to everything before him. He turned around, waved to Lei Busi, and left the venue in a carefree manner. Lei Busi watched Lin Jiancheng's receding figure. He pursed his lips and finally could not help but whisper. Every researcher is worthy of respect and admiration. But most people will spend their entire lives in obscurity. Few can produce results as frequently as Shen Fei. Jiancheng, I hope you can keep a steady mindset throughout your long research career. After all, there's only one freakish genius like Shen Fei in the world. With Lin Jiancheng's departure, Lei Bus sighed with emotion. This Xiaomi Group press conference also came to a successful conclusion. And the name Shen Fei once again dominated the hot search lists of major platforms. Major news sections and front-page headlines were all completely taken over by the new energy vehicle light. Everyone has seen new energy vehicles. Everyone has also seen new energy vehicles with automatic assisted driving. But a new energy vehicle that can do fully automatic intelligent street racing is something no one has even dreamed of. So when many people who had not watched the live broadcast of the press conference scrolled to the video of the racing at Bashan Square, they were all instantly blown away. No one had ever thought that with modern technology developing to such an extent, the first to lose their jobs would not be farmers but race car drivers, an industry that seemed like it would never face unemployment. And as the commotion on the internet grew larger and larger, Shenfei finally entered the sight of certain people. Mao's first military region, as an important military base ranked in the top 10 nationwide. The most impressive thing here is not its military combat power, but its military industrial research and development capabilities, which are among the best in the country. Here, they have the largest military industrial R&D base in the country. Countless top-tier domestic R&D talents are all gathered here. At this moment, somewhere in this massive military region, a gray-haired, imposing old man looked at the video on his phone and could not help but adjust the reading glasses on the bridge of his nose. The younger generation will surpass us, they truly will. To think our dragon country has such an outstanding young talent. It is just that his research direction seems to be entirely for civilian use, which is a bit of a waste of his talent. The old man named Chen Zhenmin, who had several stars on his shoulders, sighed with regret. He then raised his hand and pressed a button on his desk. A few minutes later, a young man in a military uniform with straight posture knocked and entered. "Teacher, you are looking for me." "Yes." "Little Ma, go find a way to contact this young man named Shenfei. I want to invite him to work at our R&D base." Chen Zhenmin looked at his prize student Ma Hongyi and said. As the top person in charge of the R&D base, Chen Zhenmin had many students. And among all his students, Ma Hongyi's talent and comprehension were enough to rank in the top 5. Therefore, Chen Zhenmin's attitude towards him was very amiable. But hearing Chen Zhenmin's words, Ma Hongyi could not help but hesitate. "Teacher, I have heard of this Shenfei. Recently, his deeds have been making a massive uproar on the internet. But having him come directly to our R&D base is not that bending the rules a bit too much. We only recruit top scientific research talents from major military academies and research institutes here. More than half of them have been involved in military industrial research for at least 5 years. But the things this Shenfei researches are all civilian products. If we let him into our R&D base, he probably will not understand anything, right?" Ma Hongyi said boldly. Normally, people who received Chen Zhenmin's orders only had the option to obey. They would not dare question them in the slightest. Otherwise, they would definitely incur a severe scolding from Chen Zhenmin. After all, while this man looks somewhat amiable right now, within the R&D base, Chen Zhenmin was famous for his explosive temper. Quite a few new researchers had been scolded to tears by him. But Ma Hongyi dared to speak this way naturally, because he relied on the fact that Chen Zhenmin treated him differently from others. Indeed, hearing this, Chen Zhenmin just smiled and said, "I just want Shenfei to come and try. I did not say I would directly recruit him as a formal member of the research base. Civilian use and military industry are worlds apart after all. Whether he can show outstanding comprehension in military industry as well, we will have to let time decide." "All right, you go contact him first." Chen Zhenmin waved his hand and said. Hearing this, Ma Hongyi obediently nodded, then turned and walked towards the door. However, just as his hand touched the doorknob, Chen Zhenmin's voice suddenly rang out again. "By the way, has Qin Ying finished her experiment yet?" Hearing the name Qin Ying, a flash of admiration immediately crossed the depths of Ma Hongyi's eyes. Then he hurriedly nodded in response. "Yes, teacher, Mentor Qin has finished her research on the TZ-type ultra-hard alloy material. Although this experiment took Mentor Qin 2 years on and off, but her experimental breakthrough this time will bring a historic innovation to our ground combat tanks. With this ultra-hard alloy, the combat power of our ground combat tanks will increase by more than 2 levels. Mentor Qin is a true genius." Ma Hongyi did not hold back his admiration in his words. The way he looked, it was as if compared to Qin Ying, Shenfei was absolutely nothing. Chen Zhenmin nodded upon hearing this, and a smile could not help but appear on his dignified face. "That girl Qin Ying does have very high comprehension. Back then, she only studied under me for 2.5 years before being promoted to a mentor at our research base. Little Ma, you all have to work hard too." "Yes, teacher, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations." "Good. You go contact Shenfei's side first. After you contact him, notify everyone to have a meeting in Hall 1. Have Qin Ying go there too." "Good, okay, teacher, I will go arrange it right away." As soon as he heard that he could see Qin Ying right away, Ma Hongyi became a bit excited. Then he quickened his pace and left Chen Zhenmin's office. And after Ma Hongyi left, Chen Zhenmin turned his gaze back to the phone in front of him. looking at the new energy vehicle built by Shen Fei in the video that was street racing with fully automatic intelligent driving. He could not help but mutter, "I just wonder if this is run by a specific program or an intelligent road recognition system. If it is the latter, then perhaps it could be applied to military combat. That would greatly improve the efficiency of special operations. But with current technology, realizing mass production of this kind of system would probably be very difficult. Shen Fei must have researched for a long time to develop such a system." Meanwhile, Shen Fei did not yet know that he had caught the attention of Chen Zhenmin, a true titan in the military industry. After transferring some of the core technical data of the light new energy vehicle to Lei Bus, Shen Fei walked out of the manufacturing shop, intending to get some good rest for a few days. According to the memories of his predecessor that he had absorbed, besides this manufacturing shop, he seemed to have an apartment in the city center. Therefore, Shen Fei planned to head to the city apartment and stay there for a couple of days. Although the shop also had a room where he could rest, in Shen Fei's view, work and personal life should be kept separate. Plus, he rarely sees a living soul around here. If things continued like this, Shen Fei reckoned his social skills would likely wither away. Stepping out of the shop's front door, facing the warm afternoon sun, Shen Fei could not help but stretch comfortably. As for the shop, Shen Fei's current plan was to wait a couple of days before taking on any more orders. Or perhaps wait until he came across a suitable one. Now that he had unlocked the third stage of the system, the top-tier military manufacturing level, Shen Fei naturally wanted to challenge himself with something bigger. Woo, that is decided for now. Time to head into the city. Shen Fei let out a soft breath. Then he climbed into his beat-up second-hand Jetta and began a slow, leisurely drive toward the city center. Meanwhile, elsewhere, within the research-based territory of the 1st Military District in Madu, Chen Zhenmin was pacing his way toward the military district's conference hall. Before he even got close, Chen Zhenmin heard a chorus of wailing and howling coming from inside. "Sister Ying, stop hitting me, I surrender, okay? Instructor Qin, you are a mentor now. You cannot just go around bullying people like this. Well, if you hit me again, I'm going to break." Hearing these sounds, the expression on Chen Zhenmin's face froze slightly. Then he could not help but shake his head and give a bitter smile. This girl. After saying this, Chen Zhenmin quickened his pace. When he reached the entrance of the conference hall, he happened to see a beautiful silhouette lift a leg and kick someone flying. Those long legs, encased in loose trousers, looked both sexy and explosive with power. Chen Zhenmin took a closer look. Besides the person Qin Ying had just kicked, there were 4 or 5 others lying on the floor, unable to even crawl up. Clearly, they had been battered pretty hard by Qin Ying. Qin Ying, meanwhile, had not noticed Chen Zhenmin's arrival behind her. She glanced at the few lying on the floor, clapped her hands together and folded her arms, saying, "Hey, are you guys really that out of shape? I told you that besides doing research, you need to work on your physical fitness. How come after 2 years you are still so weak?" Qin Ying's crisp voice echoed throughout the large conference hall. It was not just the few on the floor who felt like crying. Even the onlookers watching the commotion could not help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. No one dared to speak. "Sister Ying, what do you mean we have not trained? We run 20 kilometers in the mountains every single day. We have not missed a day in 2 years. But can we even beat you when we spar? Even the guys in the Special Operations Unit walk the other way when they see you. What are we supposed to do?" "Forget it, Sister Ying, do whatever you want to us. We choose to die standing." The few of them chimed in, looking completely aggrieved. Qin Ying looked at their miserable expressions, paused for a moment, and then started rubbing her fists and approaching them. "Good, you have got guts." Those words actually sounded like something a man would say. "I will grant you your wish." As she spoke, Qin Ying's long, slender leg was already raised. But at this moment, Chen Zhenmin finally could not watch any longer. All right, Qin Ying, stop tormenting your junior peers." Chen Zhenmin walked into the room with his hands behind his back as he spoke. And when the people in the room saw Chen Zhenmin, it was like they had seen their own father. They all wiped away their tears and rushed toward him. "Elder Chen, you have to stand up for us. Qin Ying is being unreasonable and bullying us. We are a group of the country's top military research personnel, and she keeps forcing us to train our bodies. Is not this just torture? I had nightmares yesterday just hearing she was coming back. I finally had a breakthrough on the triple tube research, and it just vanished out of fear. Woo, Elder Chen, please help us, help us." The people swarmed toward Chen Zhenmin, tears and snot streaming down their faces, not looking like top-tier military talents at all. "All right, Qin Ying is doing this for your own good. Without a good physique, you cannot sustain long-term scientific research. Everyone go back to your seats. I have something important to discuss with you today. As he finished, Chen Zhenmin's voice turned slightly more serious. The dozens of people present seemed to instantly change their demeanor. They wiped the smiles from their faces and returned to their seats one after another. Only Qin Ying seemed unaffected, casually pulling up a chair and sitting down. Chen Zhenmin glanced at Qin Ying but said nothing more. He walked over to the conference room display screen and uploaded a video file to the system. Then he turned to face the group and said, "First, take a look at this video." As Chen Zhenmin's voice trailed off, all dozens of people in the conference room fixed their eyes on the screen. When they saw the car on the screen with no one operating it, performing fully autonomous driving, executing various high-difficulty racing maneuvers, and finally leaving a group of supercars in its dust, even these top military experts could not help but show a look of astonishment. Qin Ying, standing to the side, narrowed her pretty eyes after watching. After the video finished playing, she immediately fell into deep thought. At this point, Chen Zhenmin slowly walked to the main seat. He swept his gaze over the crowd and spoke with natural authority. What you saw in this video happened just a few hours ago. It is a recording from a product launch event held by one of our country's top technology companies. I imagine some of you have already heard the name Shen Fei, though others may not have. Now let us hear your thoughts on what you have just seen. Once Chen Zhenmin finished speaking, the dozens of top military experts exchanged glances and began discussing it among themselves. Qin Ying, sitting in the front row, squinted her eyes again, wondering what he was really thinking. Inside the conference room, after everyone discussed for a while, someone stood up and said to Chen Zhenmin, "Elder Chen, I think this fully intelligent autonomous driving function in the video does have something to it, but not much. Specifically, the visual impact is very strong, but the actual usefulness is not great. From a civilian perspective, this technology can indeed maximize a person's driving experience, but street racing, the law will not allow it. If the Xiaomi Group wants to promote and release this car on the market, this racing function definitely will not pass the review. However, technically speaking, I personally appreciate this Shen Fei. He seems to have a unique natural talent for intelligent things. Hong Yi mentioned to me just now that you seem to intend to recruit Shen Fei to our military-industrial base to study. I think after studying military-industrial skills and knowledge for a period of time, he might really be able to contribute to our military-industrial intelligence." A young man wearing silver-rimmed glasses spoke eloquently. Hearing his words, many people in the conference room nodded in agreement. Chen Zhenmin looked up at the young man and suddenly asked, "Su Ting, what if it was for military use?" Military use. The young man named Su Ting was slightly stunned upon hearing this. Then, meeting Chen Zhenmin's gaze, he could not help but shake his head and laugh. "Elder Chen, do not test me, I can still figure this out. In my opinion, this technology cannot be applied to military industry for the time being. During military operations, if there is an autonomous driving function, it can indeed liberate combat forces. But no matter how intelligent it is ultimately a bunch of cold parts, and it simply cannot make the most correct judgment on the ever-changing battlefield. For example, an intelligent driving system will only analyze the current road conditions. Just like what we saw in the video just now, taking corners at the fastest speed, choosing the most correct and shortcut paths. This method of judgment is also the most basic and important for an intelligent driving system. But on the battlefield, the closest is not necessarily good, nor is it necessarily safe. If this intelligent driving system is really applied to the military industry, it is likely to cause irreversible mistakes." Su Ting's voice rang out in the conference room sentence after sentence. This time, the voices of agreement became louder. Many female researchers even cast admiring glances at the handsome Su Ting. However, right at this moment, an extremely discordant voice suddenly rang out. "Su Ting, is it so hard to admit that the guy named Shen Fei is excellent? You guys all think too highly of yourselves and look down on what others have researched. But if it were you, could you create such an intelligent driving system?" The sarcastic voice felt like a slap, fiercely hitting the faces of Su Ting and the others. But when they looked in the direction the voice came from, they instantly withered. "Sister Ying, I do not mean to look down on Shen Fei. I am just discussing the matter objectively. As for this intelligent driving system thing, I have not dabbled in it, and I do not know if I could research it out," Su Ting said boldly. Qin Ying could not help but roll her eyes upon hearing this. Then she looked at Chen Zhenmin and said, "Elder Chen, look at how hypocritical every single one of them has become. Military-industrial research is much stronger than civilian industry in some aspects. But something that could shock someone like Lei Busey to that extent, in their mouths it becomes discussing the matter objectively. They do not even have the most basic respect for technology anymore. If you ask me, Elder Chen, it is superfluous to gather so many people together. One small dark room per person locked them up to concentrate on research, and there would not be so much vanity. Chen Ying said shockingly. Zhu Ting, Ma Hongyi, and the others twitched their eyes listening to this. If it were not for Chen Ying's combat power comparable to a special forces soldier, they would have definitely retorted. But now they could only look down, focus their minds, and pretend they did not hear. Or eagerly glance at Chen Zhenmin a couple of times, hoping Chen Zhenmin would stand up for them. But soon their last hope was also extinguished. Although Chen Ying's words are a bit blunt, they are not without reason. As far as Shen Fei's intelligent driving system is concerned, it indeed belongs to a product ahead of its time. He is a very good young man, and I am looking forward to him coming here. Little Ma, what are the results of your contact? Speaking at the end, Chen Zhenmin suddenly shifted the topic and looked at Ma Hongyi sitting not far away. Ma Hongyi was slightly stunned upon hearing this. Then he took out his phone, glanced at it, and said as if feeling somewhat speechless. Teacher, I got Shen Fei's registered phone contact through the official Tiger Shark live broadcast platform. I called him twice using the official number of the admissions office, but both showed rejected. Later I sent him a text message, but he still has not replied to me. Chen Zhenmin waved his hand upon hearing this, indicating to put this matter aside for now. And Qin Ying on the side could not help but roll her eyes at Ma Hongyi again. Qin Ying heard all the instigation in his words. Alright, let us just wait for Shen Fei's reply. I believe that as long as he is interested in scientific research, he will not miss out on this opportunity. Next, we will begin the formal meeting agenda. At this time, Chen Zhenmin slowly spoke. The people in the conference room immediately sat up straight upon hearing this. It turns out all that just now was not the true purpose of this meeting at all. And under everyone's staring gazes, Chen Zhenmin picked up the chalk and wrote a line of large characters on the blackboard in the conference room, on several points where breakthroughs must be made for contemporary strategic aircraft. At the same time as Chen Zhenmin led Qin Ying and a group of the country's top military industry talents to start discussing the strategic aircraft issue. Inside the headquarters of Shunfeng Building in Shenzhen, the boss of Shunfeng, the leading domestic express delivery company, was also worrying about airplanes. Mr. Wang, are we still going to continue the research and development? The previous 6 experiments all failed. If we keep going, who knows how much more money we will have to throw in. Beside Wang Wei, a middle-aged man who looked like an assistant said with a bitter face. Since the beginning of last year, in order to make express delivery smoother, Shunfeng launched a plan for drone delivery, trying to crush the other major express delivery companies in all aspects. To this end, Shunfeng specially recruited a large number of professional scientific research talents in this field. They invested a total of over 1 billion yuan from start to finish. But who would have thought that they had already bragged about it? They publicly announced that this time they must build a drone with strong endurance, strong delivery capacity, and good stability, to greatly improve the efficiency of express delivery, capable of flying nationwide with same-day delivery. This advertisement sounded incredibly impressive, but the results were very unsatisfactory. All 6 research attempts failed. Either the endurance was insufficient, or the cargo capacity was mediocre, or both of the former were met, but the stability was terrible. In short, over the past year or so, Shunfeng has burned an unknown amount of money and blown up countless experimental aircraft. The current situation is that both Shunfeng and Wang Wei are somewhat stuck. If they show their heads, they will be instantly killed. And if they do not, they will be poisoned to death by the shrinking safe zone. Xiaold Liang, I know very well what you are worried about. But if we do not continue, would not all the money we invested before be wasted? Besides, I Wang Wei always keep my word. We have already made the boast, and if it ends in silence, how will others view Shunfeng and me, Wang Wei, in the future? After pondering, Wang Wei gritted his teeth and said, showing an attitude of taking responsibility for his boasts, no matter how much money it costs. Hearing Wang Wei's words, the middle-aged assistant next to him could not help but tremble in his legs. Mr. Wang, please think twice. Our Shunfeng has made money these years, but we cannot withstand. Old Liang, wait, do not speak yet. Before the middle-aged assistant could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Wang Wei raising his hand. Seeing this, the middle-aged assistant was slightly stunned and looked at Wang Wei with some confusion. At this moment, Wang Wei was looking straight ahead with his head raised. His confused eyes suddenly became brighter and brighter. The middle-aged assistant followed Wang Wei's gaze. Then he could not help but swallow hard. He saw a frozen image on the screen ahead. The main subjects in the picture were Lei Busey and a car. Mr. Wang, you are not going to. That is right, old Liang. Since Shen Fei could build an epic-making new energy vehicle, I do not think it would be difficult to build a drone that meets our requirements. Sigh my brain, why did it take me so long to realize? I should have thought of it as soon as I heard about the Xiaomi Group's car launch at Beishan Square. Wang Wei sighed and could not help but slap his thigh hard. Then he turned on the computer on his desk and directly placed an order with Shen Fei. Seeing this, the middle-aged assistant beside him hesitated for a moment but still could not help saying, "Mr. Wang, Shen Fei's reputation is not very good." Hearing this, Wang Wei was slightly stunned. Then he could not help laughing while placing the order. "Old Liang, you mean Shen Fei's title as the head of profiteers, right? Haha, if he can really build the drone for me, I would even accept it if he does not fill it with gas. It is just a tank of gas, not much money." While speaking, Wang Wei had finished placing the order. Then he leaned back in his boss chair and let out a heavy sigh of relief, looking as if a weight had been lifted off his mind. But the middle-aged assistant still frowned tightly upon hearing this and said, "Mr. Wang, I am not worried about that. I mean, Shen Fei is too young. According to the recorded message at Beishan Square, everyone guesses that Shen Fei is only around 20 years old. Being able to build such a new energy vehicle at such a young age is already amazing enough to make everyone give a thumbs up. But even a genius has his limits. How could Shen Fei, a 20-year-old young man, master drone manufacturing technology while also handling new energy vehicle technology? Moreover, the parameters of the drone we want to build have never appeared on the market. It is no exaggeration to say it is unique in the world. Can Shen Fei really do it?" The middle-aged assistant voiced his concerns one by one. Wang Wei was silent for a few seconds. Then he shifted his gaze to the blue sky and white clouds outside the window and said, "Old Liang, I know it is difficult. Otherwise, we would not have failed so many times. But do you have a better way now?" After Wang Wei finished speaking, it was the middle-aged assistant's turn to fall silent. A moment later, the middle-aged assistant calmed down and said, "Mr. Wang, perhaps your choice is correct. But will Shen Fei accept our order? Right now, the number of people online wanting to place an order with him must be astronomical, right?" Hearing the middle-aged assistant's words, Wang Wei waved his hand very confidently. "Do not worry. I just checked, and the highest order amount in Shen Fei's manufacturing shop right now is only 20 million. I offered Shen Fei a high price of 120 million. Did not you say Shen Fei is greedy for money? Then he will definitely accept my order," Wang Wei said with full confidence. Hearing this, the middle-aged assistant nodded subconsciously and said, "I see, that is good then. Wait, Mr. Wang, how much? 120 million. Mr. Wang, are you sure you did not type an extra zero, turning 12 million into 120 million? After coming back to his senses, the middle-aged assistant suddenly lost his composure. "You have to know that they are only building small drones, not large passenger planes. The R&D cost is high, but the manufacturing cost would be tens of millions at most. 120 million, that could build a medium-sized civilian airliner." Moreover, the middle-aged assistant had also heard of Shen Fei's principle of only selling products and not patents. No matter how the middle-aged assistant thought about it, he felt this deal was a massive loss. "All right, old Liang, you do not need to overthink it. Money is meant to be spent once earned. As long as Shen Fei can build the drone for us, it is worth it. Although one such drone might not be enough for us to build a drone transportation system. But as long as Shen Fei succeeds, we can just buy a few more from him, right? Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem," Wang Wei said with a wealthy and imposing expression. Hearing this, the middle-aged assistant could only nod with a twitching eye. However, he really felt it was necessary to find out where Shen Fei lived. It would be best to send a few people to keep an eye on Shen Fei. Otherwise, he was really afraid that Shen Fei would abscond with the money. After all, people online are all spreading rumors that Shen Fei, this head of profiteers, might just take the money and run on any given order. The middle-aged assistant felt that 120 million was already tempting enough. Huya Live's streaming platform. Ever since the conclusion of the Xiaomi Auto launch event, the promotional live stream for the Shen Fei manufacturing shop has not budged from the #1 spot on the homepage. Countless netizens have flocked there out of curiosity. Everyone wants to see just how terrifying the order volume in Shen Fei's live room has become. And after Wang Wei's order emerged like a dark horse, firmly securing the top spot in order value, the millions of viewers currently in Shen Fei's live room were all completely stunned. "My God, am I seeing this right? 120 million. Shen Fei Group placed a 120 million order with Brother Fei. Tusk, Brother Wang is way too hardcore, is not he? That is 120 million in real currency, not 120 million in fake game tokens. Boo-hoo, do not even say it. I have never even seen 120 million in-game tokens in my whole life. Suddenly, I feel like Mr. Lei is too stingy. Look at Mr. Wang, he throws out a 9-figure sum just like that. I never would have imagined that a 100,000 yuan computer would be the closest I ever get to Shenfei's manufacturing. Haha, they say the computer Brother Fei built for Erzi is so precious he does not even dare use it for gaming anymore. He is basically worshipping it in his live room. I envy Erzi, I envy Daizioma, I am so regretful my guts are turning green. Speaking of which, what is Mr. Wang asking Brother Fei to build for 120 million? Why is this still a classified order? Probably building an Ultraman. Bullshit, I think it is building an armor hero. How did Walong and Fengchu appear at the same time? The viewers in the live room were buzzing with discussion. Eventually, their curiosity reached a breaking point. They all wanted to know exactly what kind of order Wang Wei had placed with Shenfei. And it did not take long. The resourceful netizens managed to dig up some clues. I know, a drone. The order Mr. Wang placed with Brother Fei must be for a drone. A drone? Is this the kind of drone I am thinking of? What kind of drone could be worth 120 million? Buddy, you're clearly out of the loop. Shenfeng has been promoting the idea of using drones for express delivery for a long time. They say it is supposed to carry a ton of cargo and fly across the whole country. But there has not been any progress, so I guess Mr. Wang was at his wit's end and came to Brother Fei to place the order. Mr. Wang is being foolish. Even if this drone is amazing, it cannot be worth over 100 million. Alright, it is not our money anyway. If Brother Fei actually succeeds, I'm using Shenfeng for all my deliveries from now on. Yeah, me too. Even if I cannot get the computers or motorcycles Brother Fei makes, at least I will be able to use his drones. After guessing that it might be a drone order, the millions of viewers in the live room completely exploded. What is even more incredible is that within half an hour of this news spreading, Shenfeng's stock actually rose quite a bit. In the chairman's office on the top floor of the Shenfeng Group headquarters, the middle-aged assistant surnamed Liang was completely bewildered. It took him a full 10 seconds to come back to his senses. Then he looked at Wang Wei, who was sitting in the executive chair with a helpless, bitter smile. Mr. Wang, it seems I severely underestimated this man's influence. After the astonishing success of the Xiaomi Group's car launch, his fame is truly second to none right now. If it keeps growing at this rate, I reckon you will have made back that 120 million investment before long. The assistant could not help but click his tongue in amazement. And Wang Wei, hearing this from the side, had a look of worry creeping onto his face as he stared at the computer in front of him. Old Liang, but why has not Shenfei accepted the order yet? Could it be that my offer was not high enough? Wang Wei was naturally excited about the rise in Shenfeng's stock price. But he knew this was all brought about by Shenfei. If Shenfei does not accept this order, would not that be a disaster? The stock that rose would definitely fall right back down. And it would fall even further. After all, if Shenfei does not take the order, there will definitely be rumors flying around online. And it would mean our Shenfeng drone delivery plan is completely dead in the water. Mr. Wang, I do not think it is a price issue. The price you offered is already very high. Perhaps Mr. Shenfei just has something else he is dealing with right now. Faced with Wang Wei's concerns, the assistant could only offer his best guesses to comfort him. And just as those words left his mouth, Wang Wei suddenly sprang up from his chair. This sudden movement gave the assistant quite a start. Seeing the usually composed Wang Wei so agitated, the assistant asked excitedly, Mr. Wang, did Mr. Shenfei accept the order? Hearing the assistant's question, Wang Wei had a look of utter disbelief on his face. He pointed at the computer screen in front of him, then said, feeling rather frustrated, I was wondering why Shenfei would not take the order. Just now in my panic, I opened the order details to check them again. I made a mistake. The drone parameters I gave Shenfei were all wrong. I accidentally added an extra 0 to both the flight range and the cargo capacity. I must have been distracted when you were talking to me while I was placing the order. No wonder Shenfei would not take the order. A flight range of 10,000 kilometers, a cargo capacity of 10 tons. How could anyone possibly build a drone like that? Let me see how to cancel this order and place a new one for Shenfei. Wang Wei said with a bitter smile, while moving his mouse to find the cancel button. But just at that moment, a notification popped up on the Huya Live backend. Ding, friendly reminder, your shop order on the Huya Live platform has been accepted by the shop owner. The order status has been changed to accepted. Looking at this message, the expression on Wang Wei's face went completely blank. Then he rubbed his eyes hard twice to make sure he was not seeing things. A voice filled with extreme shock escaped his throat. Old Liang, quickly look and tell me if I am seeing this right. Shenfei actually accepted an order for a drone with such ridiculous parameters. He actually accepted it. On the balcony of a residential building in the center of Madu, Shenfei was lying on a lounge chair, comfortably basking in the afternoon sun. He took another look at the order he had just accepted. Shenfei could not help but mutter to himself. It seems President Wang really knows his stuff. This is how it should be. The order is challenging and the money is enough. That is what gives me the motivation to build it. Standing up from the lounge chair, Shenfei stretched comfortably. He planned to set off immediately and head back to the manufacturing shop to process this order placed by Wang Wei. After earning enough 10 million points, the system had already unlocked the third stage of top-tier military manufacturing. Before obtaining the top-tier military manufacturing skill, completing Wang Wei's drone order seemed almost impossible to Shenfei. But now, Shenfei felt he could give it a try. And it was not just the difficulty of this order that interested Shenfei. Shenfei was equally satisfied with the price of the order. At the same time, the system unlocked the third stage. The points required to upgrade to the fourth stage were also revealed. 1 billion, a full 1 billion. Shenfei had made a very bold guess before. But even he did not guess that unlocking the next stage of the system would require so many points. However, the term conceptual military manufacturing for the fourth stage made Shenfei feel a lot more balanced psychologically. Although he did not know exactly what conceptual military manufacturing entailed. Just hearing the name gave off a highly sophisticated and premium vibe. It should not be a problem for it to be worth 1 billion points. Oh right, there is also this. Putting aside the matter of Wang Wei's order for now, Shenfei took out his phone again and looked at the 2 missed calls and 1 message on it. These were naturally the calls and message from Ma Hongyi at the military research base. Shenfei simply did not answer the calls. He did read the text message, but he had no intention of replying, because he simply did not know how to reply. Forget it, I will ignore it for now. Anyway, I have no interest in joining some military research base. Shenfei muttered to himself. Then he dragged all the messages and calls into the trash. It was not that Shenfei was unwilling to serve his country. It was just that there was no way he could go in. First of all, the system upgrades required more and more points, which naturally meant Shenfei needed to earn more money. Entering the research base would not make it so easy to earn money. He might not even earn much money at all. If that happened, how could he upgrade the system? And there was another very important reason. Life in the military research base definitely would not be as free and unrestrained as his current life. Sometimes they might even make him research things he was not interested in, or things with a low difficulty level. All these completely blocked the possibility of Shenfei entering the research base. While Shenfei set off to head back to his suburban manufacturing shop to start working on the Shunfeng Group's drone order. On the other side, in the chairman's office of the Shunfeng headquarters building, Wang Wei and assistant Liang Zhejiang looked at each other for a long time, before they gradually snapped out of their shock. But deep in their eyes, there was still a strong lingering sense of astonishment. President Wang, why do not you slap me? Why does this feel so unreal? It is already a bit of a struggle for us to build a drone with a range of 1,000 kilometers and a payload of 1 ton. And Shenfei actually accepted an order for a drone with a range of 10,000 kilometers and a payload of 10 tons. Am I really not dreaming? Liang Zhejiang could not help but gulp, swallowing his saliva as he spoke. The reason he was able to become Wang Wei's chairman assistant was because he was carefully selected by the group's directors. The fundamental reason was that Wang Wei spent money too lavishly. Those directors were afraid Wang Wei would squander too much. So they arranged for him an extremely stingy middle-aged assistant like Liang Zhejiang. But this time, facing the 120 million Wang Wei had generously thrown out, Liang Zhejiang felt it was worth it, absolutely worth it. If Shenfei could really build such a drone, then let alone Shunfeng sitting firmly as the leading express delivery company in the country. Even looking globally, there would not be a single one that could compete with Shunfeng. Send a package in the morning and it gets delivered in the afternoon. Who could be that? Old Liang, were we too cautious when placing the order? Shenfei is simply not human, he is a freak, a scientific research freak. Wang Wei looked at Liang Zhejiang's exaggerated expression. He himself was not much better. Ever since starting from scratch and single-handedly building this express delivery empire, very few people could catch Wang Wei's eye anymore. But ever since he learned the name Shenfei, Shenfei had refreshed the upper limits of his cognition time and time again. For the first time, Wang Wei felt that besides making money, there were such charming people and things in this world. President Wang, do you have an urge to study and pursue a master's or doctorate degree? To be honest with you, I do too. The elders always say knowledge is power, and that all walks of life are lowly, only learning is high. I used to think these words were out of touch with this era. But Shen Fei made me understand the true power and immense charm of knowledge. Liang Zhejiang sighed from the bottom of his heart. His face bore a strange expression full of hope. However, he also knew that at his age, it was definitely too late to get into scientific research. But he still had his son. His son just started the 6th grade of middle school this year. In the past, Liang Zhejiang's thought was that it would be enough for his son to be safe and happy for the rest of his life. Whether he studied or not, or how well he studied, did not matter. But now, Liang Zhejiang just wanted to slap back all the slaps he had not given before, and give his son a complete childhood. Alright, old Liang, let us not get emotional here. There are millions of researchers in the world, but there is only one with Shen Fei's ability and boldness. However, the Dragon Kingdom does lack such a dazzlingly brilliant researcher. He will be like a beam of light, illuminating the path forward for countless lost young people. And I know there is one more thing you have not said, which is that compared to someone like Shen Fei, billionaires like me and Lei Busey are somewhat looked down upon, right? Speaking to the end, Wang Wei suddenly joked. Right now, Wang Wei's mood could not be more relaxed. He was even more full of expectations for the drone Shen Fei would give him soon. And when Liang Zhejiang heard Wang Wei's words, he naturally did not dare to say a single word in response. After stammering for 2 seconds, he immediately asked as if he had suddenly found a topic. By the way, President Wang, is there a time limit for the order you placed with Shen Fei? Should we issue an announcement in advance? Anyway, the netizens online have already guessed that the order we placed with Shen Fei is for drone, so I do not think there is anything to hide anymore. Besides, Lei Busey has already set an example for us, issuing an announcement 3 days in advance. Xiaomi Motors became famous overnight at Beijing Square. I have to say, when it comes to marketing, we really need to learn from Lei Busey. Hearing Liang Zhejiang's words, Wang Wei immediately fell into deep thought. A moment later, Wang Wei spoke directly. Old Liang, you really reminded me. Issue it, of course we have to issue an announcement. Although I did not give Shen Fei a time limit. But judging from Shen Fei's past speed of completing orders, I estimate that Shen Fei will deliver the goods to us in a week at most. Then let us set it for a week. A week later at Heihu Park in Shenzhen, we will hold a drone launch event. Let us see if Lei Busey's Xiaomi Motors launch event makes a bigger splash, or if our drone launch event does. Speaking to the end, even the battle-hardened businessman Wang Wei could not help but get a little excited. Of course, Liang Zhejiang was naturally even more thrilled. Yes, President Wang, I will go arrange it right away. Nodding heavily, Liang Zhejiang quickly started walking out of the office. Liang Zhejiang moved very swiftly. In less than 10 minutes after he finished talking with Wang Wei, an announcement was prominently displayed on the Shenfeng Group's official website and Shenfeng's official accounts on major platforms. The content of the announcement was, in 7 days at Heihu Park in Shenzhen, Shenfeng Group will hold a drone express launch event. Please stay tuned. The content was very brief, but it was like a giant boulder thrown into a calm lake. In a very short time, it stirred up stormy waves. I knew it is definitely a drone. What President Wang asked Brother Fei to build is a drone. I cannot keep up, I completely cannot keep up. I took a leave of absence to watch the Xiaomi Group's car launch event, and now I have to take another leave. If this keeps up, my blood-sucking boss will definitely fire me. Haha, do not worry bro, just watch it openly at work, because I feel like your boss will be watching it too. He will not have time to care about you. Holy crap bro, if you know how to talk, could you say it earlier next time? Anyway, chasing these launch events now, I finally understand how girls feel when they chase variety shows. It is simply too awesome. Below Shenfeng's official account, the number of comments broke through 10,000 in less than a few minutes. Everyone was full of expectations for Shenfeng's drone launch event in 7 days. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the military research base of the 1st Military Region, the seminar held by Chen Zhenmin, Qin Ying, and others was met with complete silence. Elder Chen, it cannot be achieved, it simply cannot be achieved. The strategic aircraft currently has only 2 most important functions. One is strategic bombing and the other is airdropping supplies. Let us start with strategic bombing. To ensure the safe return of our pilots in the strategic aircraft, we can only start with the aircraft's outer protective shell. But even the TZ-type super-hardness mixed metal that Sister Ying just researched cannot guarantee to withstand an anti-aircraft missile without malfunctioning. On land, a tank might be fine after being hit by 1 or 2 missiles, but the air is not like the land. Any slight malfunction is fatal. As for airdropping supplies, although they are dropped in our own camps and the risk factor is much smaller, we still cannot guarantee 100% safety. So I think this topic is a false proposition and simply cannot be realized. In the silent conference room, Ma Hongyi was the first to stand up and speak. Hearing this, Chen Zhenmin waved his hand, signaling Ma Hongyi to sit down. Then he looked around the conference room. Looking at the 40 or 50 top military talents below, he said in a deep voice, "Is there no way? No way at all. Even a little idea would be good." Chen Zhenmin's voice echoed in the conference room, but it was met with even more silence from the crowd. Only Qin Ying frowned slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she shook her head to herself and swallowed her words back down.